The protagonist of this story never went unnoticed, and everyone talked about her. It is about the same lady whom His Highness the Prince himself was pursuing. It is rumored that she caused an incredible stir, and now she is being courted by another man. But it seems her true chosen one is Duke Rodnine of Gels, who has a divine appearance with eyes as dark as the night sky, and hair like the blackest silk. In secular society, there was an opinion that the villain probably threatened the Duke, because she was a talented mage and could probably cast a curse on anyone. We are talking about the main character named Yvonne Argentrose, who is the youngest daughter of the family, a mage and a famous villain of the Empire. A dark-haired young man approached her, whose name was Rodnane, and this young man was the Duke of the northern lands of Chels. He asked the girl if she was probably uncomfortable, but the lady replied that she was fine. But in reality, she thought this young man was so amazing that her heart beat too fast when she saw him. The lady tried to compose herself and understood that at that moment, she needed to calm her anxiety. The girl sighed and asked the Duke to listen to her carefully because she wanted to say something important. She apologized for saying this on their first meeting and asked a question that the Duke certainly did not expect, asking if the young man could lend her money. The young man clearly did not expect to hear such a question, so after the girl's words, he thought and fell silent. This lady always wanted to become not the main character of the novel, but that very villain they point at and constantly discuss. The main character never wanted her to have a life full of all kinds of trouble and toxic people, but unfortunately, the modern world was too cruel to the protagonist, and problems constantly happened to her. Although she tried to cope with all the difficulties, in her previous life she died lamentably. A character from a past life moved into the main protagonist, Lady Yvonne, and she was a sweet and expressive blonde girl with violet eyes. This morning, the maid noticed that the ladies seemed confused, and as if she had absolutely no appetite. Subsequently, it turned out that the protagonist began to live the life she dreamed of, and she reincarnated into the body of the rich villainess of the novel. And after such a transformation, the girl finally realized that the dream of her life had come true. In the fantasy novel Cordelia's Light, Lady Yvonne appears as a cruel villainess and immoral. One day, she learned about the engagement of her beloved Adrian to the main character of the novel, called Cordelia. After that, she made a contract with the devil and gained the power of darkness so that no one else would dare to rule her and mock her. The mage Yvonne became even stronger, and thanks to demonic power, she became the great dark mage and tormented the main characters, but finally met her end, suffering a tragic death. Of all the villains in the novel the protagonist read about, she envied Yvonne more than anyone, because this girl was the youngest daughter of the Duke, and her family owned the mine, and then collected precious stones. Her father owned a magic tower, because throughout the long history of the family, many capable and talented mages were noted in the family tree. Yvonne was a girl said to have a perfect figure and an appearance that was the envy of any other woman. She had long, silky hair, a slender figure, a unique beauty, but most importantly, she had strong magical abilities. And this successful lady was perfection itself, whereas in her previous life, she was an orphan living in the slums and worked endless hours at night. Compared to this, Yvonne's life was a true fairy tale to her, where everything came true with the wave of a magic wand. From that moment on, her task was to rejoice for the two main characters and the happy ending awaiting each of them. All she had to do was navigate this mine in the form of the main characters, and Yvonne could never become a dark mage again. While the lady enjoyed every minute of her new luxurious life, the maid reported that the Duke had come to see her. The young man entered with the words, he gave the girl a probationary period, but she has not yet fulfilled her promises. The head of the family and owner of the magic tower, Kaiser, said that he sees that the lady has not repented one bit and is probably plotting something again. Before the main character entered Yvonne's body, she did something terrible and threw a bomb at the place where the main characters were dating, and this girl clearly had a bad temper. Therefore, as soon as she found herself in her new luxurious life, she immediately received punishment, and she had to sit in her room without leaving. She could eat whatever she wanted and lie on the bed whenever she wanted. And this life did not feel like a punishment at all. The lady promised to remain silent and reflect on her actions, and her father asked if the girl could really sit quietly in one place. He called the aide, and the lady, hearing this, feared that the head of the family wanted to kick her out of the palace. But to her delight, Yvonne asked to be assigned a task with the same documents she had heard about. The aide said that it would be too difficult for the lady, and that the documents related to the March branch were, of course, a simple task, but such an amount was clearly not suitable for the lady. Yvonne could already imagine how many documents she would have to face now, and whether she would really have to work here, even at night. The young man said that starting today, the lady would work 6 hours a day, and if she ran away this time, he promised to erase her from the family tree. Even if there was no harmony in this family, the girl was still glad to finally have a real family and loved ones. After the man left the girl's room, she thought that on the first day of her appearance in this world, her father called her crazy, and it even seemed to him that this man, for some reason, hated or disliked his daughter. But in any case, she was glad that after everything that happened, she wasn't simply thrown out of the palace. And this was already wonderful news. That same day, the young man was in his office, holding a very important paper in his hands. His subject asked if the young master was really busy studying important documents again, but the young man said that those papers were simply in the desk drawer. The young man suggested that judging by the lack of news for 18 years, everyone there had long forgot about everything. The father was completely worried about not being able to pay this debt, and even drew up a will so that his son would fulfill the request if he returned. But there was no point worrying about something that hadn't happened yet. That same day, Yvonne's father received some documents. After reading them, he was very surprised. It turned out that the lady suggested a good idea, and in this way, the monthly sales of the company could be immediately estimated. And the man couldn't believe his daughter had done this. His method of organizing square tables could be a real reform that could help increase sales profits in the future. The butler assumed that Yvonne had been distinguished by her mental acuity since childhood, but it turned out that the girl was much smarter than he thought. The master decided to call the girl's personal maid to ask her some questions. He asked if she had noticed anything strange in Yvonne's behavior lately, because it was the maid who personally had a close relationship with the lady and probably knew something. The maid suddenly became agitated and said that she also wanted to talk to the master about this. She admitted that after her mistress's punishment, she became very depressed and started eating less, about half of the usual amount, and her father couldn't believe it, because since childhood this girl ate 6 times a day. She also heard other maids say that the lady had cleaned up the office workspace. The man confirmed that his daughter had suddenly changed, and there must be a reason for it. He suggested that most likely it was the prince, and her open refusal must have surprised the young lady. So the head of the family had only one option left, that Yvonne probably still couldn't forget the prince. The lady worked in an office in a previous life, and now her skills in working with tables were very useful in fulfilling her father's instructions with documents. Important. The maid told the master that Yvonne started behaving differently, but as if trying not to show it. But in fact, at that moment the girl was lying on a comfortable, soft sofa, and she was glad that a normal day could be so happy and peaceful. After the conversation with the maid, the father's thoughts were only that his daughter was deeply in love with Prince Adrian, and he didn't even look in her direction, nor pay any sign of attention. Yvonne was a quiet and active girl with a beautiful appearance and magical abilities, and this young man seemed to deliberately date the illegitimate daughter of the Mare Kingdom's government, and the father could fully understand his daughter's state of upset. While he was outraged by the thoughts flooding him, Yvonne approached him and asked him if something had really happened to the Duke. The man replied that the girl did not need to worry and asked her to quickly sit next to him at the table. The lady asked if there was any problem with the documents, but she tried very hard, and if she made any mistakes, she asked for forgiveness. The father replied that everything was fine with the documents, and both he and the aide were completely shocked by the work the girl had successfully completed. Yvonne was very happy to hear the kind words about the work done, and thanked her father. The man was very surprised because the girl even smiled, since she never paid attention to compliments before. And today she seemed incredibly pleased, which had happened very few times before. The lady smiled sweetly and said that she didn't believe her father would praise her, but she clearly remembered how this lady always played some special jokes. Unexpectedly, Yvonne admitted that she felt guilty and remorseful for causing so much trouble to her beloved family, and promised to behave more carefully in the future, as she had a wonderful opportunity to relax at home all her life and enjoy delicious food that she didn't have in her past life. The man asked why the girl was so downcast and if she really saw any flaws in herself. Her father admitted that you yourself punished your daughter to reform her, but now he saw her in a completely different state, and his heart calmed down. He said that he even specifically bought a house where the girl could break everything to vent her anger and get rid of negative emotions. The butler confirmed that the Duke had installed a shield near the house, so the lady could not only use magic, but also detonate her favorite bombs. The lady asked her father to explain what was happening, because she couldn't understand why they would destroy the new house, since she had dreamed of having her own her whole life. The man took a sip of aromatic tea and looked intently at his daughter, who had a surprisingly satisfied face. The head of the family punished his daughter for her offense, but she was sure that she didn't need to destroy the whole house. But the strange behavior of the girl indicated that this was completely uncharacteristic of her, and the father was outraged that Prince Adrian had driven his daughter to such a state. The man became very agitated by the strong experiences and emotions, and now he had to calm down to continue the conversation with his daughter. For reasons unknown to him, his daughter seemed incredibly happy to learn that she could finally use real magic. For a moment, the girl thought her father was even shy. Maybe he had a softer character than he really seemed. The man said that if his daughter wants something, then she can tell him, and if the lady wants to enter into a romantic relationship, there are many more worthy men, and better than Prince Adrian. The father always wanted only happiness for his daughter, and certainly did not want his beloved Yvonne to suffer because of some prince. The girl said she would like to ask her father about a request, since in her past life she didn't have the opportunity to study. She said she would be happy to continue her education. Everyone in this room looked surprised at the girl, who had just said the word study. After reincarnation, Yvonne didn't know much about this life, and upon finding herself in a happy life, she had the desire to learn everything. She was incredibly happy to be able to focus solely on her studies, and since Yvonne was a true mage, the main character dreamed that she could control magic like her father. But it was strange that she couldn't master the magic books, although the girl had no problem with reading. Of course, she didn't need strong magic at this moment, but she also wanted to try using magic, like they do in cartoons or novels. She uttered the word fire aloud, held out her hand, and at the most inopportune moment, the young man opened the room door. It was her brother named Barden, who constantly called his sister crazy. Barden was the son of the Duke of Argentrose and an assistant professor at the Academy of the Faculty of Mages. The young man asked if his sister really ordered the sales and compiled these tables, and if she really decided to obtain the title, which is why she was making so much effort to win her father's favor. The girl shouted upon hearing her brother say such things about her, but the young man was sure that his sister probably wanted to replace the young duke. Yvonne gradually began to get angry and asked her brother to listen to her carefully, since she only wanted to help him and his family. Previously, the monster appeared once every 10 years, and the young man probably knows what it is like to participate in battles. And the last great battle took place 5 years after its appearance, and it is obvious that the next war will be even bigger and will probably happen in 3 years. All these girls' arguments are based on the fact that today she studied history all day and observed when the most important battles took place, checking the presence of monsters in these battles. The young man looked at the documents again and realized that his sister had actually discovered this by herself, and also put the data in a table. Barden asked his sister what she was really trying to achieve, because she was definitely not the type to just help him. Yvonne admitted that, to be honest, it was very difficult for her and she wants to help her brother and his father to live a quiet life. The young man was perplexed because his sister acted so strangely, and then this insolent lady with an overly sweet voice called him her beloved brother, which made the young man feel completely uncomfortable. He decided that his sister had gone completely crazy because she had never behaved like this before. The young man thought probably it was about the prince, and after talking with his sister, he ran to his father to tell him that she was behaving very strangely. The man did not expect his son to tell him such a thing, but he had also noticed it. Barden said that Yvonne shared how difficult it was for her, and said that now she wants to live a quiet life and happy with her family, and the prince's refusal was probably a big blow to her. The man said that the tutors who came to the young lady today reported that her thirst for knowledge was very commendable, but her eyes were full of madness, and that only meant one thing: probably Yvonne was not herself. Therefore, the head of the family thought, and offered to introduce the young lady to a man with whom the prince could not compare. And surely the girl's state should improve if she dates someone better, because Yvonne is still very young. And young, that same evening, a dark-haired young man received a letter asking him to come to the capital and meet a young lady named Yvonne. 18 years ago, the former Duke of Gills was a rather simple and self-assured person. He participated in the fight against monsters, relying only on his sword. However, during one of the battles, he got caught in a flame that engulfed the entire area. At that time, Kaiser Argentros was passing by on his way north to find medicine for his sick wife. And the great mage on that day helped the Duke in a dangerous situation. Therefore, the Gels family was deeply indebted to Argentros, and the proud father was, on the one hand, grateful for the rescue, but asked not to reveal the fact that the mage helped him get rid of the danger, promising in return to fulfill any request from the Kaiser. 18 years have passed, and thanks to a letter, the forgotten oath made itself felt again. An aide named Aunt asked the young man if the Duke really intended to go to the capital on invitation. The young man said that the prince had a beloved, which greatly annoyed the Duke's daughter. Aunt was perplexed. The Duke is crossing all boundaries, and the Lord does not need to meet his daughter, because there are many ignorant rumors about this lady, as she has caused a lot of trouble in her life. The young man replied that he would surely pay off his family's debt, but that the time had come to do it, especially since his father's will must not be forgotten. His assistant promised to send him a letter informing him that the Lord was going to a residence in the capital, and he also promised to plan a trip to the study. And in fact, the young man was very curious to know how the Duke's daughter was that terrible person about whom there were so many rumors. Lady Yvonne was always under the scrutiny of the other ladies, and none of them wanted the villainess to even look in her direction. Many people wanted to leave quickly when they saw the villainous Yvonne, because they were afraid that she might harm them in some way. Her brother assumed that people were still afraid of the girl, and that her reputation was still strong. And every time Yvonne had to talk to her brother, she wondered if he really liked treating his own sister that way. This sunny morning, the carriage slowly entered the city, and its wheels quietly rolled along the pavement, leaving behind the soft sound of the wheels. Yvonne got out of the carriage and admired the place they had arrived at. In a past life, the lady threw a bomb in this quiet place, so the brother did not miss the opportunity to joke with her, telling her that if people want to blow something up, they can ask her for a magical artifact. The girl looked ahead and saw a majestic and luxurious building, which was the Imperial Palace. And it was much more beautiful than she had imagined. Her father suddenly asked the girl not to even look in that direction. She was very surprised to hear such a request. Barden suggested that the girl was probably still regretting it, but Yvonne didn't know what he was talking about. She wondered if her brother and father still thought she was still in love with Prince Adrian. The young men were sure that the girl was still pretending, and didn't even want to listen to the words that she had long forgot about this young man. Immediately upon arrival, the family went to the best study in the empire, the Mador, which was the favorite place of high society. Her father noticed a completely different reaction than when his daughter came here alone. She always came here alone, and the workers never said a word to her. Ivan was the lonely and abandoned daughter of a duke, and that was her situation. The man asked if everything was fine with his daughter, because he noticed her thoughtful expression on her face. The man asked the study staff to choose the most suitable attire for his daughter, so that her mood would instantly improve. Yvonne realized that her brother and father had deliberately dragged her to this workshop to cheer her up with beautiful new dresses. And this technique always worked. Now she saw before her a loving family that truly and sincerely cared about her. In a cozy studio, lit by the soft light of bright lamps and surrounded by expensive fabrics, Lady Yvonne delighted in trying on one dress after another prepared especially for her by the master tailor. And every new piece sounded like a melody, as if notes of her character were skillfully interwoven into each one. Lady Yvonne stopped in front of a mirror, framed with carved gold frames, and saw her reflection in a luxurious dress made of delicate sea green silk. Her slender waist was emphasized by an elegant corset, and the skirt fell softly to the floor, giving her figure grace, as if she were a sculpture created for admiration. Her brother and father also did not ignore the shoes, which, in their opinion, could also be suitable for such a beautiful young lady. After Yvonne chose the right outfit for her, her father and brother suggested they go to other stores. Then they went to a studio, where various jewelry and accessories were sold, and the father drew attention to a luxurious hat that, in his opinion, should have incredibly suited the image of his beautiful daughter. While the father asked her to try on the hat, the brother brought a necklace and earrings and also insisted that the lady try them on. Yvonne tried on several pieces of jewelry, and at that moment felt like a real fairy tale queen. The father saw his daughter's sincere smile, and when she smiled, she looked incredibly like her mother. Barden decided to break the awkward silence between father and daughter and suggested they all go for tea together. The father immediately said it was a great idea, and the girl had the feeling that everything had been prepared on purpose. Because their conversation seemed too unnatural, the whole family went to the nearest cafe, where they served delicious tea and the freshest cakes. Yvonne told her father and brother that she was going to study to be useful to the family, and that, in reality, she had nowhere to wear these outfits, so she should probably return half of them. The father was outraged, since when does a girl have nowhere to wear clothes and can probably meet someone, and hinted that in 3 days here, you will be able to meet the person Yvonne has been looking for so long. The girl realized that the last time she spoke with her father, he was not joking about a new acquaintance. While Yvonne was trying to understand what was happening, her father warned her that he had already taken care of everything. He spoke of a young man whose name is Rod Nine Gels, and this young head of the family is one of the revered families of the empire, and the young man himself is a sword master and guardian of the North Gate. Yvonne had already heard of him. They said he was a handsome man, a gentleman, and a versatile person whom everyone admired. The lady asked her family why such an incredible person needed a villain like her with a terrible reputation. The father was outraged by who dared to give his daughter such an offensive nickname, and why she called herself that. Her brother also supported her opinion, and although he calls his sister crazy, she is a quite decent girl. The lady felt how these people truly protected her, and they really were her true family, even though she wasn't even the real Yvonne. After packing up all the purchases, the father left for the tower and Barden had some business to attend to. In fact, they had a lot to do, but still found time for Yvonne. Barden yawned after his father left, and Yvonne noticed that when her father was here, the young man behaved differently. She thought that now was the right time to teach her brother a small lesson. So the lady shouted loudly that there was a wasp sitting on his arm and hit him on the shoulder with all her might. The young man sat on the floor with loud screams and said he would rather be bitten by a wasp than by the strong hand of his belligerent sister. At that moment, the girl realized that her hands were her own weapons, like strong golden fists. Suddenly, Yvonne saw a purple glow next to her and had never seen anything more incredible in her life. The girl saw a black mist, not understanding at all what it was, but whatever it was unpleasant. Suddenly, the sinister black mist hissed that even if the lady were a true great mage, she could never get rid of the dark magic. The sinister energy spoke, which caused Yvonne disgust, and she got goosebumps from what she saw. After this, the lady immediately asked her brother if he had seen anything black and unpleasant here, and the young man alleged that the girl was deliberately trying to intimidate him. Yvonne was sure that he couldn't imagine it and that what she saw was real. That same day, 2 young men walked in the garden, which appeared thanks to the combined efforts of the imperial family and other clans, in whose creation the Duke of Gels, who defended only the North Gate, made a great contribution. One of these young men was Adrian Burbant, Crown Prince of the Bourbon Empire and a sword master, who had heard that the young man Yells was going to visit the capital for the first time. Barden stood next to him and was surprised. It seemed this news had already reached the prince himself. The young man wondered if the Duke's arrival in the capital would have any connection with Yvonne Argentros, and they say she is now studying history, ethics, and even social skills. The young man understood that the lady was trying to take the princess's place, but he intended to make another lady his wife, and he considered Yvonne's efforts in vain. Barden said, "It seems your highness is worrying in vain, and his sister forgot about him a long time ago and started a new life, so the young master no longer needs to worry about her liking him." But the young man was sure that no one could forget him so easily, and everyone knew it well. The young man always boasted about his popularity and was sure that it would be very difficult for someone to give him up. Suddenly, Barden drew attention to a tree on which a stranger's handprint was imprinted. The young man thought he should note this down, just in case, and looked at his silver bracelet with a precious stone. Adrian noticed that Barden was distracted from the conversation and the young man told him about a strange imprint he had just seen on a tree. But when Adrian looked at the tree, this trace had already disappeared, and the young man assumed that Barden was simply avoiding a serious conversation and did not want to listen to his advice. In fact, the young man was tired of listening to flattering speeches about his person, and he asked Adrian to forgive him, but Yvonne really had already forgotten about him, so you shouldn't pay so much attention to this. Barden asked for permission to say goodbye, and during the war, he had thought that Adrian was not a bad person, but he still couldn't understand what his sister found so special about him. He had a feeling that his sister didn't understand men at all, so he decided to try to make sure she didn't make similar mistakes again. Everyone knew that Yvonne had strong magical abilities, and this fact caused envy and anger in some people. But that magic mark on the tree that Barden saw was only a warning that Yvonne had already crossed someone's path. This morning was special for the maid because her mistress gave her a luxurious gift. The maid couldn't stop being surprised and thanked her lady about 30 times. Yvonne was very surprised that the maid was incredibly happy with just a few strips of lace. The maid asked why Yvonne immediately sat down to study books after returning from the workshop. The girl urgently needed information about monsters associated with the shadow, but she couldn't find out what it was about. She could only assume that Yvonne had many villains and that someone was probably trying to kill her. And this novel slowly turned into a thriller, about which Yvonne had no information. The girl asked Carol if she remembered the lady's words that one should never touch any object in the castle. Carol immediately started denying that she hadn't touched anything, but it was important for Yvonne to know what object she was talking about. The maid spoke about the right drawer of the table in the artifact laboratory, which is a cabinet for making bombs. Yvonne knew very well that the maid was telling her the truth, so she reassured Carol. Now the lady found out about the bomb-making room, which meant that the main character was really interested in this activity. The lady asked the maid not to tell anyone about this, and Carol said that if she found out that someone had entered there, she would immediately throw the bomb she had in her earring. Yvonne was surprised that there was actually a bomb in the maid's earring, and it was not in vain that this girl stayed to work as the lady's maid. That same night, the lady went to the office, and when she entered, the girl was surprised, because she thought it would be dark and very gloomy here. But everything here was different, and on the shelves were a variety of glass jars and colored boxes. The girl quickly found the table the maid was talking about, and now she needed to find the correct drawer. Yvonne opened the top drawer and found a hardcover book that was surely a diary. She needed to find out why it was so important to give Carol the bomb in the form of an earring, so she decided to look at the main character's diary first. Yvonne tried for a long time to open the lock of the diary, and she was sure that with the main character's strength she would succeed. But the stubborn book would not open. Suddenly, in another drawer, the lady saw another book that caught her attention. On the leather cover of the book, there was a golden plate with an inscription, and somewhere in the first pages, there was even a bookmark. The girl leafed through several pages and read about magical memory loss and magical remedies to treat it. After carefully examining the book, Yvonne suggested that the main character had magical memory loss. The lady thought that she couldn't use magic because she wasn't a real villainess, who in fact turned out to be sick. It's good that there is a way to cure this illness. What Yvonne found in the books was that it was necessary to crush a kilogram of a magic crystal and drink tea with it regularly to fully recover. But when the lady saw how much this magical remedy cost, she realized that it would be unattainable for her. After the dark-haired young man received an invitation, he began to prepare for a long journey. The Duke had just finished the trial and asked his assistant to prepare the clothes strictly according to size. He asked Aunt if there was any news from the north, but fortunately, there was still no news about monsters. The young man knew that monsters had started appearing too often lately, so he needed to prepare everything. But he wasn't the only one preparing for a special meeting, and the maid had been working on the hair and her mistress's image since early morning. The girl asked Carol if she could look at the list of her properties because she wanted to buy something. The maid reported that there had been no changes in her financial situation since the last mine sale. The girl was surprised to learn about the mine sale, and Carol said that the lady spent everything on loans from a magic company. She never expected to hear that she was the daughter of rich men who had nothing to their name. And if it turns out that she finds herself in a dangerous situation, the lady will not be able to use magic, and she has no idea what to do in this case. She told the maid that she didn't care what kind of decorations there would be and asked her to quickly prepare the magic ball. The lady couldn't stop thinking that a kilogram of magic crystals costs as much as 20 million. She contacted the branch director of the gem company, and now the price for magic crystals was right because last week it amounted to 30 million. The magic crystal was usually sold by the gram, but the girl needed a whole kilogram, and she probably thought it should be easier for her in this life, but fate turned out differently. After that, Yvonne thought every minute about what she could sell to get a large amount of money. But she completely forgot that she would soon meet the boyfriend, about whom her father had warned her. Yvonne saw this young man for the first time, and immediately noticed that this young man was incredibly handsome. The lady would have even wanted to be the first to give him a second date, but she knew very well that now was not the right time for it, and it would be better for both of them if she finished and left here as soon as possible. Yvonne thought for a moment and asked the Duke to listen to the question she would like to ask. And that was the same day Lady Yvonne asked a strange young man to lend her a large sum of money. She thought that after those words, the Duke would clearly leave this place. But for some reason, he has not left yet and continues to look at her. After her words, the Duke asked how much financial resources the girl needed, which she did not expect to hear. She was surprised that the young man agreed to lend her about 200 million gold coins with an indefinite repayment, and even without interest. After these words, the dark-haired young man pulled a pen out of his pocket, and the lady feared that the sword master might hurt her with this sharp object. But in reality, the young man took out a pen to write only to sign a check for the loan of funds. While the young man was signing the document, the lady noticed how incredibly long his eyelashes were, and his silky hair. The girl couldn't take her eyes off his facial features, which were charming, and it seems it was thanks to this young man that the word beauty was invented. But suddenly, Yvonne saw the check and was surprised that this stranger was really going to lend her such a large sum of money. She stopped his hand with which the young man was signing the document and asked him to wait a moment. Yvonne apologized to the Duke because she did not expect such decisive actions from him. The lady admitted that the Duke is very kind, and she heard that he is the fairest man. But still, you can't just lend money to a complete stranger after their first request. Yvonne was very aware of her difficult situation, and today was their first meeting. So she didn't understand why the unknown young man was willing to lend her so much money. The girl understood that she could not allow it, but the young man replied that he decided to lend her money for a reason. He said that he knew for sure that the girl's name was Lady Argentrose, and that this money also came from her personal fortune. So there should be no problem, even if she tried to cheat him. The young man did not believe that Lady Yvonne was strange, so neither of them should avoid communicating with each other. After the whole conversation, the girl admitted that it was time to leave, but the young man offered to accompany her to the Argentrose estate. He felt like he would like to get to know this special girl better, so he decided not to miss the moment to get to know her. But Yvonne understood that for the sake of the Duke and his well-being, she had to leave first, and said it was better for them to say goodbye here, although she also felt genuine interest in the young man. In this case, the young man asked if Yvonne could fulfill a special request for him. The young man gently touched her fingers and hand and suggested that the next time they meet, they should call each other by name. The gaze of this young man was incredibly charming, and he leaned towards the girl's hand to kiss it. He tenderly kissed the young lady's hand and asked her to call him by his name Rodney. During this whole time, Yvonne felt the young master's gentle kiss on her skin, and she was filled with a pleasant excitement. She happily agreed to call the young gentleman by his name because communication with him felt comfortable. After meeting the stranger, Yvonne sat near the fountain and thought that her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and that she was clearly not worthy of such an honorable man. But all this time, while they were close, she was happy, even if only for a short time. Yvonne perfectly understood that fate would dictate that they would never see the Duke again. To her surprise, when Yvonne looked up, she saw a familiar golden-haired young man who was of great importance to her. It was Prince Adrian, who asked if Yvonne was really looking for him, even on the day of their date. Adrian was the favorite son of the emperor's concubine. His real mother died, so the current empress held him back, and thus he became an heir who only cares about his reputation. This young man always disliked Yvonne, and even if some of her clothes or accessories were of a color that reminded him of this girl, he deliberately avoided it in appearance, and also ignored Yvonne's declaration of love several times. Therefore, the only reason Adrian resorted to the girl now was because he wanted to prove that she was still suffering because of him. The girl was surprised that the prince had always looked like that, and the young man said he didn't think the lady would come here on such a day. As befits the main character of a novel, he can of course be called handsome. But after that ideal dark-haired man, the prince looked too common and ordinary for Yvonne. The young man said that she shouldn't stare at him so intently, although Yvonne was sure that she hadn't even looked at him. The girl understood that she had to leave here quickly, but it turned out that the young man had not yet fully enjoyed his superiority. She said she was preparing to leave, which provoked the extreme indignation of the young master. Without thinking, he grabbed the lady's hand, and Yvonne was surprised that Adrian allowed himself to treat her so harshly. They were on the street, where there were many people, and Yvonne said that if the young man took her by the hand, it could affect her reputation, which worried her a lot. The girl decided to tell Adrian directly that he had misunderstood everything, and that she had long forgotten the relationship that connected them. Therefore, Adrian should not worry, and she will never bother him again. The prince said that the lady had probably started studying to become his wife, but that you shouldn't be ashamed of it, because there is nothing shameful in studying. Yvonne was tired of listening to Adrian's ridiculous speeches, and once again repeated that she felt nothing for him. At that timely moment, a dark-haired young man approached her from behind and put a jacket on the girl right in front of Adrian. The young man said his name, and Adrian clearly did not expect to see someone else approaching the girl who recently had strong feelings for him. The situation itself was quite strange, because Yvonne now found herself between the prince and the duke. They immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, who assumed that a real love triangle had formed between these respectable people. Yvonne realized that she was now in a very ridiculous position and simply had no words for everything that was happening. Unexpectedly, Rodnine announced that he had a gift for the girl, which he didn't have time to give her. But this was not the most suitable place, so the young man suggested taking shelter somewhere quiet. Yvonne understood. Rodnine probably realized that she was in an unpleasant situation, so he decided to help her. The girl decided to play along and took the young gentleman's hand, and told Adrian that she had a date today, and that she and the young man were going to spend time together. She smiled sweetly at the duke and invited him for a walk, and the young man realized that he was nearby at the most opportune moment. So he informed Adrian, just as the lady said, they had a date today, so it would be better for them to see each other next time. Adrian was dumbfounded, watching the couple walking away and the girl who recently had sincere feelings for him, and now she is leaving with someone else. He couldn't believe this had really happened, and Yvonne had simply deliberately abandoned him. They moved away from Adrian, and the girl immediately thanked the duke for the act he had performed. Yvonne admitted that she knew the young man had a date only at her father's request, and it certainly wasn't easy for the young man to do this, but now he also saved her from the prince, for which she was incredibly grateful. The lady decided to ask if the duke was unpleasant, because he hadn't even thought about this side of the meeting. But to her great surprise, the duke approached and realized that her question was completely inappropriate. It was very strange for Yvonne to feel that she and the duke were too close to each other. The young master gently touched the girl's hair, and she even closed her eyes in surprise. Yvonne's head was filled with different thoughts, because she was not familiar with this man at all. But in fact, the girl was more worried, and the young man simply pulled a leaf from her hair, which probably fell from some tree. She felt that if the young master continued to behave like this, he might misunderstand everything. This evening, the duke was drinking hot chocolate in his office, and his thoughts were only focused on the girl he met today. He couldn't believe that the main villain had such clear and expressive eyes, and there was a special charm in that. He asked Aunt, before having a date, the young man said that he had a beautiful appearance. The assistant confirmed that the young gentleman is indeed incredibly handsome, and is the chimera of many Soviet ladies. Rodney asked how someone can believe this, if his beauty criteria are clearly different from the standards and usual. The young man admitted that it seemed to him that Miss Yvonne looked at him as if he were an ordinary stone. Suddenly, the young man asked that he heard a strange bell, but the assistant really didn't hear any sound of the bell. The young man realized that Yvonne's voice sounded in his head, as if saying his name at that moment, which put him in complete confusion. Aunt noticed that the duke was probably very tired and asked if he had given the girl the gift he had prepared especially for her. The Duke felt very strange. So many of his actions became confusing after meeting such a special lady. He said that after the lady left, he realized that he hadn't given her any gift, so he immediately followed her. And it was at that moment that he saw her crying, and thought that it was probably because of Prince Adrian. In Rodnine's memories, it wasn't easy for Yvonne to have a date, and then the prince appeared, whom she had probably loved for a long time, and it was probably very difficult for the lady to see him. He suggested that the lady was so tough that she even took the stranger by the arm to quickly get out of there and not see Prince Adrian. The young man sighed sadly and became annoyed. Yvonne probably only likes blondes. The assistant said that everything was ready for tomorrow's trip, and the Duke suddenly asked if Lady Argentrose had any significant debts. He promised that he would try to find out, but it seemed strange to him that the lady asked for exactly 200 million. Although her family is considered one of the richest in the empire, the Duke couldn't understand why Yvonne might need such a sum and felt he wouldn't rest until he satisfied his curiosity. Rodney remained alone in his office near the window and noticed how the sunset was like Lady Yvonne's eyes, which resembled a jewel. He suggested that it was necessary to prepare the most valuable gift for her, because this girl was different from the rest. Immediately after the meeting, Yvonne opened the box the dark-haired gentleman gifted her, and she saw the very precious crystal that she was going to buy for a huge amount of money. This gift for the first date was perfect, and Rodnine really seemed like the perfect man because he gave the girl what she needed most. But her family was sure otherwise, and the villains certainly could not be with such a respectable benefactor. After the news that Yvonne had met the prince on a date, her brother and her father started entertaining the girl with questions. The bad temper of these two young men was justified by the fact that they worked too much, and her tea was incredibly pale. Her father was sure that it was in vain to send his daughter on this date because of her, she bumped into the prince. But Yvonne seemed very cheerful and said, on the contrary, that she felt uncomfortable in front of the Duke, because a great man had to have a date with someone like her. The father asked his daughter not to say those words anymore, because that way she demeans her dignity. The man confidently said that he had a very smart and beautiful girl, and that he was incredibly proud to have such a daughter. Because of her bad character, there were many rumors about her, but she realized and proved that she is a completely different person. Yvonne was delighted and proudly announced that she decided to forget everything that happened and start her own business. The girl said she now needs a lot of capital, and the girl's determination even amazed her father and her brother. She asked her father if he could lend her 10 million gold and promised to give him the full amount with all the interest. The brother admitted that was the price of several outfits and that he might as well just give them away. But Yvonne wanted to do something different and suggested writing an official contractual receipt and take a debt from her father, which she would definitely like to pay off to gain the family's trust. The father, without hesitation, said they could easily do it, because he wanted to check how his daughter would behave in such a responsible situation. After all, they are not only a clan of mages, but also the owners of a company, and the lady certainly has a good opportunity to learn how to run a profitable business. Yvonne was grateful to her father for deciding to give her a chance, and promised not to disappoint her family in any way. After talking with his daughter, the father thought for a long time that Yvonne had changed a lot, and her determined gaze made her look more and more like her mother. The man was a little angry with the prince, but fortunately, their encounter turned out to be just good luck for his family. He told his son that he hoped to arrange another meeting with them, depending on her reaction, but her brother was sure that a person's feelings don't change that fast. And suddenly, the ladies just pretend they are no longer interested in the prince. But in reality, everything is different. Adrian, although he was the heir to the throne, still did not have strong power. He became heir only because he was adopted by the empress. And this could change at any moment. The father was sure that if Adrian ceased to be crown prince, he would no longer be able to think too highly of his family. But the Argentroses never interfered in the affairs of the imperial family. And this was not only because of Yvonne, the illegitimate daughter of King Mare, whom the prince brought after the war. She also didn't inspire confidence in anyone. Barden also had the same thoughts about all this, and his healing ability, with the help of which the lady saved the prince on the battlefield, goes beyond the usual level. And the young man even thought about conducting an investigation and finding out the whole truth. The father knew that he could always rely on his son, and entrusted this matter to him with confidence. He also asked for one more favor and said that he should contact the third prince. The next day, Yvonne was working in her office when a maid approached her with news. The lady held a tray with 2 nice envelopes that had arrived this morning. Yvonne wondered who could have sent these letters, because she hadn't received messages from anyone before. In the end, it turned out that the letters belonged to the Duke of Gels and the Crown Prince. And Yvonne sighed, surprised and shocked. She suggested that the first letter was probably a complaint and the second a summons. The lady thought the Duke probably sent the letter because he was dissatisfied with the meeting with him. And Prince Adrian probably sent an arrest warrant for that bomb incident that happened a long time ago. The maid was surprised by the girl's opinion, who was probably acting on emotions at that moment. But now Yvonne leads a quiet lifestyle, as if she had gone to a monastery, and had forgot about all the deeds she had committed. Yvonne exhaled and asked for the letters, deciding that she should read them first before jumping to hasty conclusions. She was worried about what she would have to do if it really was a letter of complaint. Because the Duke had been very affectionate and gentle that day, Yvonne didn't want this handsome, dark-haired young man to think badly of her. She started reading the letter. To her surprise, it was written that the young man really liked yesterday's date, and he was worried if the girl would like the gift. And if the lady had free time, she would love to go to the opera together tomorrow. And this was a second date invitation that Yvonne couldn't even imagine. Unexpectedly, the girl told the maid that she should refuse this letter, because she was sure that the Duke sent the letter only out of courtesy. Since she went on a date at her father's request, she deeply regretted having to give up such a man, but nothing could be done. And she didn't even want to open the prince's letter. In short, it was an invitation to a tea party organized by Miss Cordelia. Yvonne felt unpleasant emotions because the prince treated her like a criminal, and again tried to play with her feelings. She read the letter and was once again convinced that the prince was a very vile person, so she decided to write a reply so as not to receive any more messages from him. On this sunny day, the secular society gathered at the Green Palace, which was the favorite place for tea. While everyone was busy with everyday conversations, the prince was tormented by the question of whether Yvonne would really not attend the tea party to which she was officially invited. The young man remembered that before he tried to get an invitation, somehow, if he knew Adrian would be there. But for some reason, everything changed dramatically, and the prince felt that the lady really didn't care. He was still thinking about those words, and he was sure that the lady said them only to spark interest, and there was no way she really didn't feel anything for him anymore. While the prince was immersed in his thoughts, he didn't even notice how the young lady sitting next to him took his hand. He didn't even know what those gathered to visit him were talking about, and he only heard that they were talking about the danger on the battlefield. They were discussing at the same time that Cordelia saved a young man's life, thanks to her restoration magic. The respectable ladies were sure that the girl played a very important role in the war, and clearly had unique skills. But the most important news was that the Duke of Gels was recently seen on an official date with Lady Argentrose. There were already many rumors about their date, and they say the lady behaved very modestly. But everyone was curious how they ended up on the same date. Lady Cordelia decided to change the topic and admitted to the ladies that Marquise Shelia and Lady Atlanta had incredibly beautiful skin. This technique always worked, and the girls, hearing praise for their appearance, began to compete with each other to talk about their care products. Cordelia, in a soft voice, asked the ladies present to share the secrets of their beauty. At the same time, Yvonne was reading the contract for the supply of rhodia grass, which was a unique product. This grass was not relatively expensive, so Yvonne could buy the rights to this plant, which was commonly used as an antipyretic, but was not a good remedy due to the availability of more effective medications. According to the plot, when Adrian and Cordelia returned to the capital, an unknown skin disease appeared among the aristocrats. Cordelia, who was illegitimate, was not accepted in high circles, but she found a way to treat this disease, thus changing their attitude towards herself. This remedy turned out to be rhodia grass, thanks to which the girl managed to gain the favor of her person. Cordelia gave away this healing plant, but Yvonne had no such desire because this lady was a real villainess. And since she got into the plot of the novel, she needs to use all the information she has. Yvonne thought about her plan for a long time and came to the conclusion that the grass could be sold immediately. But if she wanted to sell it at a higher price, it was important to think about the packaging. The products she plans to create must have a high-quality look and at the same time treat skin ailments. Yvonne was going to create handmade natural cosmetics that all high society ladies would admire. And today, she needed to find a location for the store and quickly start production before the disease spread too much. That's why Yvonne came to Nasil, to resolve all matters related to her future business. The lady looked at the imperial palace and remembered the narcissistic prince who really didn't care. A strong wind was blowing outside, and a speck of dust got into the girl's eye, which made her squint. Well, after Yvonne opened her eyes, she suddenly saw the same dark-haired stranger in front of her. It was Lord Rodnine himself, who somehow miraculously found himself in the same place at the same time. The girl confusingly asked what had brought the young master to this area. Passers-by immediately recognized the young man and began to whisper about his unsurpassed beauty and his excellent manners. Many, upon seeing the Duke, think that this man looks much more handsome than they say about him. Yvonne agreed with every word of the passerby that this young man had the most luxurious appearance. Rodnine was truly incomparable, and it even seemed as if a magical light and enchanting shone around him, and even his cold gaze was incredibly attractive, so it was sometimes difficult for Yvonne to look him in the eyes. While the lady was fascinated by his beauty, she did not notice that the young man had already asked her something. Rodney admitted that the lady had recently rejected him, but he was very happy that they met by chance today. The heroine said she had personal matters, but her conscience was very tormented by the fact that she was lying. Looking into those beautiful eyes, Rodney smiled and said that he was about to go for a walk and would be happy to see the girl in his company. The lady thought, let's say out of respect for her father, the young man asked for a second date. But what was happening now did not fit into her head at all. In the novel, the Duke barely appears and is only mentioned as a worthy ruler of the northern lands. And this Duke suddenly has a date with Yvonne, who has fallen ill with a strange and rare illness. After reincarnation into her body, many events did not proceed according to the plot, so the lady should have behaved more carefully with those about whom little is known. There were too many contradictions in the novel for it to be simple courtesy. So Yvonne replied that it would be better for the Duke to go for a walk with someone who knows the capital well. Suddenly, the expression on the young man's face became very sad, like that of a stray puppy. He persistently walked closer to the girl and asked if she could let him spend time with her, because he was tired of inventing excuses to get her attention. Even the knight who was behind Yvonne shouted in surprise, because the venerable knight had just confessed his feelings for the young lady, and she cruelly refused immediate dates and meetings with him. But in the end, Yvonne let go of the accompanying knight and happily left with the Duke. She understood that it was quite dangerous to walk alone now, because it was very possible that the girl would suddenly find herself in even greater danger. Rodnan asked why the lady was accompanied by a knight, or if it was probably some kind of special trick. The girl remembered that Yvonne was a strong mage who never needed knights. For some reason, the lady thought that the Duke was asking obvious things. But for Yvonne, this was far from obvious. She shared that she could well have been without knights, but caution is never excessive. Her opinion was certainly correct, because there are too many people in the world who would like to harm a lady. She felt that she needed to change the topic of conversation, so she asked the young man if he would mind if they went shopping together. Rodney said he would keep in mind that the lady loved shopping and would continue to pay attention. In fact, Yvonne admitted that she was tired of all this luxury, and unexpectedly for her, she began to make excuses to the young man. After her words, the young gentleman asked if the girl was really not interested in dresses, shoes, and jewelry in this case. She noticed that the young man was confused and probably thought that he should have known in advance before giving her the gift. He quickly became annoyed when he was given a precious bracelet, which was surely a luxury item. Unfortunately, the young man simply didn't know that the lady looked at his gift with pleasure every day, and she was incredibly happy to have that opportunity. Therefore, Yvonne did not hide it, and sincerely stated that she really liked the young man's gift, and she was very happy about it. And the young man didn't even know that in this bracelet there was a precious crystal that could cure her illness. After a long silence, he began to ask questions as if nothing had happened, as if trying to find out everything about her at once. Their communication did not end there, and after a long conversation, Rodnine said that the girl looked very charming today. In addition to his excellent manners, This young gentleman also captivated Yvonne with his words. While they were walking and not paying attention to anything around them, two unknown girls appeared in front of the Duke, who were very happy to see him. One of them was the Viscount's wife, and the second girl was her daughter. And these ladies were smiling very sweetly upon seeing the Duke, as if trying to please him. The young man did not speak for a long time, and immediately said that he had important business to attend to, so he was forced to immediately leave their company. Rodney had just acted coldly, and it was strange because Yvonne thought he was kind to everyone. The young man wondered if he had asked too many questions, but in reality, he was interested in knowing more about her. For a moment, the girl thought that the young man in front of her was completely different from other young men. And at that moment, the lady clearly understood that Rodney really had a genuine interest and sincere for her. His attempts to get closer to her, his personal questions, and his affectionate attitude seemed quite strange. And if you gather all these riddles, you can conclude that Rodney really likes the girl. Yvonne unexpectedly saw the coat of arms of the jail's family and remembered that the Duke had a completely different reason for treating her with courtesy and warmth. She remembered the history of the Verban imperial family, which she studied in class, and knew about the imperial family's secret investigation organization. Since an official investigation was impossible, they acted in secret, and it was said that they were closely related to one of the 4 largest clans in the empire. No one has seen them in person, but Gels is in charge of the secret investigation of the imperial family. Given that the young man's father asked for a date, the lady couldn't say what caused his behavior after the date. But if you remember, in the novel Yvonne became increasingly cruel, so the prince put her under secret surveillance. And it turns out that Rodney could well be the prince's spy sent to watch her. The girl was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice how the main character of her thoughts appeared in front of her. He said that the lady had just crashed into a tree and that she should probably be more careful. But after all her conjectures, Yvonne was once again convinced that the young man was being so kind to her on purpose to lull her vigilance. And for her, it was even better, at the same time proving that she did not pose a danger to Adrian. The young people went to one of the most famous shops where various cosmetics were sold and perfumes. The lady approached one of the jars, and the young man asked if Yvonne was choosing cosmetics for herself. Rodney admitted that the lady already looks beautiful without makeup, and frankly, he doesn't understand why she needs it. The lady couldn't understand what the problem was, and if this young man was really trying to point out that she was wasting her money in vain. This store sells mainly bright-colored cosmetics, so Yvonne decided that they should try another one. She told the young man that what she was looking for was not there, and that they should visit another store. Fortunately, the next store was nearby, and within a few minutes Yvonne entered with the Duke. They were solemnly greeted by a lady who even called the guests by name. The girl was surprised that they were recognized immediately, and the hostess probably knew the representatives of high society well. Suddenly, Yvonne smelled the pleasant aroma of herbs and realized that she had definitely come to the right address. She asked if natural plants and herbs are used in these cosmetics. The lady took a jar from the shelf and asked them to tell her about this product, which had surprising properties due to its natural composition. Yvonne noticed that the owner seemed proud of her products, and she also really liked the texture and the smell of one of the creams. The girl immediately thought that she could make the cosmetics she needed using rhodia grass. But suddenly, she looked at the Duke and realized that on this day he gave her a gift, and she didn't even give him anything in return. Of course, the young man might turn out to be a spy, but this task was for the prince, and not for the one performing it, so the blame always lies with the boss, not his subordinates. The lady asked Mr. Rodnine to pay attention to a jar because she wanted to tell him something. The young man immediately responded, of course. The girl was touched, but this nice boy looked like an obedient dog. He handed the beautiful jar of cream to the hostess and carefully smeared a little cream on his finger. The lady asked the Duke to extend his hand and seemed about to smear that magical cream on him. The young man seemed to be floating in his thoughts, so he didn't even immediately understand what the girl was asking of him. She took his hand, smeared pink cream on his skin, and slowly rubbed it over his hand. At that moment, Yvonne noticed the incredibly beautiful hands and soft skin that the young man had. Perhaps such thoughts were unworthy, but the lady was sure that anyone looking at that hand could throw a stone at him and not think the same. After the girl applied moisturizing cream to the Duke's hand, she asked how he felt. Suddenly, the lady thought that she had acted too roughly, and that the young man probably wouldn't like being touched by her. Yvonne felt very embarrassed by everything she had just done. The young man saw that the girl was nervous and said that, on the contrary, his hands needed skin care. The lady was about to run away, but she turned around when she heard words that quickly calmed her down. At that moment, Prince Adrian was present at an organized tea party, and he noticed that after the end, the guests were in no hurry to leave. As the event was already over and the ladies were still talking, the prince became curious about what they were discussing. One of the ladies said that they were only talking about the Duke of Gels and Miss Yvonne, and that it was rumored they were on a date in Nassil right now. The news that Lady Argentrose was now on a date clearly interested Prince Adrian, and Cordelia realized it. The honorable guests bowed to the prince and said that the tea party was wonderful and that it was time to leave. The prince assumed that Yvonne was probably just trying to make him jealous, but now he saw that the girl was quite kind. And it was surprising, because the most insidious villain now seems incredibly attractive to him. After this tea party, Cordelia noticed that Prince Adrian was clearly interested in this girl, and now the name Lady Yvonne Argentrose only evoked negative impressions in Cordelia. She was well aware that the prince had previously rejected her because he really didn't like her, but his facial expression and actions spoke of obvious jealousy, and such feelings certainly cannot be shown by a person who has absolutely no interest. Therefore, Cordelia urgently needed to regain the prince's attention. While walking in the courtyard with languid thoughts, she suddenly saw Barden Argentrose. During the war, with the help of healing magic, the girl managed to endear herself to those around her. And the only one who did not succumb to her charm was Duke Barden. But now, perhaps, she can use him to regain Prince Hadrian's interest. Cordelia felt no animosity towards Barden, but now she had no other choice. Yvonne and the Duke left the cosmetics store, and the young man held hand cream in his hands, which pleased him, which even made the girl feel embarrassed. The young man inhaled the scent of the new cream and noticed the pleasant aroma of a delicate rose. Yvonne noticed that this scent is incredibly suitable for the young man and reflects his nature. Yvonne smiled and was very glad that both the cream and the scent itself were incredibly suitable for the young man. They spent quite some time together, and Yvonne proved that she poses no threat to him. Their communication became more and more open, and the Duke wanted to ask the girl he was interested in a question. But their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a male voice calling the girl by her name. It was her brother, but his appearance here was very unexpected for his sister. The young man said that the rumors about his sister's date with the Duke had reached not only the academy, but also the imperial palace. The young man greeted the Duke and told him that he was Yvonne Argentrose's brother. Rodney smiled and said he was very happy to meet the young man. He felt that Barden was positive and extended his hand to the girl's brother to shake hands. The Duke admitted that the young man strongly resembled his sister and had heard that the young man was a truly handsome man. Barden did not expect to hear praise directed at him from the venerable Duke, and, embarrassed, he thanked the gentleman. Yvonne noticed that this handsome, dark-haired young man even charmed Barden himself, and it seemed he was kind to everyone, regardless of their gender. The Duke unexpectedly announced that he certainly wanted to meet Barden and invited him and his sister to dinner. The young man thought for a moment, but then angrily replied that that was completely impossible. Barden admitted that he only wanted to tell the Duke something. His sister has been trying to start a new life lately, so you shouldn't instill empty hopes in her just out of curiosity. The girl guessed that her brother was subtly watching her so that she wouldn't fall for the Duke and cause a stir again. The young man said that Yvonne now decided to dedicate a lot of time not to dating, but to personal development. The lady saw how the Duke's face became increasingly perplexed, and she understood that Barden was talking nonsense, and for some reason felt ashamed. The lady's brother took his sister's hands and told her they would have to leave the Duke's pleasant company. The girl sincerely thanked him for this evening and left with her brother. The Duke was left alone, holding in his hands the very fragrant cream that now reminded him of the girl. Upon returning to the palace, Aunt informed the Duke that he had completed the investigation into Lady Yvonne's financial situation that he had requested. Rodney seemed a little confused, but still asked Aunt to report the information to him. The assistant reported that the lady had no debts, that she had not lent money to anyone, and that everything was very clear with her financial history. The young man unexpectedly asked Aunt how he could confess his feelings to a girl who didn't need money, expensive gifts, or dates. He wondered if the lady really meant it, and if she doesn't need anything, it most likely means a refusal to communicate. In other words, the game of love is over, and the young master has clearly been rejected. But he couldn't understand why, in this case, the lady still gave him a gift. But Ant was sure that the insidious villainess had put a wall between them, and gave reason to hope for more. For some reason, the young duke was unpleasant when Ant spoke cruelly about this special lady. But in reality, the assistant was simply worried about his master's emotional state, and he believed the rumors that Yvonne was the real villainess. He shared his opinion. If you think about it, the duke treats a lady like one of his fish in a huge aquarium. The duke found it difficult to understand what was being said, but he felt that Ant clearly meant something unpleasant. The assistant explained that his words mean that the person continues to meet the admirer, even though she has intentions to develop the relationship, as if they have fish in an aquarium. Even despite Ant's words, the young duke thought it would be very pleasant to be a fish in the aquarium of such a dazzling Yvonne. But there is really no point in being in such an aquarium, because of this terrible prince. The girl does not allow anyone to be near her, and first you need to attract her attention. To do this, he asked to send a letter to the third prince, with information that the duke would soon pay him a visit. After Barden took his sister to the castle, he wondered if it was a date, and if the lady was interested in the duke. The girl was outraged by her brother's behavior, and tried to explain to him that no man interested her in any way. Barden was sure that the lady was talking to the duke quietly, so she herself would soon not realize how she would succumb to his charm. The lady replied by saying that the duke did not charm Barden more than her, and that the young man simply did not see her face when they met. Tonight, the girl's brother sat in a relaxing hot bath and thought about how much he worries about his sister, and she takes it all as a joke. This young man possessed special water magic and could easily control the flow of water. He decided that he would definitely have to talk to his father about the Duke of Jails when he returned, because his sister suffered so much because of the prince that Barden simply could not allow this to happen again. And if Adrian hadn't had a high title and wasn't a prince, he would have already punched him in the face in the garden then. For a moment, the young man thought that something strange had clearly happened in the garden that day, and he looked closely at her bracelet. He remembered that he had engraved a strange print, but now he had almost forgotten about it. The young man decided to check what happened that day in the garden, but at that moment, he was no longer alone in the room. While Barden was putting on his robe and picking up the bracelet, a huge shadow of a terrifying monster appeared behind him. The young man clearly sensed that someone else was in the room, and at that moment decided to be careful. When he turned around, he saw a huge, bloodthirsty monster that looked like a giant centipede with sinister yellow eyes. Barden had never seen anything like this in his life, so the monster provoked a huge wave of horror in him, and fear, and the young man understood that he would now have to fight for his life. While the young man dodged the bloodthirsty monster, the bracelet slipped out of his hands and rolled into the hallway. The monster tried to attack the young man, but he lay down on the floor and tried to hide. It was strange that such a huge monster had somehow entered the palace, and there seemed to be some sinister magic present. Since Barden was an excellent mage, he used a powerful spell that could help him stop the monster. The young man noticed a black haze around the monster that looked like dark magic, and assumed that someone had definitely sent this monster. The guards should have rushed over a long time ago, but they were still not there, which means that the connection with the outside world was broken using magic. And Barden now has to fight alone for his life against sinister forces and dark ones. At that moment, Yvonne was in the room with the maid when she suddenly heard a strange sound. At first, the girl thought she had imagined it, but the sensations were so strong that they couldn't let her down. Yvonne ran out of her room and asked the maid again if she really hadn't heard anything. The girls ran down the corridor, from where loud noises and strange sounds were heard. Following Yvonne was the maid Carol, who was very excited by the unknown. They stopped near the young master's room, but now the lady heard nothing at all. Yvonne stopped near the door and listened carefully to what was happening in Brother Barden's room. She decided not to wait long and opened the door, shouting to the maid to quickly call people. And it seems her brother is in danger. The girl clearly heard some kind of roar and the words of the spell, so she decided to act quickly. She ordered people to be called, but she was not sure if something had really happened, or if nothing had happened, and he knew she would feel ashamed. But her fears were confirmed, and when she entered the room, she saw her brother heroically fighting alone against a huge monster. Yvonne couldn't believe what she was seeing and tried to find out from her brother what was going on here. Barden did not expect to see his sister in his room, but he asked her to try to hit the monster with strong magic. They couldn't have faced the monster with human powers, but Yvonne understood that she couldn't use magic now. Suddenly, the sinister monster showed its sharp fangs, from whose ends deadly poison dripped. The monster quickly rushed to attack Yvonne, so the girl even closed her eyes in fear. But suddenly, she was surrounded by pink protective magic, which prevented the dark forces from penetrating closer to the girl. Barden did not understand why the lady stood there and did not use magic, as if she had just woken up. While the young man was trying to save her, every second he had less and less strength to protect himself and his sister. Therefore, Barden had to use all his efforts to cope with the black magic that attacked his family. Yvonne tried to do something, but her body did not fully respond, and it was unknown whether Barden could hold out until help arrived. Barden knew his sister very well, but now he did not understand why the lady, who was familiar with strong magic, panicked. Surely this is the first time she has seen such a monster, and naturally she was confused by the unexpected situation. She remembered how he himself almost fainted when he first saw such a monster, so he felt safe with any monster now. Barden tried to attack the monster with attack magic, but realized that without his sister's help, he could not cope with such a large monster. Suddenly, he felt that he could not move any part of his body, and that only meant one thing, that the sinister monster used paralyzing poison, and it must have penetrated through the crack in the barrier. Barden's forces were running out, but the sinister monster still did not retreat. The young man at that moment was incredibly angry at his powerlessness, because his sister could be in mortal danger. He understood that he had to protect her, but every minute the poison penetrated deeper into the body and acted stronger. Finally, the girl managed to compose herself despite the fear and shouted loudly to her brother not to move. The lady instantly turned into a brave and courageous girl and ordered the unpleasant insect to urgently release her brother. Yvonne threw a metal bracelet at the sinister monster's head and hoped her brother would have a chance to escape the monster's tenacious grip. She asked Varden to try to get out while he still had a chance. But unexpectedly for everyone, the evil monster calmed down in a second, and its eyes turned red instead of yellow. And a minute later, the sinister monster lay lifeless on the floor, having freed Yvonne's brother from its tenacious grip. At the moment when the magical duel with the monster was completed, the subjects rushed in through the door. All this time, through the magic ball, a person was watching everything that happened, and he would have liked the fight to end differently. And it was Cordelia, who couldn't believe that her plan was a complete failure, and Yvonne managed to survive. The contract with the monster was broken, and in return, her life became shorter, and the bracelet, somehow insignificantly, managed to kill the strong, bloodthirsty monster. Of course, the lady could have done this to the monster following her shadow, but the monster Cordelia sent to Barden was a high-level monster and could not be defeated by ordinary physical strength. The lady was completely incomprehensible at that moment. Why did Yvonne appear at exactly the right time? Because she couldn't hear anything from the outside due to the dark magic, and she had the impression that this insidious girl already knew what would happen soon. Cordelia did not actually plan to attack Barden, and she was simply going to follow him until she found out that he had inscribed his print on that tree. And everything that happened clearly did not look like a simple accident. Clearly something wasn't adding up here. And the girl decided to check if her sister had found out about her insidious plan. After everything that happened, the sinister monster was enclosed in a magic ball so as not to harm anyone else. The head of the family. Seeing this, he was sure that this monster belonged to the dark mage, and there was no doubt about it. This meant that dark forces had indeed appeared in the Argentro's family home. Barden recounted what happened. That last night, a sinister monster suddenly appeared in his room. Judging by the direction, either it climbed through the window or it was already waiting for the young man inside. But Yvonne was sure that the window was tightly closed. The young man suggested that perhaps the monster had already followed him when he went to war to make a report. It was very possible, but the father was sure that it was someone else's doing. Only a very dark mage can enter into a contract with such a monster, promising his life expectancy. And after concluding this contract, a connection with the monster appears, so the mage cannot travel very far. And this meant that there was now a dark mage in the capital, who for some reason decided to attack the family. This mage is still so bold that he dared to send his monster to the duchy, relying on the fact that he would not be found and would go unpunished. Dark mages were those who signed a contract with the most sinister hell demons. They summon monsters to cause war, and the strongest among them can enter into contracts with monsters and control them. Therefore, these mages are more dangerous, and the Empire strictly punishes those who are directly related to dark magic. They also control all information related to dark mages and the affairs they carry out. And now it was clear to everyone that a dark mage was walking freely in the capital of such a state, who at any second could harm anyone. Yvonne thought maybe what stuck to her shadow that time was also the work of a dark mage. And perhaps it is worth asking the Duke about this, because he is the owner of the magic tower. Now they had little information, so it was difficult to draw conclusions. The father asked if Barden had anyone in mind. The father had no idea why the dark mage sent the monster to them, but he promised to strengthen security. And the reason why Barden might become the target of the dark mage could be due to the fact that Yvonne became a dark archmage in the novel. To avoid this fate, Yvonne stopped doing everything possible to be a villainess, and she no longer had the desire to become a dark mage. But the girl wondered if this was not Yvonne's personal wish, and it was very possible that something strange would happen in the near future. The father asked how his daughter managed to kill such a large monster with thick scales, and even powerful magic or sword techniques did not affect it. Barden also wanted to know how the girl managed to do this, because for a long time he himself could not cope with the bloodthirsty monster. The young man had just picked up the bracelet that the lady had thrown at the monster, after which it died immediately. Barden showed a dented metal bracelet and said that Yvonne really hit the terrible monster with this very object. Father and son stared at the girl, because they couldn't believe that she had really won with this ridiculous weapon. The father couldn't believe it so much that he even asked again if his daughter really killed the dangerous monster with just some kind of bracelet. The girl said, to be more precise, that she threw the bracelet because there was nothing more suitable around. Her father asked why Yvonne didn't use magic, and the girl wondered if she would have to tell him that she could no longer use real magic. There was a real battle in Yvonne's head, and she didn't know at all if she could tell the truth. The lady felt that she had not yet gained enough trust to reveal her true nature to these people. Barden reported that the lady could not perform strong magic due to the position she was in. In that situation, the sister could not use magic. Otherwise, she would have hurt her brother, who was in the monster's clutches. The lady knew she had the opportunity to do this before the monster grabbed her brother. But Barden stated that his sister made the best decision in this situation. He realized that his sister couldn't use magic, so he tried to cover it up in front of his father. Yvonne also said that only thanks to her brother did she remain alive and unharmed. And this touched her, because lately he had been trying hard to please her. But perhaps he wanted to be on good terms with the real Yvonne. In the end, it turned out that the girl defeated the monster with physical strength alone. And in this, she is incredibly similar to her mother Camilla. Camilla was an excellent knight and also a very strong girl. While at the tournament, she caught a brown bear with her bare hands, after which her father and he immediately fell in love with her. The father remembered that his mother Camilla was an incredible woman, and he had never met anyone like her. The man cleared his throat and promised the children that he would try to figure out what was going on anyway. Barden loudly stated that there was one more point that was very important in the situation that had occurred. He decided to get straight to the point and said that the Duke of Yale was hovering around Yvonne and keeping up with her. The young man said that the Duke took such care of his sister that rumors about their dates even reached the Imperial Palace and the Academy. Since there were rumors about the Duke and his great courtesy, Barden was worried that he might deceive her and hurt her feelings. Yvonne decided to give her word and stated that it was not like that at all and that those around her had misunderstood it. The father said that if the Duke flirts with Yvonne again, she should immediately tell him that she definitely needs to talk to him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door, asking forgiveness for interrupting such an important conversation. A maid entered the office and said that an honored guest had just arrived to see Madame Yvonne. Barden immediately tensed up, because no one from secular society had come to see his sister before. This had never happened before, so her father and brother were very surprised by this news. No one in the family had any idea who could have visited the young lady, and in fact, this guest was very unusual. Lady Yvonne approached her guest and for the first time saw this charming person in front of her. The lady was as sweet as the spring sun, that just looking at her made Yvonne feel incredibly calm. It even seemed to her that this sweet lady could calm any monster, and she was the main protagonist herself, Cordelia, and he never planned to meet this lady, but since it happened, she had a feeling that she was some kind of famous star. According to the plot, there was no such scene, and Yvonne was not entirely clear why Cordelia decided to visit the stranger. After a short silence, the lady thanked Yvonne for respectfully agreeing to receive her. Despite the sudden visit, and to be honest, she was sure that the young lady would refuse the meeting. Cordelia did not know what emotions she evoked in Yvonne, but she supposed that it was probably not very pleasant for a girl to talk to her. Yvonne did not dislike anyone, and decided that she needed to be more compliant so that the lady would stop being so cautious. For some reason, tears appeared in Cordelia's eyes, and she asked if Yvonne thought she could win the prince's heart. At such a question, the lady's eyes opened to incredible sizes, and she even paused to take a sip of tea. The purpose of Cordelia's visit consists of 3 points. The first was to check what Miss Yvonne knows about her. The second was to get rid of the Barden bracelet. And the third point was to make sure that the lady could never interfere in her plans again. The girl also asked if Yvonne had recently been on a date with the Duke of Jails himself. Cordelia said that, when she found out about this, she thought the girl was subtly trying to forget the prince, and finally admitted her relationship. Yvonne said that the lady was absolutely right, and that she no longer felt any emotion for the young prince. But the girl was sure that she was deliberately attracting Adrian's attention. She said that the lady was on a date in Nasil, which is located near the Imperial Palace, and deliberately started all these rumors about her date. Cordelia was sure that high society used this method, and Yvonne was clearly playing for the public, choosing an influential rich partner for this to attract the attention of men. The lady confidently expressed the opinion that Yvonne was deliberately using the Duke, so that the prince would become interested in her again. The naive princess burns with jealousy and comes to her rival, and this was the perfect excuse. The father was immediately informed that Cordelia had come to them, and the head of the family no longer wanted to watch everything that was happening. Therefore, the man remained near the door of the room, while his son Barden held his father back from the arising emotions. The father ordered his son to let him go, and told him that he could no longer stand on the sidelines. But the young man was sure that if his father got angry now with the princess, it could only harm his family. The head of the family could not afford to calmly watch this conversation, because the third prince had not yet sent a response. Barden said he completely forgot to tell him that the third prince was not feeling well, so he declined the meeting. After the third prince, named Felix, received the letters, he immediately threw them into the fire because the news came from the most famous dukes and influential ones in the empire. The young man didn't even bother to read what was written in the messages because he had more important things to do. That's why he said he couldn't meet, because he decided to spend time with his mother. His mother was in an unusual state, and the young man understood that he must protect his family and their peace of mind. Peace of mind. 8 years ago, Empress Giselle lost her 2 beloved children. Therefore, she adopted the concubine's son, the 4th Prince Adrian, and proclaimed him her crown prince. The 3rd Prince Felix, son of concubine Evelyn, was an intelligent man and capable, but for some reason, the Empress decided to make a 4-year-old boy the heir. And that part of the aristocracy that supported the 3rd prince began to express their dissatisfaction. Many were sure that it was better to convince the emperor and change this decision. One day, after a meeting of ministers with the emperor, a child approached him who, in his opinion, seemed very weak. The child reported that he was completely fine, but the emperor saw nothing terrible if he sometimes behaved like a child, and was a little capricious, because the child immediately realized that something had happened to him. So Adrian did not take the medicine, which they asked him not to tell anyone or give to anyone, but that he should only take it himself. Although the child was young, he understood what kind of potion it was, so he couldn't stop thinking about it for several days. But he had no other choice, and the child was worried that if he left, his mother could finally live a quiet life. Young Adrian did not understand why he was treated like this, but he was sure that everyone would be better off without him. That day, little Adrian decided to drink the medicine, and it seemed to him that the vial contained plain water. It was at that moment when he decided to take the medicine that the courtiers began to talk loudly in the hall that something terrible had happened. That day, Mother Adriana drank the medicine from the vial, but fortunately she was saved. But the poison greatly affected her mood. A very kind lady with a difficult mental state told the third prince this afternoon about his favorite flowers. Felix sat next to a lady who smiled mysteriously and told him about some magic flowers. She smiled and said she would definitely plant those flowers for Felix, and the young man thanked his caring mother in return. Felix got this life thanks to his mother's sacrifice, and to protect her, he should no longer draw her attention. This afternoon, in the magic tower, the head of the family thought that the third prince's response about his health was clearly a ridiculous excuse, and it seems this young man is simply afraid to draw the empress's attention once again, and truly believes that he will be able to protect himself and his world this way. Ivan's father was outraged because the young man was behaving too irresponsibly, and lost in his thoughts, the man didn't even notice that he had bumped into someone. This man turned out to be Rodney, and the young man said he hadn't seen the owner of the tower in a long time. The dark-haired young man looked quite majestic and respectable and stated his name, Rodney Gills. Actually, the man did not immediately recognize the Duke, who had become incredibly handsome like his father, and the last time they saw each other was in a distant childhood. The young man said he had come to find out if there was a master for a novice like him, but he was sure that Rodney was already an excellent sword master. After his arrival in the capital, he saw many magical items that make life easier for him, so the magic greatly impressed the young man. Ivan's father was surprised that such a wise and deep-thinking young man could be found in a family that believed sacredly in the power of the sword. He said that a man once helped his late father, so he always treated him with great respect and gratitude, and also called the man an incredible person who raised such a beautiful daughter. Since Ivan was especially a girl, Rodney could not understand the man who could hurt her. The girl's father also wanted to say a lot about the narcissistic prince, and the Duke only confirmed his opinion. He is revered as a war hero, that's why he acts so arrogantly. But in reality, this young man has many problems. Mr. Argetros immediately felt better after they quickly found common ground with the Duke. Ivan was still sitting in the living room with Cordelia and felt that something was clearly wrong. Cordelia asked the girl to be honest, and if it was about Ivan herself. She should have gotten angry and lost her temper. The lady was curious. The girl arrived at such an early hour and probably had some serious business. But judging by that strange way of speaking, Cordelia got the feeling that she was being interrogated. Cordelia insisted that the lady still did not understand the full essence of the situation, because she was the same villainess who was ready to do anything to trap the prince. The girl said that there are already rumors in high society that Ivan is using the Duke for her own selfish purposes. She asked to directly answer whether the girl is not one of those who likes a stained reputation. In false gossip, Cordelia wanted to add more fuel to the fire to anger Ivan and make her lose her temper to destroy herself. But Ivan always did this. She could easily destroy what bothered her so that it would disappear and never appear in her life again. Cordelia was going to turn Ivan into a real criminal who twice tried to kill the crown prince's fiancé. And for the girl, there was the best ending, where Ivan ended up behind bars completely alone. Cordelia specifically came to Ivan to quickly start implementing her cruel plan. But it turned out that Ivan doesn't care at all that such rumors circulate about her, because she told the whole truth about her feelings. Ivan said that the most important thing is that the prince has such a sweet girlfriend and pays absolutely no attention to her. And if a girl has some problems, then it is better to talk about it personally with the prince and not involve strangers in their affairs. Still, Barden decided to intervene in the conversation, so he came in and sharply said that he was passing by and accidentally overheard the conversation. And if Cordelia continued to insult his sister, he warned her that he would not tolerate it anymore. Cordelia was indignant, since Barden had previously treated his sister as if she didn't exist, and now pretended to be a caring brother, but in this situation she couldn't do anything, and she needed to devise another plan to harm Ivan. The girl admitted that she was ashamed of her behavior. She simply couldn't control her emotions, and she allowed herself too much, although in reality it was just an excuse. Cordelia said that in fact there was still an important point, and she was very confused by the prince's gift. Ivan looked at the large box with a golden ribbon and wondered what could be inside. The lady talked about the gift the prince gave through the maid, but Barden did not understand what it had to do with this situation. Cordelia burst into tears and announced that this gift was not for her, and that they would understand everything themselves when they read the note inside. The lady was not going to justify her behavior, but she wanted Yvonne to know that the girl had no bad intentions towards her. The girl hurried away, and Barden was surprised how Yvonne tolerated this with her tough character. And Cordelia was leaving right now, safe and sound. Yvonne replied that it was all thanks to her brother, who couldn't find a place to stand outside the door, and his sister only feared that if she did something serious, her little brother would simply lose consciousness. These were not just words. Yvonne was actually glad that Barden was there, so she could say whatever she wanted, because she knew he would take action if something happened. Barden warned the girl not to dare open the box Cordelia had brought her. But Yvonne had a terrible curiosity about what could anger Cordelia so much that she personally came and brought the mysterious box. On a quiet street covered with autumn leaves, the carriage moved slowly, creating a gentle rhythm of wheels on the cobblestones, and its golden details shone luxuriously in the sun. Cordelia was traveling in the carriage in a luxurious white dress. The girl sighed and called Pambert. A magical entity appeared before her, a blue and purple light flickering near her, and told her that he had found a bracelet. Cordelia understood that if she destroyed it after her visit, they might suspect her. So she decided to observe first and then destroy it when the opportunity arose. The situation with the bracelet was quickly resolved, but now she had to deal with Miss Argentrose. And Cordelia had heard that she had changed a lot, but she thought it was all a trick. Previously, she overheard a conversation between two men that the lady had not left the house for several days, and she was reflecting on her behavior, showing extreme caution in her actions. Another young man said that this lady is a dangerous person who almost killed Cordelia, and nobody will believe in her innocence, so he ordered the butler not to let his guard down and continue to watch. Cordelia thought people probably don't change that fast, but the Yvonne she met today was somewhat different from that cruel villainess, and she wasn't even the least bit moved by the luxurious gift that His Majesty the Prince supposedly sent especially for her. Then the lady wondered if Yvonne was actually using the sun source. That raised the spirits of stupid aristocrats, and was usually added to bath water to make the skin more radiant. If used constantly, it could cause an unpleasant-looking skin disease. And Cordelia was the only one who knew how to treat this disease, and only she could leave them as her savior. When all the aristocracy begins to praise Cordelia for this unrequited salvation, she will be able to tame Lady Yvonne in the same way. The magical entity asked if the queen really had any issues with this girl, and didn't want to help her. Pambert said that before leaving the room, he saw something, and Yvonne also had dark magic coming from her. So Pambert wondered if Cordelia was trying to win Yvonne over to her side. Cordelia thought why she hadn't guessed this before, and if Yvonne was a dark mage. Now it is clear how she found out about the monster. It also turned out obvious why the girl heard the sounds despite the magic barrier. And Cordelia certainly did not expect Yvonne to be a dark mage. The girl thanked Pember for the valuable information and asked him to return to the estate and finish his work, but to be careful not to be noticed in the future. And it seems Cordelia has found a way out. But now all she has to do is accuse Yvonne of using dark magic. And the Imperial Palace will do the rest for her. It wouldn't be difficult for her to obtain evidence. So Cordelia was now sure that she would undoubtedly marry the prince, even if Cordelia has to personally eliminate the people who stand in her way. Rodney was sitting on his horse, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand, with his head held up proudly, and his figure, dressed in luxurious attire, blended perfectly with the harmony of nature. The young man was worried. He was invited to dinner, but if he had arrived too early, at that moment the butler approached him and greeted the gentleman. All the young man's thoughts were occupied solely with whether he would see Yvonne herself today. As soon as he thought of this, the figure of a girl with long blonde hair appeared in the window. Rodney was very happy to see Yvonne still standing on the balcony, but he noticed that the girl was acting quite strangely. The young man only had time to see some object flying out of Yvonne's hand, which was flying towards him right now. It turned out that the lady on the balcony threw the same earring that belongs to her maid, and it is a real bomb. Rodney's gaze was fixed on the flying earring that shone with a bright red light. A few seconds later, a loud explosion was heard in the palace courtyard. the roar of which could be heard even in the farthest corners of the city. 15 minutes earlier, Yvonne decided to read Adrian's letter that Cordelia had brought along with the gift. And now she perfectly understood why Cordelia was angry because the young man behaved that way. She took out a gift bottle that looked quite expensive and decided it was better to throw it away. At that moment, Carol approached her and told her that a message had just arrived from Faretro that they could start making cosmetics with rhodia grass. This was very good news, and now Yvonne had to decide what kind of products they would produce. Yvonne wondered if she had any ideas, but absolutely nothing came to the girl's mind. The letter stated that the given bottle was an expensive bath product currently popular among aristocratic women, and it was an excellent example of a product that would be in demand in the summer. Yvonne came up with the idea of creating bath products, and surely rumors about new cosmetics in secular society would spread very quickly. Carol thought it was an excellent idea and wondered if the girl had a sun source in her hands. The maid said that this is the product that makes the skin look like silk, and it has become so popular that it is no longer easy to buy it, not even for a lot of money. Yvonne first asked how much one bottle of this popular product costs. It turned out that one bottle, as far as Carol knew, was worth 10 million gold pieces. And now Adrian's gift, which Yvonne wanted to throw away, suddenly took on a completely different value. The lady carefully put the glass bottle back in its wrapping, because she had almost thrown away 10 million. But now Yvonne confidently decided that such a thing must be kept to sell later. Carol guessed that it was a gift from Giles, because it was impossible not to fall in love with a girl like Yvonne. And if he were a man, he would give her gifts every day. Therefore, Yvonne was sure that the maid had a bad habit of thinking that everyone loved her mistress. Suddenly, an item caught Yvonne's attention, and it was the very earring Carol had been talking about. Yvonne thought for a moment, and then pointed a finger at the jewelry hanging from the maid's ears. A strong pink glow emanated from the earring, which caught the young lady's attention. As soon as Yvonne saw the unpleasant glow of the earrings, she felt strong emotions swirling inside her, and the girl was overcome by a strong desire to rip off this earring. And this feeling was the same feeling of madness. Therefore, Yvonne had no choice but to rip off the earring at lightning speed and throw it off the balcony. In that brief moment, the girl acted in the expectation that no one was in the garden at that time. But at the very moment the earring was thrown from her hands, the young duke was standing under the balcony with a bouquet in his hands. And when she realized that Rodney was downstairs, the girl was very afraid that she had made the worst mistake of her life. She managed to catch Rodney's gaze, which was filled with misunderstanding and excitement. And in the next second there was a loud roar, which meant the job was done, and that nothing could be fixed. After the girl opened her eyes, she was very frightened that the duke was standing under the balcony at that moment. Yvonne immediately ran out onto the balcony, and to her surprise, she saw the young duke heroically holding a sword in his hands. The lady was incredibly happy that the duke was alive and felt great relief seeing him safe and sound, but now the girl had no idea at all what to tell him in her defense and whether Rodney would believe it was simply a mistake. Carol first asked the lady if everything was fine with her. Yvonne, hearing her voice, was glad that the maid was not injured or sustained any wounds. The girl asked Carol a favor because she needed to get out urgently, since the explosion probably reached the Duke of Yales himself, who was standing below. The maid began to worry that the explosion was caused by the earring, but Yvonne convinced her that she herself gave the bomb and threw it herself, so the maid shouldn't worry about that. Yvonne ran out of the room and immediately ran to the main door, thinking about what she should do now with the Duke. The only thought that haunted the lady was how it was possible to throw a bomb at the young gentleman, and why the earring exploded at that very moment. Near the entrance, many people had already gathered, who were also excited by the explosion that had occurred in the courtyard. The neighbors of the estate were surprised to see the lady, because before she had never been interested in family affairs. Yvonne thought that everything that was in the courtyard was destroyed after the explosion, but everything looked safe and sound. A gentleman approached the lady and told her that despite the noise of the bomb explosion, there seemed to be no damage. He said that the Duke of Esquet appeared just in time and absorbed the shockwave with the help of his aura. The gentleman was delighted with the magnificence of the sword master and promised to find the criminal. But Yvonne asked him to step away and not look for any criminal, promising him that she would deal with the matter herself. As the girl walked towards the Duke, on the way she thought about where to start the conversation. And probably she should apologize first. Rodney was very happy when he finally saw the girl he was originally heading for. Seeing the Duke, Yvonne realized that she still hadn't decided what to tell him and where to start the conversation. But the moment she approached the Duke, her heart began to beat wildly in her chest. She saw the Duke in front of her, who was incredibly handsome, and realized that she seemed to have lost her mind from his charm. The courtiers looked closely at the young gentleman and the lady and whispered that this couple was incredibly suitable for each other. The lady noticed that the young man was just as happy to see her and asked if he was injured. Rodney said he was completely fine. It just happened quite unexpectedly, as he was going to give the girl a bouquet. But while drawing his sword, the bouquet was very crumpled. Yvonne was glad that Rodney suffered no harm. She took his bouquet as a courtesy and decided to take the gesture as such. The girl smiled and asked if she could take the bouquet, because the Duke was probably going to give it to her. Yvonne took the bouquet and felt incredibly happy, because she just needed something to decorate the room. Rodney was surprised that the girl liked the crumpled bouquet, but just in case, he offered to buy a new one. To buy a new one, the lady asked why the young man had come to the Argantros' estate, and the young man said that the owner of the tower had invited him to dinner. The Duke arrived quite early, as he was busy with nearby matters, so he quickly got free. Yvonne wondered if her father had really invited him, but the Duke's overly early arrival could mean other intentions. And at that moment, the head of the guard approached them. The man said that an unknown bomb had exploded in front of the estate and asked the lady if she knew anything about it. Apart from the Duke of Gels, who happened to be on the spot, there are no other witnesses. But the Duke says he doesn't know anything and that no evidence was found either. Yvonne asked Rodney if he really said he didn't know anything, and the young Duke just smiled silently in response. Yvonne looked closely at the Duke, expecting him to say something more about this. The young man said that it seems the lady also has no idea who could have done this, and it turns out that both are unaware of who could have thrown the bomb. Rodney promised to tell the gentleman if he remembered anything, but in the meantime ordered others to be checked. After the gentleman left them, the young man asked if they could accompany him. The girl didn't understand why the Duke saved her and probably wants to make a deal with her, or he will start threatening her in the future. But for now, all this was not important, because Rodney did not blame her in front of others and gave her a beautiful bouquet of flowers. They entered Yvonne's private living room, and the lady said the downstairs room was too noisy, and that it would be better to negotiate in a quieter atmosphere. Rodney looked at the broken glass. It seemed the shockwave was too strong, so he asked if everything was all right with the girl. Yvonne said she was just a little scared. The young man thought, no matter how strong this girl was, it's unclear why neither her hair nor her clothes were damaged. The lady admitted she was also very happy that Mr. Rothstein was not injured, and thanked the young man for his help. The Duke did not betray her. Otherwise, the incident was just a mistake, and now Yvonne asked the young man to forgive her for what she had done. Yvonne admitted that the artifact had broken, so she spontaneously threw it outside, and the young man happened to be there. He asked if the lady knew that the artifact was about to explode. Why didn't Yvonne use protective magic in that case? Rodney turned out to be much smarter, so Yvonne now had to invent a story that the Duke would believe. The lady was very afraid of what to answer, because the Duke could arrest her at any moment. He looked at the lady closely and asked if it was possible she had thrown a bomb at him deliberately. And now the Duke believed it had been intentional, and if Yvonne spoke of her illness, maybe she could convince him. But the problem was that rumors might spread about this. Then everyone who opposed Yvonne would try to harm her. And the main question was whether the main character would be able to independently resist everyone she had already crossed paths with. But if the girl responds with nothing, she will become a criminal who tried to cause harm with magic again. Then neither her father, nor Barden, nor others will trust her anymore. Therefore, Yvonne only had one option, to tell the Duke the whole truth. But suddenly, Rodney said that all his conjectures were probably true, and that he was probably right. The young man looked closely at the lady and asked if she was really trying to test him. When the Duke realized that he was not only interested in Yvonne, he wanted to become the most important fish in her aquarium. However, he spent almost his entire life in the duchy and really knew nothing about this girl. After which the young man had the desire to fill these gaps in their relationship, so he began to look for any information about Lady Argentros. And the more the young man got to know her, The more behind such eccentric behavior, he saw an attempt to express her sympathy towards one person. And this person was Prince Adrian. Rodney could not understand what this man had that could make Yvonne desire his love so much. And if the lady gives him a chance, he will be able to prove that he is worthy of her attention, and that he can better meet her expectations. And Prince Adrian is not suitable for such an intelligent girl as Yvonne Argentros. After the Duke learned more information about the lady's past life, he understood that from now on he and Adrian would have a special relationship. When Rodney saw the light of the bomb exploding, he felt confusion and at the same time great joy. But under no circumstances could he allow the explosion of a bomb to destroy everything that belonged to him. And perhaps this is the opportunity Yvonne gives him to prove himself. The prince, like the Duke, is a sword master, so he knew very well that he could not escape comparison. So he asked the girl not to worry, because whatever the reason, he would not blame her in any way. Yvonne suggested that the young man seemed to have misunderstood everything, and maybe they should sit down and talk about what happened. The Duke probably thought that the lady was testing him on purpose, but now he acts with complete calmness. Rodney looked away and suggested that maybe he was mistaken and thought that the girl wanted to test his skills in this way. And the situation at that moment was simply similar, so all his conjectures coincided. Saying that the situation was similar made Yvonne wonder what the Duke was saying and what he meant. Yvonne immediately understood what was happening, but then a very interesting thought popped into her head. And Rodney probably refers to the explosion in Neswale, when the girl threw a bomb at Cordelia. But then the prince protected her from the shockwave. Many different thoughts were spinning in Yvonne's head at this moment. But the most important thing was that she was afraid the Duke would find out everything. And the young man probably realized a long time ago that the girl knows who he really is. It is very possible, the Duke thinks, that the lady deliberately created a similar situation and would like to check whether he was secretly sent by the prince or not. But still, his calm attitude suggests that Yvonne cannot escape responsibility, and she cannot hide from him, whatever she does. Therefore, the girl will now have to choose, talk about the loss of magical memory, and give up her own safety, or continue to be a dangerous person to him. Yvonne asked him to forgive her, and admitted that she was really testing the Duke, who turned out to be a very noble man, so she asked him not to tell her the whole truth later about what she did. And she was sure that if the young man said nothing, no one would find out about her illness. Rodney slowly put down his glass on the table and said he couldn't understand why the lady suddenly talked about the prince. Above all, the heroine was worried that the young man did not like this conversation. And now he had that face, as if the lady had absolutely no limits. The girl began to apologize, but the Duke decided to clarify the situation that happened today. He sat closer to Yvonne and promised not to tell anyone, not just the prince, but anyone else. The young man suddenly held out his hand to the girl, and she was very surprised to see what was in his palm. He carefully handed her that very earring and asked her not to worry so much about what happened today. The young man smiled and said he didn't want to see the girl in such a sad state. Yvonne picked up the earring she had thrown out the window and realized that the young man was prepared for it, even at the expense of his duties. Rodney was sure that this concerned only the two of them, and there was absolutely no need for other people to know. The girl thanked the Duke, and it was good that he was so kind. Maybe even he sincerely believes that Yvonne can change. The young man suddenly said that in this case, he would deal with the head of the guard himself, so as not to cause problems for the girl. And he reported the need to quickly conclude the investigation of an important matter. The Duke held a small bottle in his hands. It was a communication artifact he used in the duchy. The young man squeezed it in his fist and said, "Now they will pretend that the artifact exploded for some unknown reason." To Yvonne, the Duke was Rodnan, but to the head of the guard, he was a respectable Duke. And naturally, he should believe him. The girl admitted that in this case, she would feel guilty before the master. The young man was sure that the lady should not think that, but offered her an option if she was so bothered. Rodney looked the girl in the eyes and offered to fulfill one of her personal requests. Shortly after the incident, Barden arrived at the scene and asked the knight to explain what happened there. Sir Coven said that he had just completed an important investigation into the explosion of a bomb on the estate. The head of the guard repeated Rodney's words. The explosion was due to a problem with the Duke of Jelsa's artifact, and the investigation will be completed in the duchy. There was a malfunction with Duke Gel's communication artifact, which caused such a large explosion on the estate. Barden was glad it wasn't an attack and asked if the Duke himself was all right. The head of the guard said that the Duke used his aura and softened the explosion without receiving a single scratch. And now he went for a walk in the garden with his lady. Barden instantly got angry because the Duke and Yvonne were alone in the garden at that moment. The young man hurried to say that he knew it, and because only his father invited the hated Duke. So the disobedient Yvonne did not take his words seriously. At that moment, Rodnan and Yvonne were having a pleasant time together, and the Duke simply said that he had informed the head of the guard that they should stop searching. Yvonne thanked the Duke and promised that she was willing to fulfill any of his requests. The girl smiled and said, "But if Rodney asks for 20 billion, it is unlikely that she will be able to fulfill that request." The Duke replied that he would definitely never ask for this, because in this case, Yvonne might run away given her bad temper. And he only has one request, that the girl call him by his name Rod. The Duke said that this was his affectionate name, and he would like Yvonne to bring him a little closer. And that would be enough for him. The lady happily agreed. But now it was even more confusing to her what goals the Duke was pursuing by insisting that they grow closer. Immediately after the lady agreed, she called the Duke by the name Rod, and his face changed in an instant. Yvonne shyly apologized. Maybe it sounded too sudden, but she thought she should start immediately. But at that moment, they heard a strange footstep and saw Barden running ahead. He immediately ran to the Duke and his sister, saying that he had hurried as soon as he heard the news of the explosion. Barden said he wanted to tell his sister something, and that they urgently needed to talk in private. The Duke would also like to talk to Barden, and in the future they must also meet in person. Barden replied, he made it clear last time when he asked the Duke not to approach his sister with frivolous feelings. Rodney replied that he completely understood Barden's feelings, but asked the young man to remain calm, since he was not going to hurt his sister's feelings, and he was very aware that Barden simply feared that Yvonne would suffer from lovesickness again. Following his words, the Duke asked if he could now tell the young man what he wanted. He said, they say, that Barden is quite an erudite person in magic theory and also has excellent teaching skills. And after hearing such criticism of the young man, the Duke realized that he had found the right person. But in reality, he was simply willing to do anything in order to calmly meet Yvonne. After this, the lady was haunted for a long time by the topic these two young men were discussing. The girl assumed they had suddenly become friends, but this was unlikely. That evening, the Argendros family and the Duke of Gels had dinner at the estate, and Rodney never tired of praising the Duke and his family. Yvonne closely followed the communication between the Duke and his family, but only heard them taking turns praising each other. The maids were also in front of the door, and since the death of the Duchess, the Argendros family dined together in such a pleasant atmosphere for the first time. Yvonne heard one of the maids call the Duke her boyfriend, but wondered if he had been one. He would probably have paid her more attention, and now the Duke communicates only with his father and brother, and Yvonne does not participate in their conversation in any way. While the young men discussed the important affairs of the empire, the young lady decided to get up and go out for a while to let them talk. When the luxurious lady rose from her chair, Rodney immediately noticed how beautiful the girl looked, and he couldn't resist congratulating her. Yvonne thought about it. He himself asked to call him affectionately recently, but now he is so cold, and after this conversation didn't say a word to me. After the young men drank a glass of wine, their conversation became more cheerful and lively. After a while, Yvonne could no longer watch these two drunkards who were completely disrespectful. While her father patted the Duke on the shoulder, Yvonne got up from her seat and asked for forgiveness, but she could no longer stand what was happening and decided that she needed to take a walk and get some fresh air in the garden. Yvonne understood that there was no point in returning to dinner because it was simply boring, so it was best for her to stay here. A warm, light breeze blew over the girl, and she sat down on a bench to be alone with herself. But at that moment, she was not alone in the courtyard. Yvonne turned around and asked loudly who was there, because she was sure she had heard someone's footsteps. She saw a young girl in front of her who was very excited and turned to her mistress. The lady recognized this girl. Sometimes she went with Carol and asked what happened to her. The maid introduced herself. Her name is Udella Rognil, and admitted that she had come to her mistress with a request. The servants had never addressed Yvonne in person before, and this girl was trembling with fear. and it seemed that she was very afraid of her mistress. Her request was truly unusual, as the maid asked the lady to sell her a sun source. She said that her sister had been suffering from a skin disease for a long time, and she had heard how the sun source could cure any skin disease. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get this remedy. The maid admitted that she recently learned that the lady had been given a sun source, so she thought this was her chance. Udella, with tears in her eyes, asked the lady to sell her the wonderful elixir if she wasn't going to use it. Yvonne was very surprised to learn that this remedy also has a strong healing effect. The maid asked for forgiveness for daring to make such a request to her mistress, and feared that she had crossed all boundaries in communication. Yvonne listened carefully to the maid, but said she was not going to sell the sun source. However, the lady was interested in her story, so she asked to bring her sister with a skin disease. Yvonne did not believe that similar medicines existed, so her business with the rhodia herb might quickly fail. But if the sun source can cure various skin diseases, why is this not mentioned in the book? Yvonne asked Udella if her family was truly aristocratic. 10 years ago, Viscount Rignilla's daughter took lessons to become the heiress, but the right to inherit the title passed to her cousin, and the Viscount's daughters ended up on the street. Udella said that the story about her family is indeed true, and now the three of them live outside the city with their mother. Yvonne asked if her sister received lessons from the family heiress. She must be very smart, and there is one thing she could help her with. Of course, not for free. And if the maid sister agreed to her conditions, Yvonne promised to give her the sun source. But she admitted that, at best, she needed to discuss the details in person, so she would like to meet the maid sister. Udella was very happy that the lady was helping her and promised to bring her sister to the estate tomorrow. After an unexpected and sincere conversation, the maid went to tell her sister the good news. And Yvonne thought that if this plot wasn't in the book, now she would have to find everything out herself. Dinner was in full swing, and the head of the family was about to regain sobriety to continue the conversation between the young people. The butler came to the Duke's aid, who took the man by the arms and told him he should go to the bedroom and take a break from drinking. Barden turned to the Duke and promised to think about what Rodnine had told him that afternoon. The delighted Duke patted Barden on the shoulder and asked if the young man really agreed to become his magic teacher. The young man agreed, but he had one condition. The Duke must not do anything that could hurt his sister Yvonne. Rodney asked if the young man really thought he was such a rude person, but in reality, the young man did not mean that, and he was sure that the Duke was a noble knight, punctual and exemplary. But that was not the problem, and the young man asked why Yvonne liked this vile prince so much. The young man said that there weren't even decisive factors. As far as he knew, they didn't really talk. Only that when the prince and his sister collided, he apologized and seemed like such a clear person. And pure. There may be other reasons that Barden does not know, but he is sure that Yvonne can fall in love easily. Barden advised Rodney not to give the girl hope, so that he himself would suffer from unrequited love later. The young man said that the gift the Duke gave the girl did not interest him at all, but Barden admitted that he heard his sister say that she wanted to grind this gift into dust and drink it. The Duke felt strange hearing the young man's words and to come to his senses. He asked the butler to serve him another glass of red wine. Rodney didn't know what he could say about Yvonne, so he changed the subject and talked about what kind of aromatic wine they served on the estate. After a long dinner, the young people finally parted, and the Duke leaned against a column in the courtyard of the Argentro's estate. Rodney's head was filled with thoughts that Yvonne probably didn't like the gift bracelet her brother was talking about. It is very possible that she specifically said those words so that the Duke would be sure that Yvonne felt no sympathy for him. And now, the young man didn't understand whether Barden was telling the truth or if his words were just a vile trick. The young man wanted to know what was in the girl's soul, and perhaps she called him by his name by force because he asked for it. If you remember, Yvonne always behaved very cautiously in front of the Duke. Her gestures and facial expressions were cautious, and it was really possible that the Duke had simply been a burden to her all this time. Gels thought it was enough that he was one of the fish in her aquarium, but now everything turned out to be completely different. After the Duke arrived at his estate, he informed Antu that he wanted to study a new business. Rodney confidently stated that from that moment on he decided to devote himself to a deep study of magic. Ant asked if the Duke knew that using magic went against the clan rules. The young man said that he was now a duke and head of a clan, and that such things can change depending on the era people live in. Ant could not understand why the young man suddenly decided to devote himself to magic, and he was very interested in this question. This morning, the Duke and Ant were training as usual to hone their skills in battle. The Duke had been training for many years, and his skills and prowess had reached incredible heights. Ant was also a talented opponent, but in fights with the Duke he was often defeated. The young man admitted that now he can only control the aura, but if he has another option, the difference will be huge. Ant was surprised. The young Duke had never been interested in beautiful young women, but now that he had suddenly changed, doubts began to torment him. Miss Argentrose is an exceptional mage, and it is possible that she cast a bewitching spell on the young man. But the Duke wondered if his helper really thought he couldn't distinguish magic from real feelings. Ant said that there are already rumors in secular society that Yvonne is using the Duke to attract the prince's attention. Therefore, he suggested that Rodnan try to question all her behavior to understand what this girl really wants. That night, Yvonne wanted to sort out her thoughts a little, but she didn't even realize that too much time had passed. She wondered if the young men had finished dinner and if the Duke had left. But the girl tried with all her might to pull herself together and not think about him now, and first decided to return to the room. As Yvonne walked through the dark courtyard, lost in thought, she saw the figure of a man sitting near a column. The lady was very frightened when she turned around and saw that the young man was really sitting in the dark. Rodney slowly raised his head. Sadness and grief were visible in his eyes, and the young man called the girl by name. The young man really scared the lady, and she already thought he was a scent assassin, or a real monster. But instead of a sinister criminal, Yvonne saw a sad Duke in front of her, sitting on the cold concrete floor. Yvonne looked at the young man and noticed that even in that state, he looked incredibly cute. The Duke tried to get up and said that he had behaved indecently in front of the girl, but that he urgently needed to sit alone and think about what was going on. Yvonne noticed that while the young man tried to say something, his face turned red and his cheeks shone with a bright blush. The heroine looked at the young man with innocent eyes and couldn't help but admire his beautiful features. One question still bothered the Duke very much, so he asked if the young lady liked his gift. He repeated Barden's words that the girl wanted to grind the gift to dust and drink it, which incredibly surprised Yvonne. She was sure that this was her brother's trick and told the Duke that it was a misunderstanding and that she did not say those words. The girl sincerely admitted that she really liked the gift, but circumstances greatly influence her mood. This time, the lady needed to distract the young Duke so he would stop being sad. In sad, Yvonne was preparing at that moment to give a speech that would touch the Duke to the depths of his soul. Rodney treated her without any prejudice and helped her every time the girl needed him. And now, thanks to her, the young Duke has such a sad face. So the lady decided that she no longer wanted to deceive him. Yvonne was determined to tell the Duke the whole truth, but suddenly, the young man asked her to be quiet. Suddenly, Rodnan became very cautious and began to look around carefully. The young man said that someone was watching them, and Yvonne instantly became cautious after his words. She looked at Barden's room and wondered if her brother had decided to spy on them. But the Duke said he had some kind of unpleasant feeling, and that in any case, he needed to check everything. The Duke promised it wouldn't take long, but the girl really didn't want to create awkward situations because of her stupid brother. Rodnan stepped forward confidently, and Yvonne took his hand and asked him to wait. She called him by the affectionate name Rod, which he talked about, and at that moment the Duke seemed to melt upon hearing her words. The lady asked the young man to come to his senses and calm down while she called the guards, who would quickly check everything. The girl was still in front of the Duke and continued to look at him carefully. The young man did not resist and quickly accepted her conditions because he could not resist her charm. The drunk Rodnan was quite stubborn, but the girl still found him quite kind and still she listened to his words. At that moment, the heroine realized that she was still holding the Duke's hand, but a significant amount of time had already passed since that moment. The Duke also noticed that the girl was still holding his wrist with her soft hand. Yvonne, noticing this, quickly lowered the young master's hand and apologized for probably having been rude. It was only a moment, but Yvonne thus took advantage over the Duke, and in that second she realized how strong and brave this girl was. The lady feared the Duke would get angry, but the young man said there was no reason to get angry, and that the girl could grab him again at any moment. The young man recalled that a few minutes ago the girl seemed about to tell him something. Yvonne exhaled and said this was a secret, and under no circumstances should you tell anyone. Rodney moved very close to the girl and whispered that it wasn't worth sharing the deepest secrets right here, or that it was not necessary to tell them at all. Yvonne didn't know what to answer and probably should offer to go somewhere else and have a cup of tea, or ask the young man if he would like to admire the moon. It was already quite late, so the heroine didn't even understand how she invited the Duke to stay and spend the night at the Argentro's estate. At that moment, Pambert, who was Cordelia's magical creature, appeared in the lady's room. The magical entity carefully watched the lady and the Duke standing in the courtyard, and was sure that no one could see him. At that moment, when Pambert stared at the Duke, he felt a heavy gaze upon him, and it turned out that the young man had very developed feelings. The Duke could become the person who could cause problems for Pambert along the way. Therefore, he was sure that if another such Duke appeared, he would have trouble, and this needed to be established urgently. Pember was going to wait another 2 or 3 days to carry out his plan, but Cordelia was already gone, and decided that he needed to destroy the bracelet right now. The sinister entity laughed and saw the bracelet, which he was about to turn to dust at that moment, while Pamber tried to use magic spells to destroy the Duke's gift. Someone entered the room. It was the butler who led the Argentro's brother by the arm after all the glasses of wine he had drunk. The servant asked if the master wanted to bathe, and Pamber quickly hid under the bed when he saw the young men enter. The butler seated Barden on the sofa and promised that he would order the servants to prepare everything for the bath. The young man muttered something and then asked the butler to take something away. He pointed to the bracelet that was in the box and asked to urgently send it for repair, and at the same time restore all materials. Pember heard that the bracelet was going to be repaired, so he decided to follow it and destroy it himself, but his plans were not destined to come true. Yvonne approached the butler and asked him to prepare the guest room, while Pambert wished this girl would leave quickly and stop bothering him. The magical entity was not happy that this girl was constantly getting in his way, and it was worth dealing with her as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he felt someone staring at him and saw the Duke looking in his direction. Yvonne stood next to the Duke and said that the guest room would be ready soon. The Duke paid no attention to her feelings, so Pambert was sure that the young man had not noticed him, and now he could follow them. After a while, Yvonne brought a tray with cold water in her hands to bring the drunken Duke to his senses. Rodney slowly lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, finally feeling in complete calm. Ivan behaved very calmly, looked at the Duke, and thought that he must have fallen asleep. The lady had only gone out to get water for a few minutes, and it seemed the young man was exhausted and simply very tired. Ivan could not take her eyes off the sleeping Duke, his black eyelashes, and his high forehead. And noble. Therefore, the girl continued to eagerly look at the charming features of the young Duke's face and his incredibly seductive lips. Suddenly, the lady was overcome by a wild desire to get close to the Duke's lips and slowly leaned towards his face, listening to the calm and even breathing. The moment she was too close to his lips, the girl flinched and realized that she urgently needed to recover. She decided to give the young Duke time to rest, and she would still have a chance to tell him the whole truth. But suddenly, the Duke grabbed her hand and asked where the girl was going, because he hadn't told her what he wanted yet. The Duke's touch was incredibly gentle, and for a moment, Yvonne felt the warmth emanating from his hand. She replied that the young man simply seemed very tired, so first of all he should rest. The young man said he wasn't tired, and was just waiting for the lady to finally return to the room. The heroine didn't even want to think about the fact that the Duke hadn't slept this whole time, while she was very close to his lips. This thought made the girl uncomfortable, and she was ready to fall to the floor right there so as not to see the Duke's reaction. So, Yvonne said cheerfully that the Duke had just fallen asleep and must be very tired. She asked the young man not to get up, as this conversation would not take much time, and she would simply say quickly and leave. To begin with, the lady decided to clarify that what she said about the bracelet did not mean she disliked it. On the contrary, this bracelet contains just a large amount of the magic crystal that the girl needed so much. She could not tell the Duke the whole truth, but she said that she really needed this crystal, and that it was not so easy to obtain. And yet, her words that she would crush his gift to dust were rude on her part. So Yvonne apologized to the Duke. The young man was sure that the lady had no need to apologize, and now that he knew her true intentions, he felt incredibly happy. And if the girl needed this crystal, he could happily give her another one. Yvonne thanked him for his kind words, but promised to try to get the crystal she needed herself. The heroine was very happy that she and Rodnine had resolved this misunderstanding, and said that now the Duke needed to rest. After the girl left, the young man held his head and clearly felt overwhelmed by strong feelings. And it seemed that he was ready to believe that he had really fallen under the influence of a spell. The next morning was unusually sunny, and Carol asked how her mistress slept. The first thing Yvonne noticed was that the maid was missing earrings, which meant that not everything was a dream. The lady was very happy to see that the maid was in a very good mood and completely forgot about the earrings. And the explosion. Yvonne got out of bed and thought about the many things that had happened yesterday. And at some point, the girl even thought that everything was just a long dream. She asked what was wrong with the Duke, because yesterday he spent the night at the estate. It turned out that Rodnine left early in the morning, and something urgent must have happened to him, since he got ready and left the estate very quickly. Yvonne suddenly felt that she missed him very much, but she tried to push unpleasant thoughts away from herself, because first she needed to find out why the artifact suddenly exploded at a time when it shouldn't have. The main character decided to turn to books to get the necessary information about the pendant-shaped bomb artifact. Yvonne was always meticulous and responsible, and in the end, her life turned out terribly. But she managed to leave diagrams and notes. Suddenly, Yvonne felt unwell, and then clearly a kind of déjà vu visited her. But the girl soon realized that it was fear of death. In this life, the heroine promised Yvonne that she would not allow circumstances to destroy her, and that the girl would not die. Carol reported that Udell and his sister Liana Rocknell, who suffered from a strange skin disease, had arrived. Yvonne saw two girls from the balcony, one of whom was wearing a black hooded robe. As Udella and her sister walked through the estate, those around them only had one question. Why was this strange girl so heavily dressed on such a hot day that her face was not even visible under her clothes? Those around them realized that the strange one was the sister of the maid Udella, who for some reason came to the Argentro's estate. The courtiers whispered, "This is the same girl who suffers from a skin disease, and probably that's why her body is completely covered in clothes, because they say this lady has strong scars." No one understood why she came here, because her appearance was very strange. They were greeted in the hallway by Barden, who said that no one had told him that there would be guests today, and he asked the girls to introduce themselves. The maid greeted the master and introduced her sister, Liana Rocknell, who came here at the invitation of Madame Yvonne. The young man asked why her face was covered, implying that it could be dangerous. Liana approached him and told him that it was a great honor for her to meet Mr. Argentros. The girl wore a white mask on her face, which she wears especially due to her skin disease. The girl admitted that others might feel uncomfortable seeing the appearance of her face, so she put on a mask and asked for forgiveness for her rudeness. When the courtiers heard Liana's words, many of them openly feared that this disease might be contagious. Udella did not tolerate the ridicule of others, and loudly declared that this disease was not contagious at all, and that her sister would soon be completely healthy. Barden felt embarrassed for asking about the mask. Therefore, the young man admitted that the estate had simply been restless lately, and that was why he asked. Udella noticed that the gentleman was not in a good mood today, and usually does not behave like this at all. Liana put the mask back on her face, and her sister asked her to hurry so as not to keep her mistress waiting. Liana's life was nothing like that of an ordinary person, as anyone could point a finger at her and consider her ugly. Even her family could not accept the fact that she could actually become an heiress, because in their opinion, the girl looked very disgusting. For the same reason, Liana could not get a job anywhere, and they told her directly that appearance is a prerequisite, and that visitors feel uncomfortable seeing what the girl looks like at all. And wherever she went, not even the aristocratic surname Rognall helped the girl get a job because of her appearance. That is why the lady for a long time never managed to get a job. Every time she received rejections because she does not look like others. Her sister Udella loved Liana very much and worried that the girl would not be able to find her place in life. She liked living with her mother and sister, but always felt guilty towards Liana. And Liana felt disgusted by being completely unable to do anything about the cruel attitude of those around her. But now, for the first time in her life, Liana had a chance, which remained her last hope for a normal life. As Liana stood at the door of the estate, she didn't even notice that her sister had been calling her for a long time. but she did not respond. They entered the room, where Yvonne was already waiting for Liana to arrive, asking her not to stay in the hallway. "And come in." The girl was very nervous before meeting the venerable lady, so her voice sounded embarrassed. She warned Yvonne that it might be unpleasant for Yvonne to see her face, but that she would take off the mask, as it would be disrespectful to greet the lady without showing her face. Yvonne did not hide her surprise, but she did not feel the slightest disgust towards the girl. The lady simply sighed and admitted that everything was actually more serious than she thought, and that it was useless. Liana became very annoyed hearing these words, and Udella even thought there was no way to help her sister. But Yvonne only wanted to ask the lady to stay without a mask and take off that cloak, which was probably too hot, and she asked her sister to call the doctor, as there was no need to waste time, but immediately moved to the main issue to quickly help Liana. Yvonne presented the contract to the girl and asked for permission to use her skin disease. Liana took the contract in her hands to carefully study all its points and, according to what was written in it, the lady was going to test the effect of the sun's source on the girl, and, during the procedures, the lady would be observed by a doctor until she was completely cured. Udella said that she brought a doctor who told her that the young Master Barden had a severe hangover. Ivan was very surprised how the young man only drank 2 glasses of wine yesterday, and he couldn't feel that bad. Liana was tormented by one question, so she told the mistress that her proposal had no benefit for the girl, since her family was deprived of the title and they were ruined, but she could not understand one thing. Why was the mistress so generous with her? And her sister, the lady Liana knew before, would not help without a reason. But this girl is ready not only to give away the sun's source, but also wants to hire Liana, as if she had a completely different reason, which is what she does by not telling anyone. Yvonne confidently stated that this is not a matter of generosity at all, and that the girl is mistaken and in fact only wants to use her. The lady admitted that lately she had a lot of things to do and really needed a secretary, and she did not see a more suitable candidate because the lady was preparing to be the heiress of a viscount. And most importantly, Yvonne needed a person on whom she could test the sun source that was being studied. Liana listened carefully to her mistress and understood that she needed a secretary capable of negotiating. But Miss Argentrose had an incredibly wide choice besides her. Liana admitted that being the lady's secret was a great honor for her, but she could not refuse such luck. And hearing this, Lady Argentrose felt incredibly happy, considering she has a rather bad reputation. After Liana signed the contract, the lady asked the doctor to examine the girl and the state of her skin. Liana excitedly took off her clothes. The doctor carefully examined her and said that everything was very serious. And in general, it was surprising how the lady could stand, because she was actually in a lot of pain. After examining the doctor, he didn't even know how to name the disease, but suggested that it might be some kind of severe allergy for an unknown reason. Liana admitted that she tried all treatment methods, and all the money she was given when she and her sister left the estate, she spent on medicines, but it was all in vain. And she recently heard that the sun source can cure various skin diseases, so she really hoped that this remedy could help her. The doctor admitted that lately there have been many rumors, and that the sun source is not recognized as a medicine. But if Liana agrees, then we can try it. The lady was prescribed a treatment in which she would take painkillers and wash her skin. And if the sun source did not help, it would be necessary to examine its basis and use some other treatment method. Liana thanked the lady, but Yvonne was sure there was nothing to thank her for yet, because this was only the beginning. Yvonne gave Liana and her sister the sun source, and that same day Udella prepared a bath with a famous remedy for her sister. Liana soaked in a warm bath, while her sister gently treated her skin with a cloth soaked in a sun source. Liana said that for some reason, the smell of this product seemed very familiar to her, and she asked if this really was the sun source. Udella was sure that the product could not be fake, and she heard from a relative's friend. The maid inhaled the aroma coming from the towel, and said that the smell was indeed similar to the smell of the vitamins my sister takes. Yvonne approached the water into which the product was poured, and clearly smelled some kind of scent. But the more she inhaled this aroma, the stronger it became. The lady asked Liana what vitamins she took and who prescribed them. The maid said that the vitamins were given to her by a person who has been helping them for a long time, and that they relieve itching in the skin. Since Ileana was packing in a hurry, she did not take any vitamins with her. but she assured that the smell was definitely similar. Yvonne left the bathroom and asked Carol to go out with her for a moment. She asked the maid if she knew the friend who gave them the vitamins, and as the maid remembered, he was from the Cardin family. The Rognall family had served these people for a long time, and Yvonne had clearly heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly, she still remembered a luxurious girl with bright red hair named Giselle Cardin Verbend. And this family was one of those who were direct relatives of the venerable empress, guardian of the empire, distinguished diplomat, and savior of the common people, all about a man who was an example of nobility. There is only one person in the Verbend Empire who completely fits this description, and this person was Empress Giselle Cardin Verbend herself, and she was a luxurious girl with curly hair and fiery golden eyes. She soon replaced the emperor, who was bedridden and had enormous influence over internal affairs and external affairs of the country. She combined outstanding political skills and incredible ingenuity that she could even be called the best leader of the empire. After the death of her sons, she adopted Adrian, born from a concubine, and raised him as her own child, which demonstrated her wonderful noble character. The entire empire respected her, as did her adopted son Adrian, who had an incredibly warm relationship with the empress. She raised Adrian with love and care, so the young man, even after growing up, was very attached to his adoptive mother. He still hugged her, as in childhood, but the empress saw that the young man was already an adult. The young man was sure that he could hug his mother as much as he wanted, especially since today was Adrian's birthday. Time passed very quickly, and the empress asked what her son would like to receive as a gift for his special holiday. The young man had no special ideas, but he knew that the empress had already prepared a gift for him. His mother admitted that she would try to find anything he wanted. Sometimes it was very difficult for the young man to understand the empress and how she could be so kind to him. After all, he did absolutely nothing for her, especially since he was not her own son. The empress admitted that Adrian was a true gift from heaven to her, which she had been waiting for a long time, and his mere existence already brings her joy, strength, and faith in a happy future. Therefore, for the empress, simply being next to Adrian is true happiness for a mother. Adrian realized he had asked a completely stupid question and thanked the empress for everything she had done for him. The Rognall family has long served and helped the Cardin clan in many matters. The heiress of the Rognall family, Lyanna, was preparing to assume the title, and suddenly she fell ill with an unknown disease. And probably someone from the Cardin family systematically provided Lyanna with this very remedy. It relieved the itching and calmed the symptoms that made the girl's life simply unbearable. But this product smells exactly the same as the popular Sun Source, and it is not entirely clear what that might mean. Yvonne suggested that perhaps the smell was similar because both products were good for the skin, and that means the Sun Source might be a good cure for skin diseases. But for some reason, the girl had a clear feeling that something was wrong here, so she called Carol to ask if she knew who the Marquis of Rognall was now. The maid said, "They say, this is Lyanna and Udella's cousin. He is a very lazy and greedy person." And at that moment, it seemed to Yvonne that the maid Carol knew everything in the world. The girl asked if Carol thought this was suspicious, and if there was a possibility that her cousin had done this on purpose to cause Lyanna a skin disease. But it was unclear what could cause such terrible symptoms, and why the Cardin family was helping the ruined Lyanna. Perhaps the relatives of the respected empress simply want to help those in need out of good intentions. In fact, none of this had anything to do with Yvonne, nor Rodney, nor Cardin, but both families could become competitors in the future. Yvonne asked Carol to secretly find out information about the person who gave Lyanna the vitamins. The lady asked if Carol could do it, and she was probably asking too much of her. But Carol was delighted, and with a happy smile said she was surprised because it was the first time the lady had made such an interesting request. Because she was Carol de Murand, the niece of Elodie de Murand, who was the head of the Information Guild. Yvonne's eyes opened to incredible sizes, because now it was clear to the girl how this agile maid knew everything in the world. The lady asked aloud if the girl was really the niece of the head of the Information Guild. But why was she working as her personal maid in that case? Naturally, Yvonne didn't know about this, although she saw that Carol was quite an unusual lady. But who knew she was connected to the Information Guild? The lady said she would allow her to go out, so she could learn all the detailed information about the popular Sun Source. In this case, Carol suggested putting Udella in her place, who would be perfect for the role of the mistress's second maid. And she is sure that Udella will probably like this idea, because this girl had quite a good character. And besides, she was a very understanding and kind person. Yvonne thought it was a good idea, and asked Carol to figure everything out with Udella, and prepare her for the day in her new position. Just as the girls were talking about Udella, the lady knocked on the office door. It was the maid who said that they had come after bathing, and that her sister would come out as soon as she changed clothes. Liana entered the office, and it became clear to her that the girl really expects a quick recovery, and she already feels much better. Liana asked the lady if she really didn't mind that clothing, and surely it would be unpleasant for a girl to see a skin disease. But the lady confidently stated that she feels quite comfortable, and that everyone around her treats her like a normal girl. And if Liana hears anything from anyone about her appearance, then she must immediately report it to the mistress. Since from now on she is her secretary, she must be treated accordingly as an honorary resident of the estate. Liana sincerely thanked the lady for her kindness and care, feeling that Yvonne had a huge noble heart. She introduced the head maid to Liana and told her that from today, Liana would be her personal secretary. And Judelia was informed that from that day on she would replace Carol and would become the lady's personal maid for some time. Lady Mona said that Judelia can start a new job today, and that there is already someone doing her tasks in the kitchen. And besides, the lady can move to another room today. Yvonne happily said that now the secretary and the personal maid would live in the same room next to her, and that the sisters would not object to such a pleasant arrangement. Indeed, Udella did not even expect the lady to be so noble towards her and her sister as to allow them to live in the same room. The sisters were very happy with this arrangement of affairs, and Udella, with tears of happiness in her eyes, promised to study diligently and fulfill all the instructions and duties of her mistress. But the most important thing for the sisters was that from that day on they could be together and support each other. Lady Mona said that the lady suddenly had more servants, and that she was very happy that all the courtiers on this estate felt comfortable. It just so happened that Yvonne now had 3 girls on her team, with whom she felt incredibly reliable. Yes, she couldn't share all the secrets with them, but it was better than dealing with everything alone. Yvonne definitely did not expect that having someone by her side would be incredibly pleasant. If she had known this earlier, perhaps her past life would have been different. There she was, a complex orphan with exaggerated pride, and did not know how to ask others for help. The office employees always forced her to do all the work for them, and they communicated with the girl in the most arrogant manner. If she had made friends with her colleagues, she definitely wouldn't have to live such an ostracized life. The main character felt that she and Ivan were somewhat similar, and that they were always alone due to their strong sense of pride. Yvonne was calmly filling out a magazine table when a strange feeling and strong invaded her. The lady immediately drew attention to it and really hoped that she was no longer sick, and that her condition was normal. She asked Liana to accompany her and told her that right now they were going to test her skills. They went to the library. Yvonne was sure that the treatment was an important matter, but work was the first task for Liana that she needed to successfully face. The lady checked the girls' skills in advance, and it turned out that Liana speaks 5 languages, including ancient ones, and she also studied state laws, administrative law, geography, diplomacy, and even accounting. The lady provided Liana with documents that recorded cases of monsters that had appeared in various areas of the empire over the last 100 years. She asked the lady to carefully review these documents and mark the important places on the map. The job seemed quite simple, but Ivan could not entrust it to just anyone, and Liana was the girl who could cope even with the most difficult tasks. Liana was very happy that there was a job she could do, because when the lady was not busy with anything, negative thoughts filled her head. Yvonne understood that due to some skin disease, all the skills and efforts of Liana went down the drain, and the girl probably went through hard times, so the lady really wanted this kind lady to recover soon. She left Liana in the secretary's office and said she would go to her office for her matters, and when the lady was done, she could come to her office with a report. Yvonne left the office, and Liana, with a smile on her face and interested eyes, began to perform her new job as secretary. All that day, Barden remained in his bed. Noon was approaching, but the young man was still sleeping soundly. He had a strange dream, so Barden could not wake up for a long time. as his thoughts were immersed in an unusual dream. The young man dreamed that he was playing with a cute little girl when she was still just a baby. And this little girl with huge purple eyes was Yvonne, whom Barden had been raising since early childhood. When little Yvonne couldn't even walk, Barden dreamed that his sister would quickly learn to run so they could play together. She and her sister spent time together constantly and found something fun to do together every day. Since childhood, little Yvonne was a very curious girl who tried to do everything herself. But Barden was her older brother, who had the enormous responsibility of taking care of and always helping his little sister. It was he who showed the little girl the existence of magic, which was incredibly complex. But Barden learned everything quickly. From early childhood, he told his sister in simple language how magic was created. The girl grew up quickly and soon surpassed Barden in skills and abilities in everything. Even in horse riding, Yvonne was the first, and Barden couldn't even ride a horse. Yvonne was the young student that all teachers were proud of, while her brother Barden was always in the shadow. Since childhood, he felt that he should be better than Yvonne, but no one paid attention to the young man, while his sister was always in the center of society. The years passed, and it seemed their paths diverged in different directions, where Yvonne would find popularity and success. Brother and sister began to communicate less, and Barden began to prefer the company of children. With the passage of time, the communication between Yvonne and her brother worsened, and with the passage of the years, brother and sister completely drifted apart. Barden understood that he was unlikely to gain his sister's trust, because in his distant childhood, he himself had distanced himself from her. But they remained relatives even though they stopped communicating with each other completely. At that moment, the young man woke up in his bed, and the first thing he remembered was this strange dream about his relationship with his sister. The boy opened his eyes and was frightened when Yvonne silently entered the bedroom and called him by name. The lady saw a bottle of hangover remedy on the young man's table and realized that her brother couldn't drink anything. It turned out that the young man was in no mood for anything, so he immediately asked why the girl had come. Also with such a strange hairstyle, Yvonne spread her hands to the sides and admitted that she was simply told that her brother was not feeling well, so she wanted to check how unwell the young man really was for health reasons. He was very surprised that the lady had only come to visit him and ask how he was feeling. Barden found this unusual because when he was a child, he was also often sick. But Yvonne never came to see him. The lady admitted that she had barely grown up and apologized if this had ever greatly offended her brother. She made sure that everything was fine with Barden, so she said she could leave him alone. The young man did not expect his sister to almost behave this way, so he called the girl as she was about to leave. The brother admitted that he was next to the girl's room when she was sick. It was 2 years ago when Yvonne became seriously ill. Although she rarely caught a cold, it seemed strange to him that his sister didn't call a doctor and stayed sitting in her room for almost a week, so he went to check. But he couldn't get in. As the young man recalled, his sister fell ill after returning from the imperial ball, which, by the way, would also be held soon. Barden referred to the prince's birthday, which was celebrated on a grand scale every year in the empire. He asked if the lady was going to the banquet, but Yvonne really intended to go there, because she had forgotten about the prince for a long time. She asked her brother not to bother her head with unnecessary thoughts, since he should rest well. The young man had no choice but to listen to his sister's advice and stay to rest in his room. So Barden obediently remained lying in his bed, reflecting on his dream and his relationship with his sister. Yvonne fell ill after being in the imperial palace, but for some reason, the girl remembered absolutely nothing about this incident. Yvonne felt that she had almost all the memories of the real Yvonne, and clearly something happened to her at that ball. Although the heroine Yvonne was capable of harming others, there was probably someone who could deliberately dare to harm her. But no matter how much she racked her brains, she could not recall the details of this situation. The next day, on the estate, the Duke asked Ant if he had prepared the materials he had requested earlier. The young man provided information on market offerings and production volumes, a list of mine owners, as well as data from the most famous consultant in the capital. The young man suggested that things would go much faster now, but Ant asked why the gentleman suddenly became interested in the crystal and why he needed a consultant. Rodney warned Ant that there was a very important matter in which he needed the help of other people. The young man entered the office and asked those present to start a meeting on the monopolization of magic crystal in the territory of the empire. He asked Aunt not to receive visitors until evening and to make sure that no one stayed in the office. The assistant did not understand why the Duke intended to buy a magic crystal, because he had no value in investing in it. But Rodney confidently stated that the main use of the crystal was that he wanted to give it to Lady Argentrose. The next day was a very important day for Yvonne, and today she needed to work hard. Carol had not yet returned from the trip, and the lady hoped that the maid was well. She had been too carefree all this time, and now the lady needed to find out if there were other changes. Besides the sun source, Udella was a very affectionate maid, so early in the morning she presented her mistress with a delicious breakfast and told her that when she lacks strength, work goes slower. She always admired the lady, and this time she was amazed by the girl's beautiful and healthy nails. The lady thanked her for the compliments, but focused on the important work she was doing. In a second, Udella said in a sweet voice that the features of the lady's face were much clearer than the clearest sky. After this, the maid's continuous compliments began. Yvonne had to accept all the compliments from the kindest maid. At that moment, the sister entered the office and asked Udella to stop and behave respectfully towards the lady. She apologized for her sister and described her character as a bit spoiled. But in fact, the sincere Udella was incredibly sociable, so she quickly befriended Carol. Liana said that she fulfilled the mistress's request, and that as soon as she rechecks all the mistakes, everything will be ready. The girl admitted that the task was interesting for her, and when putting marks on the map, you can immediately see where and how many monsters appeared. She called the girl genius, and Yvonne felt as if she were raising a replacement for herself. Although in her past life, there were no such candidates. Liana said that while studying the map and looking at the neat notes, she seemed to feel relief. And there was even a kind of joy inside her, because the task had been completed correctly and accurately. Suddenly, Yvonne pointed to the girl's hand and seemed to find no words to express her emotions. The girls carefully observed Liana's hand and were amazed, as just a few days ago it looked completely different. The redness from the allergic reaction gradually subsided, and in its place appeared smooth skin, beautiful and healthy. Liana admitted that this was the first time the condition of the red allergy spots had improved so much. The girls decided to see how they were doing with the spots on other parts of the body, and the effect exceeded all their expectations. Udella noticed that the girl's skin became much healthier and looked better than yesterday. Liana confirmed that the effect of the sun source was amazing and thanked the lady. Yvonne now clearly saw the rapid improvement in Liana's skin health. She politely asked the girls to leave the office because she urgently needed to be left alone to think. The lady was upset because she could not be sincerely happy for her sisters, and she felt very disgusted by this. Yvonne understood that she should be grateful to the sun source for curing poor Liana, but she felt she couldn't do it. If this product is so effective for the skin, then all her plans have come to nothing in an instant. And in this situation, all the lady can do is find a way to reduce the price of the sun source. And now the time has come to tell everyone about her illness, and she will have to ask her to buy a magic crystal. In any case, it was an incurable disease, and Yvonne was sure that no one should kick her out of the property. But not only Yvonne's business, earned with money, runs the risk of collapsing, but she also needs to ask to buy an expensive magic crystal, and it seems the lady has no pride left. Suddenly, Yvonne's attention was drawn to the pen with which Rodney once signed a fund check, and the Duke was the only one who didn't ask her anything and was always kind. Although the Duke was watching the girl, it was unlikely that she could receive comfort and help from him, but Yvonne suddenly realized that his face was a real comfort to her, which always helps. Yvonne was lost and suddenly asked Udella to prepare everything for the trip to the Yale's estate. But when the ladies arrived there, she realized that she was too upset, and she didn't want to cause any inconvenience to the Duke. Yvonne got out of the carriage and immediately wanted to return, without even greeting the Duke himself. But a gentleman approached the gate, and the responsible Udella reported that Lady Yvonne Argentrose arrived at the moment when the girl had already decided to return. The lady wanted to leave quietly, but the maid, self-assuredly, asked to tell the Duke that the lady herself had come to greet him personally. And within a few minutes, all the subjects and the head butler came out to the gate to greet the great Lady Argentrose. It was a great honor for all subjects to meet the lady, and the man said that he was the head butler of this estate. The man asked if the lady had really come to meet the young duke. Yvonne realized that she could not change the situation, so she tried to find the right words to describe why she had come. Suddenly, she saw that the butler and all the maids standing next to him were incredibly happy to see their mistress, and looked pleased. The butler admitted that the duke now has an important meeting, and there is no way he can leave it. Deep in her soul, Yvonne was very happy and was about to leave, but the butler suggested that they go in and wait a little, because he would immediately inform the duke of her arrival. Udella was very happy that they managed to get in and asked the lady to go in quickly. All the court properties have wanted to see Miss Argentrose for a long time, and now they realized how incredibly suitable she and the duke are for each other. And contrary to all rumors, she looks noble and elegant. But among all the pleased faces, there was one girl in whom the appearance of her mistress caused obvious indignation and disgust. The head maid asked all subjects to return to their places and prepare tea. And the best gift for the lady, a red-haired lady, did not understand what was happening to all the servants, and they had really forgotten that Miss Argentrose was a completely different person. And this is the same villain who caused trouble for everyone, and now the courtiers are rejoicing over her, as if they had met a venerable lady. All these people are not even able to appease their master, who has also become fond of the famous villain. And the maid considered herself the only one who had personally seen all of Yvonne's atrocities. And she was not surprised that many did not believe the rumors. But now she will have to make sure that everyone knows who Yvonne Argentrose really is, and make sure that Lady Yvonne ceases to be a noble person and shows her hidden nature. The servants of the estate asked Lady Argentrose to sit down at the table, on which there was already a large variety of sweets and delicacies. The lady was surprised by the abundance of food and asked the maid if it seemed too luxurious to her. Udella said that since the lady arrived, she should be treated properly, and that hairstyle suits the lady incredibly well. But she is really going to appear before the duke in this form. And only now did Yvonne realize, and must have gone crazy by approaching the duke with a careless morning hairstyle. The head maid, Flory, approached the guests and asked them to forgive her for the late greeting. Flory said that they hadn't received guests in a long time, so it was a great honor for all the residents of the estate to receive the venerable lady. The head maid reported that practically no council meetings are held on the estate, and that if the mistress lacks anything, she can always inform her personally. Yvonne noticed that there was incredible bustle around her, and it looked very much like her home. She wondered if the duke liked her so much that the estate servants were so attentive to her arrival. The head maid asked the lady to try the cake, which she personally selected for the lady. And Yvonne wondered if the duke still liked her, and in fact, she simply didn't realize it. The lady enjoyed the delicious cake and thanked all the courtiers for the pleasant reception. The girl remembered that before in secular society, she was treated completely differently. Wherever Yvonne went, she was never welcome anywhere, and guests were often indignant to see the main villain. Many whispered that the lady was going to start pursuing the prince again, and Yvonne was always the uninvited guest that no one expected. She always felt uncomfortable when she was at events where she constantly heard whispers and unpleasant conversations behind her back. But Yvonne often had to attend high society visits to somehow attract the prince's attention. At one of these events, luckily, the girl was served cookies that were too hard, and they clearly did it on purpose. There were even people around Yvonne who deliberately served her dirty water with debris instead of tea. Lady Argentrose never understood why adults indulge in such stupid, childish things, and she wasn't so stupid as to be dragged into useless infantilism. At one of these events, Yvonne was specially served tea with dirty water, and the moment the girl took a sip, they asked her if she didn't like the taste. But everyone present perfectly understood who had deliberately ordered the cup of unpleasant drink to be served. Therefore, unpleasant incidents often occurred at such gatherings, led by the villain Yvonne. The lady was not one to silently observe everything that happened, so she allowed herself to do as she pleased. Now there was a completely different attitude towards her, and the servants of the venerable Yale's estate now gifted her rare desserts. Therefore, this tea was definitely delicious, and it was not the tea that was specially served for the villain before. The head cleaning lady was nearby the whole time and really hoped the girls would like everything. The butler entered the living room and informed the lady that the duke had just returned. But since he has an important meeting, the young man ordered that no one be allowed entry today, and it would surely be difficult to meet the duke. Yvonne said nothing could be done, because she herself arrived unexpectedly without notifying anyone. That's why the girl smiled sincerely and said she would have to leave quietly. The head maid asked to wait a little, as she was going to approach the Duke again. Yvonne admitted she shouldn't do this, since the Duke has important matters to attend to, since she does not want to interfere with the meeting. But suddenly, one of the maids, who had been silent the whole time, called out to Madame Argentrose. The lady nodded her head and asked if she didn't like the dessert, since she was eating almost nothing. Yvonne was sincerely surprised and told the maid that this was not the case at all, and that every dessert was wonderful. But when she saw the maid's face, Yvonne's memories cleared up. A long time ago, she had already seen this red-haired girl who was at one of the social gatherings. And that was exactly the day she poured a cup of tea containing water over the girl's head. Yvonne was sure, without a doubt, that the same maid was standing in front of her. The maid remembered that incident her whole life. So in front of her was the most important villain of her life, who once served her a cup of tea on the head. The maid was very scared that all this was specifically built to expel her. Yvonne said she ate a lot before arriving and that everything looked delicious, but she couldn't try everything. She approached the maid and whispered that she would definitely tell the Duke in a letter that she was well received and treated, but the maid, once offended, expected Yvonne to tremble with fear when she told her master the whole truth. At that moment, a conversation was taking place in the meeting room about the production volume of Magic Crystal. Auntie was sure that buying an entire mine for a magic crystal is an imprudent act, and it seems it will be a burden for the lady, and you can probably buy her ready-made magic crystals, which are now in stock. Rodney offered to buy the distribution rights and then sell the lady's magic crystals at a low price. The Duke trusted his decision, and the main thing for him was to give Ivan a nice gift. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, but the young man remembered that he had ordered no one to be let in. The butler apologized for disobeying his master's orders, but the matter was very urgent and important, since Lady Argentrose personally came to the Yale's estate and is now in the living room. The Duke stood up and said, no matter what it was, he would buy everything related to this magic crystal for her. Rod got up from his seat at lightning speed and shouted that he urgently needed to leave, since the lady had arrived at the estate. The young man quickly walked to the living room and asked the head maid where Lady Ivan was. The Duke was informed of the lady's arrival, but there was absolutely no one in the hall, so the young man did not understand what was happening. The head maid admitted that something seemed strange to her, so she decided to check the desserts that were served to the lady, but she found pieces of dirt in them. The Duke heard nothing else, ran out of the estate, and jumped over the main gate. The maid admitted that very little time had passed since the lady left the estate. Rodney felt extremely unpleasant and menacingly declared that when he returned, he would ask everyone and would surely find out what happened. But now the most important thing was to regain the trust of Yvonne Argentrose, so the carriage was already ready to leave. Since Carol set off on her journey, things had been going quite well for her, and she had already reached her destination. Just at that moment, the lady was standing near the huge wooden gate, waiting for it to be opened. A man's voice came from behind the door and said that they were closed, but Carol asked to open it before she bit someone. Immediately after her words, slow footsteps were heard outside the door. Since she was not a guest in this place, the young man opened the door and cheerfully said that he had mistakenly not recognized the young lady. Carol asked to be taken to her aunt, with whom she needed to speak urgently. On the second floor of the office sat a militant red-haired woman dressed in a man's suit. Carol went to see her aunt, who immediately asked if anything had happened to the girl. But the lady, who a couple of minutes ago looked like a serious, militant woman with a sweet smile, in soft voice, rushed to hug Carol. The aunt admitted that she and Carol hadn't seen each other in a long time, so she couldn't let her go from her tight hug. It's been 5 years since Carol became a maid, and with the passage of time, the girl has become prettier. Her aunt was sure that the girl worked for the crazy Yvonne, but Carol insisted. The lady had completely changed and was no longer the villain she was before. The lady promised that she would no longer offend her mistress, since Carol spoke well of her. The aunt admitted, "They say the landlady has a terrible temper, and the rumors are probably true." Carol asked if her aunt, who is the head of the Information Guild, really believed such ridiculous rumors about Miss Argentrose. The maid admitted that her mistress is beautiful and very capable, and that she has a request for her aunt. She needs information about a medicine that the Duke Cardin family supplies to Liana Rognil. The aunt asked why her employer urgently needed information about the sun source. The maid said that the ladies don't need this. She is already an impeccable beauty, but she needs to know all the information as soon as possible. The aunt promised to send her people immediately and asked Carol to wait a little while. The maid was left alone in the room while she went to find information on an important matter. Carol thought for a moment while looking around the room she was in. Nothing had changed here at all, and every book was in the same place as many years ago. On the table next to the pile of papers, there was still a portrait of the aunt, a blonde man, and of Carol herself. And this man in the photograph was Carol's father, who had been dead for a long time. The head of the Information Guild died a long time ago, but many said it was a deliberate murder. Then he had a daughter who was supposed to continue her father's work, but no one was sure that Carol could cope with adult life. Therefore, immediately after her father's death, an attempt was made on the girl, and someone clearly wanted her dead. That day, Carol was on the verge of death, but in a second her life changed. Of course, no matter how difficult it was, she never thought about death and did not want to end her life like this. It was at the moment she was attacked that Madame Yvonne appeared with her magical abilities. That day, she managed to protect Carol from a stranger's attack by appearing at the right moment. Carol did not understand what was happening to her, but she understood one thing: she remained alive thanks to this girl. That day, Yvonne appeared and suddenly disappeared, saying that it was dangerous in such weather. And she asked the lady to return home as soon as possible. The maid often remembered this incident and was sure that the lady also remembered it. Suddenly, the portrait that was on the table fell over, and Carol became cautious. She reached out to fix the photo, but saw something strange in the papers nearby. She picked up the portrait, and out of the corner of her eye saw a paper indicating the search for a Rhodia herb supplier. The Duke's carriage was speeding down the road, where Lady Yvonne was supposed to be traveling. And her maid. When they left the Duke's estate, Yvonne's thoughts were very clouded. Udella tried to calm her mistress, and it seemed that the Duke had important business to attend to today. Yvonne understood everything perfectly, but for some reason she felt extremely tired and empty. Suddenly, their carriage ran over a huge stone, and Yvonne, startled, hit her head against the wall. After the blow, the lady thought it would be better if she had been hit harder, and had lost consciousness so that extremely unpleasant thoughts would not enter her head. And she felt like an incredibly stupid lady who had thought of something, and then was disappointed. Due to Rod's attitude, she felt truly loved and respected by everyone around her. But Yvonne was afraid of one thing. In reality, nothing had changed, and everyone treated her this way only because of her connection to the venerable Duke. After all, surely for everyone else, she was still a villain, whom no one is happy to see anywhere. She admitted to the maid that everything was in perfect order, and that everything they did was for the best. Yvonne tried to prove that everything was actually fine, but she was sure that her life was changing for the worse. The maid noticed that the girl looked very strange, but suddenly heard someone call the lady by name. The maid looked out the window and asked the lady to quickly see what was happening there. Yvonne opened the window and, to her surprise, saw the Duke running and approaching the carriage. And Rodney was exactly the person she least expected to see now. The lady ordered the carriage to stop, got out, and asked in surprise where Rod had come from. The young man confessed that he was notified that Yvonne had arrived, but when he came out, the girl was no longer in the hall. The heroine was a little upset, but now that she saw Rod again, she felt incredibly happy in her soul. The young man admitted that he did not know that the girl was coming, and if he had known, he would have postponed the meeting anyway. So he wanted to apologize for not being able to meet the lady today as he should have, and he asked to give her another chance. Yvonne herself had arrived uninvited, but now she saw that the Duke had personally run up to apologize, and he was very sincere. The girl instantly forgot her sadness and didn't understand how someone could be so sweet. Rod seemed busy, and the lady did not want to distract him, so she thought it would be better for both of them to meet at another time. Duke Gels could not help but take the opportunity and asked why the lady had come today uninvited. Yvonne took out a gift box and said that the young man had fulfilled her request, and she was very grateful. So she wanted to give a gift to the honorable gentleman. The young man opened the gift box and saw an incredibly beautiful pen lying inside on white velvet. Yvonne was very afraid that the young man would realize that this was just an excuse, and admitted that she made this pen by special order, and there is no other exactly like it in the world. The heroine felt incredible relief, because she gave the Duke a gift she really wanted to give him. Roth admired the gift and said it would be rude to let the lady leave without dinner. The feelings the girl experienced while being next to the Duke were very strange. But one thing she knew was that she would like to spend more time with him. Yvonne admitted that this was the talk of the town and that it was probably too early for dinner. But the Duke admitted that he could no longer miss the opportunity to say goodbye to Yvonne again. A light blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, and she asked why he was so regretful about letting her go. Confusion and misunderstanding appeared in the Duke's eyes, so the young man asked if the girl was embarrassed to be with him. The young man admitted that the presence of his mistress caused him no discomfort, but quite the opposite. Rod gently took the girl's hand, and Ivan was surprised by the unexpected behavior of the young master. He placed her hand on his chest, and at that moment the girl felt all the warmth and sincerity with which the Duke treated her. Rod admitted his heart starts beating faster when he feels Yvonne is near. The lady did not expect to hear such a sincere speech from the young Duke, so she did not know where to escape from the embarrassment she was experiencing now. At that moment, a sound of hooves was heard, and a carriage with white horses appeared in front of the young people. They looked closely at the approaching carriage, and probably someone at that moment wanted to meet them. To their great surprise, the prince got out of the carriage and said that he was very happy to meet them. But Yvonne was not at all happy with such a guest, because the prince appeared at the most inopportune moment. The lady wondered if all this had been planned, and perhaps the Duke was trying to delay her until the prince arrived. The young man quickly headed in their direction and immediately turned to Lady Yvonne, since he had recently been to the Argentrose estate to see her in person and was looking for her. Prince Adrian admitted that he has a very important matter for Miss Argentrose that requires her attention. He handed an envelope to the girl, and Ivan immediately feared that it might be an arrest warrant. But she behaved quite calmly and did not organize anything at all. But in the envelope, there was only an invitation to Adrian's birthday, and it was the same invitation to become his partner at the banquet that Ivan had dreamed of for so long in her past life. But now she has to make an important decision and somehow deny Her Highness the Prince. The moment Ivan saw the invitation in the prince's hands, memories and feelings that belonged to the girl and at the same time were alien began to surface in her head. Ivan heard false words that the prince had supposedly been too distracted before, and now he wanted to give the lady a chance. A whirlwind of thoughts captured the lady's consciousness, but the girl no longer wanted to listen to the vile prince's ridiculous speeches, so she shouted loudly and suddenly for everyone so that Adrian would finally stop talking nonsense. The prince instantly fell silent and looked at Yvonne, unable to believe what he was hearing, and asking what the girl had just said. The main character felt very clearly the loneliness and shyness of Yvonne, who outwardly tried to look cheerful and happy, but the most important thing that calmed the lady at that moment was the support of the Duke, who was nearby. Yvonne did not understand why the girl so strongly wished to conquer the insolent prince, and wanted to defend the honor and dignity of Miss Argentrose, whom Adrian had mocked for a long time. The lady said that she was the only one among her peers whom the prince had not yet given the chance to be his partner. Even the Viscount's daughter had such an honor, but she, the daughter of Duke Argentrose, could never achieve the prince's recognition, and he cannot even imagine how ridiculous she looked in the eyes of other people all this time. And as someone who observes Yvonne's life so closely, the heroine certainly wanted to do this. So she took the invitation in her hands and tore it in front of the prince, declaring that she planned to fall ill on his birthday. Adrian was sure that the girl could not refuse him, but now he had a torn invitation to his birthday in front of him. Yvonne confidently stated that under no circumstances would she attend the ball, and that the prince needed to find another partner who would tolerate his vile antics and his deceitful nature. The girl's behavior infuriated young Adrian, so he called the woman rude, and asked how an ignorant person dared to tear up the invitation of the prince himself. But suddenly, Adrian declared that this audacity was the real charm. He promised that under no circumstances would he tolerate such rudeness a second time. And the conversation with Ivan could end differently, worse for the girl. The lady understood perfectly. Now Adrian brazenly decided to threaten her with his power, so that she would fall into his trap. The prince said, "It seems the girl doesn't know at all, but this gala ball will be special, and all families that have received an invitation have no right to refuse. And everyone, without exception, must come." The prince argued that there was probably no one who would offer the girl to be a partner at the ball, and she was well aware of the laughingstock she risked becoming if she appeared completely alone at such an event. The young man brazenly asked, as far as he understood. The girl's father and brother are not particularly worried about this issue, and whatever they say, the prince was sure that he was the only person who was ready to become a partner to such a respected villain, and at the same time unloved, Miss Argentrose. The prince did not expect to hear that he was not the only partner who would be delighted to accompany Yvonne to the event. The duke respectfully extended his hand to the girl and asked if she would agree to become his official partner at the prince's solemn birthday. At that moment, Yvonne felt incredible joy for the words Rod uttered. She was surprised that the young man really wanted to help her, but the prince was her official superior. Adrian said that if he were Yvonne, he would think carefully whether to agree to become the duke's partner. Therefore, Adrian, without hesitation, extended his hand and said that this was the last chance to become his partner, because the girl had dreamed of this for a long time. This situation seemed quite strange, and in front of Yvonne stood a repulsive prince, and hateful and an incredibly sweet noble duke. Yvonne was now convinced that the young men were clearly not at the same level, although before she thought it was all a setup. And now she could not understand at all why she decided that Rod was a secret agent of the prince himself. But she did not believe that a person who had everything could be truly interested in an ordinary girl. And common like her, the protagonist's childhood was truly cruel because she ended up in a foster family that only accepted her for her financial benefits. And at that moment, the little girl was scared. No one would ever need her again, and now she was convinced that the duke was interested in her for some reason. Ivan smiled cheerfully and offered his hand to the duke, confidently declaring that she was very honored to be his partner. The duke's gentle kiss on the girl's hand meant that the venerable gentleman was incredibly grateful to the lady for her trust and consent. Ivan, in fact, during all this time did not notice how simple and obvious it was, because the duke treated her with goodwill from the very first moment. Care and fear. The prince asked the girl to finish this performance, because he found it completely unpleasant to watch the young lady's behavior. He said that the Duke of Wales must have heard the rumors, and now he is definitely not the one in the lady's heart. The young man was confident in his victory, and told the Duke that he was a tool in the hands of a cruel villain. And with the help of the Duke of Wales, the cruel villain Yvonne only wants to gain the trust and Adrian's recognition. Yvonne understood that Adrian was talking nonsense in front of everyone, and the Duke would probably hate hearing insulting words directed at himself. There are always rumors about such brilliant personalities, and it doesn't matter if they are true or not, because the brighter the light, the clearer the darkness. And Yvonne was deeply amazed at how surprisingly the Duke spoke about how the rumors didn't matter to him at all. The prince asked if the lady would soon regret her choice, because before she always came back to attract Adrian's attention. Yvonne admitted that she was under the scorching sun for too long, and that she was very tired, so she would gladly leave the prince's company if he had finished his fiery speech. The Duke invited the lady to accompany him to the carriage, while Adrian was rejected for the first time in his life, and he didn't believe what had just happened. He was indignant. These little people really believe they have the right to choose, but they will soon realize that, in the first place, he never existed. Yvonne returned from her meeting with the Duke in an inspired state and looked very happy. Udella immediately noticed the change in the lady's state and began to ask what happened at the meeting. She admitted that, when the prince suddenly appeared, she felt invaded by great emotion, because the situation in general did not look very pleasant. But when Ivan returned, she was so kind to the Duke that even Udella was very surprised. The lady said nothing important happened, and she and the Duke agreed to go together to the imperial ball. The maid immediately started to worry, because the mistress urgently needed to choose luxurious matching outfits, and it was very exciting for her. The Duke immediately warned the girl during the conversation about the need for matching outfits, and there was very little time left until the day of the event. It turned out that Rode was not going to joke about these things, and every detail of her image had to be incredibly beautiful. At that moment, Yvonne thought that the Duke only wanted to help her out of the situation, but she didn't realize that he actually offered to become her official partner at the prince's birthday. And in fact, the Duke's intentions were much purer than Yvonne imagined. After meeting with the prince, Rod immediately admitted that all his words were sincere, and that he was truly interested in Yvonne. These were the words the girl never expected to hear, and she only dreamed that the Duke would one day say them. And now the lady was embarrassed and lost, not understanding at all what to do and how to behave because, in fact, for a long time she had liked Duke Rodnane when he was young. The Duke returned to his estate and needed to find out what happened this morning. Rod forcefully opened the door and loudly called Ant to immediately report the information he discovered. The assistant was just talking to the maids at that moment, trying to find out the whole truth from them. The butler said that while the Duke was away, they conducted a survey of all the servants and cooks who worked in the kitchen that day, and then they interrogated those who were directly involved in preparing the cookies, in which pieces of dirt were found. The Duke asked if he had participated in the interrogation. The young man admitted that he took this responsibility while the Duke was away from the estate. Rodnan wanted to know if his colleague had found out anything and asked him to tell him all the information in detail. Cook Bernard admitted that this happened due to his carelessness, as he got carried away with cookie preparation, and he did not follow the maids who processed the products. One of the maids admitted that, when handling food, no mistakes were made in the kitchen. But the assistant cook, Nell, stated that the maids were busy and didn't have enough hands, and Isabel handed over the dough she used to make the cake. Isabel insisted that she didn't know exactly who was doing what, but while they were working, no foreign substances got into the products. Therefore, it seemed to the maid that the problem arose during food processing. The maids started arguing among themselves, blaming each other, but the cook pacified the girls for their indecent behavior in front of the venerable Duke. Ant suggested that this situation might be a simple accident, and in fact, there are no culprits here. All judicial services have worked for a long time for the Gels family, and the Duke really wanted to believe every word they said. But at the same time, he did not want to leave doubts about this matter and wanted to know the whole truth. Therefore, the Duke announced that he had a proposal for the court servants. He pulled a blue crystal out of his pocket, which was an artifact called a swearing stone. And this magic crystal had an interesting function. The magic crystal shone blue, and the young man, looking at it, said that he was the head of the Gels clan. The Duke then said that he would act generously with everyone associated with this matter. And at that moment, the crystal instantly changed its color to bright red. The Duke clearly showed how the magic stone reacts at lightning speed to lies, and easily determines whether a person told the truth or lied. The young man said that now each of the court officials would have to answer his question in turn. The Duke immediately approached the red-haired maid and told her that she should start asking questions about her candidacy. The magic stone helped to uncover the whole truth, and the maid tried to convince the Duke that she was doing it only for him. After this situation, the cook's salary was cut for a whole year, and the maid was expelled without a permit recommendation letter. And this punishment was quite generous. The Duke reasoned that he could not act otherwise so as not to uncover the whole truth and leave the situation unresolved. The young man could not say that he did not want to do it, but he could not help it, and Ant guessed that something incredibly good had happened between the Duke and Miss Argentrose. Ant asked where this swearing stone came from, because it was the first time he had seen such an artifact. The Duke said that this is an ordinary artifact that changes color depending on a person's mana. The young man used it specifically to intimidate the servants, because when people lie, you can easily guess everything by their reaction. Roth asked the assistant to schedule a visit to the workshop as soon as possible because he needed clothes for the imperial ball, to which he would attend with Lady Yvonne. He warned that it would probably not be possible to fulfill the master's order in the near future, because urgent news arrived today from the previously invisible Hell's Monsters Duchy. They appeared there and were captured, and the Duke needs to go there urgently. If the young man hurries, he might have time to reach the study before the start of the event. The Duke, without hesitation, ran to the door and announced that he was leaving immediately. But Ant wanted to tell him something else. Information has arrived about the third prince, and the Duke should probably find out. The prince had previously refused an audience with the Duke, and Ant did not understand why Rodney continued to do this. But he was sure that it was necessary to persuade the prince by any means. And there was one more thing the prince was obliged to do. Therefore, Rodney asked the assistant to find out some method for treating a certain mental disorder. After the trip, Lady Yvonne returned to the Argentrose estate, where she was greeted by the court servants. The girl could not help but think that her first partner would be the well-known Duke of Wales. But for some reason, the heroine was very worried now, although it was only the prince's birthday. And the girl was very interested to know if the Duke was experiencing the same thing as her. The lady suggested that Rod might really like it, but she couldn't believe it. But thoughts about whether the young man really fell in love with Miss Yvonne did not leave the girl for a second, and the memories of how the Duke asked the girl to call him by his affectionate name and placed his hand on her chest meant that the young man most likely felt great sympathy for her. Miss Argentrose was completely different from her, and her greatest fear was that her love would be unrequited. The lady decided that enough of meaningless thoughts and her emotional experiences only saddened her more. Therefore, Yvonne decided to think positively, and since they agreed to buy outfits, they would just have to check everything out. Miss Yvonne and the maid Udella entered one of the rooms, but to their surprise, they saw Liana crying on the floor. The girls ran to her, because they saw how the skin of Sister Udella began to be covered with allergic spots again. Udella knelt down and cried in front of her sister, asking for forgiveness for only damaging her health. And judging by Liana's skin, the popular sun source, so praised, turned out not to be a healing remedy. Liana insisted that she was perfectly fine, but Ivan was very aware of the young lady's difficult situation. It is unlikely that someone could fully feel what Liana was experiencing, who was probably already tired of constant despair and struggle. Yvonne really wanted to help the girl, but now she was afraid to ask her to check another remedy she had. The lady was sure that the healing herb rhodia might not help Liana cope with the illness. Udella was completely desperate to be able to help her sister, and Liana had no choice but to accept the situation, and accept the fact that she would never be able to live a normal life. While the maid was crying desperately in her sister's lap, Yvonne thought, and turned to Liana. She remembered that in the first meeting, the lady said she was going to use Miss Liana. And her illness. The lady perfectly remembered these words, and looked with surprise at Madame Argentrose. Yvonne said that she had another healing remedy, and that Liana needed to try its effect. And the girl could be angry with her as much as she wanted, but Ivan would like her to allow her to use her desire to be healed again. Liana admitted that the lady really said that she took advantage of her health condition. Ivan wondered if it would be better to tell Liana that it was for her own good, but the words that gave false hope could be much more painful. Or suddenly, after her words, Liana would even start to despise her mistress, or, most likely, she would even leave the estate. After thinking briefly, Liana turned to Miss Argentrose again, and asked her to listen to her opinion. Liana said that Lady Yvonne is too honest, which is completely unacceptable. But this has no importance, because Liana is the mistress's main secretary, and she herself will be able to sort out these corners. Liana's feelings were quite sincere, and the girl allowed Ivan to use her illness as much as necessary. An incredible wave of happiness flooded Ivan and the sisters, and the lady declared that Liana would never dare to renounce her noble words. In the luxurious room, decorated with expensive tapestries and crystal chandeliers, the atmosphere suddenly darkened, and the lady who was previously full of grace and charm was now in the center of the room, her face contorted with anger. Cordelia had always distinguished herself by sophistication and moderation, but now her anger was like a raging sea, ready to sweep away all obstacles in its path. The young woman was disappointed because her plans had collapsed, but recently everything was going perfectly as it should. But for some reason, she was in the portrait with Prince Adrian, and a completely different girl settled in her thoughts. The lady bit her lip with anger, and could not understand why Prince Adrian invited the main villain to become his partner, although he has a charming and faithful mistress, and this gala ball should become the decisive choice for the candidate for the prince's wife. Moreover, the lady could never find out who bought all the rhodia herb, and even the Murin Guild could not help her. Cordelia did not want anyone to become princess except her, and she was ready to do anything to achieve what she wanted. The large windows were open, and the wind, passing by, seemed to try to calm the storms in her soul. But the lady did not notice, and her rage consumed everything around her. Cordelia, feeling that the intensity of her emotions was reaching its limit, regained her senses for a moment. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. And now the girl only had to find a way to secretly kill Miss Argentrose. She understood that it was too dangerous, and if someone guessed it, it could greatly damage her reputation. And she would probably have to ask someone for help. The thought that the girl had to ask for help brought back memories of Cordelia having to ask complete strangers for help. When she was very young, she begged passersby for money, and one day a mysterious stranger appeared in her life. Cordelia's first memory was of wandering the snowy street in winter, frozen by the icy wind and frost. From an early age, the baby had to survive and find food on her own. She was just a child with the only magical ability that helped her survive alone in such harsh conditions. From an early age, Cordelia possessed healing magic and always helped other people cure any physical ailment. It became more and more important for Cordelia to resist and stay alive, so the baby had to adapt to adult life on her own. Since she helped people feel better, some even gifted her coins. But this money was only enough for a piece of bread, so that the little baby would not starve to death. On the cold and gloomy street, there were always cruel people who had the audacity and insensitivity to take even the last penny from an innocent girl. It seemed to the little one that it would always be like this, but then a mysterious stranger pulled her out of the depths, from which there seemed to be no way out. On that unfortunate night, the thief did not manage to rob the girl because the Imperial Knight attacked him and did not allow the thief to do so. Cordelia sat on the cold ground, holding a basket of coins with trembling hands, and watched everything that was happening. A noble lady with delicate features and long red hair reached out her hand to the girl on that cold day. After this, everything turned out to be a kind of dream for the baby, as the lady gave the baby everything she had never had. The lady often spoke of her pleasant feeling of having a beloved daughter, and asked the little one not to be shy and to ask for everything if she needed anything. One fine day, the Empress said the most important words to the baby and asked her to consider her mother. The lady heard what was being said about the baby's family, but asked her not to worry, because the girl would meet them soon. The lady spoke of a clear feeling of affection, as if they had become a family. But this was not good news for Cordelia. To the little one's great regret, the day came when her real family came to pick her up. The Empress stayed with the girl and her family, and said how good it was to have found her parents before returning to her homeland. The Empress handed the girl over to her relatives, and from that day on, Cordelia's life changed again. No one could understand why the Empress did this, because an illegitimate daughter would never become a member of the royal family, and could not be expelled. But in fact, only the Empress was a real family for Cordelia, and the girl really wanted them to become a real family. That night, when Cordelia was completely desperate, an unknown young man appeared in front of her, and told her that as soon as the Empress left, the girl immediately collapsed. He asked the lady, perhaps she wanted to follow the Empress and be in the circle of the imperial family. The mysterious stranger extended his hand to her, and the girl saw a magical violet light emanating from his palm. The stranger was an unusual person. His sinister, evil smile indicated that he perfectly knew the right moment to contact the defenseless girl and offer her a lucrative deal. Cordelia, without a second thought, took the young man's hand, and he was sure that he had made the wisest decision of his life. That young man taught her dark magic, and since then Cordelia is much stronger and more powerful, and she long ago ceased to be a defenseless child. The same young man helped the girl become the prince's mistress, because during the war, when he was on the verge of death, she saved Adrian's life with the help of healing magic. Cordelia knew that the Empress rejected dark mages, but she was willing to do anything just to be able to form a family with her again. The girl soon achieved her main goal of becoming a princess and being related to the Empress. And surely she wouldn't worry, because the honorable lady was always on her side, and probably also wants Cordelia to become a princess, and if the lady asks, the Empress will be able to persuade the prince. In the courtyard of a magnificent palace, immersed in the greenery of flowers and the aromas of aromatic herbs, several noble ladies gathered. Sun rays played with their elegant dresses, which shone in every shade, from delicate pastel to intense emerald. A noble lady came to visit Empress Giselle and said that she was visiting because of Princess Cordelia. But the Empress was very surprised by the reason for her visit. The girl admitted that the whole society is on edge because of this news, and even she has heard rumors. Although the lady leads a rather quiet lifestyle, she admitted that it was about the partner that Prince Adrian had chosen for himself. No one expected the young man to offer to be the partner of Lady Yvonne, whom he had never loved. The noble lady was supposedly worried that Princess Cordelia risked losing her place as the future princess. But the Empress believed that the girl should not become the prince's wife, because Cordelia is just Cordelia. The Empress considered this girl a heroine who saved her son's life, and she is still a special person to her. But the lady insisted this is not enough, and it is the princess who must become the prince's wife. And this is the meaning of the key. After all, only then will the doors of liberation open, allowing them to quickly achieve their goals. In the end, it turned out that the ladies tried very hard in this, and even traveled throughout the kingdom of Moro to find the king's illegitimate daughter. It was the empress and her subjects who provided Cordelia with a mentor who taught her dark magic. They built everything specifically so that Cordelia would meet the prince, and now all this can turn into a soap bubble. And the empress behaves with incredible calm, as if nothing is happening. All this time, the empress did not utter a word, and the noble lady asked Her Majesty to say at least something about this situation. The empress asked the lady to be careful with her words, and warned her not to talk everywhere about what was happening. The lady was surprised, because in the courtyard of the guarded imperial palace, there was absolutely no one except them. The empress said that 2 years ago, around the same time, there was an attack. The criminal was lucky, he escaped, but the lady cast a curse on him and believes that the thief is already dead. The empress asked the venerable lady if she was not curious to know what kind of curse it was. The lady admitted that this did not particularly interest her, while the empress mysteriously headed towards the bushes. The lady bent down to the ground and suddenly asked what would happen now to this innocent lady. Cordelia sat on the ground in front of her, with a magical purple snake coiled around her. Giselle admitted that thanks to the honorable lady, Cordelia now knew something she shouldn't have known. And if she didn't want to keep making her nervous, then it would be better for the girl to leave quickly. The empress said that she had her own plan, and no one would dare to break it. So she asked the snake to release the precious child, whom she should treat with tenderness. Cordelia did not expect the empress to be associated with dark magic, and it turned out that all the words were a blatant lie. The lady ordered Amoko to let the girl go, and now the girl, unfortunately, knew the whole truth about the empress and her dark deeds. The lady asked Cordelia to be quiet, because soon she herself would find out everything. The empress asked the girl to have a little patience, and during the magical spell, she might feel a little pain. Giselle admitted that she would be very sad if Cordelia ran away from her, so she decided to put a collar on her. And now she was in the empress's magical trap, which possessed strong dark magic. Everything the empress did was for a reason, because Cordelia is the key she obtained with great difficulty. After the magical ritual, Giselle whispered to the girl that she had just placed a curse on her callous heart. The empress warned that the lady under no circumstances must tell anyone what happened today. And from that moment, Cordelia could not escape. And if she dared to violate the empress's prohibition, the girl would be tormented by infernal pains that would soon drive her to madness. The empress could control darkness as easily as others control light. And lightning flashed in her eyes, as if from the abyss, and her voice, like an echo of the wind. It was both seductive and terrifying. After a while, a young prince approached the empress and asked if his mother had called him. He asked Adrien to come closer and told him that he would like to talk to him. The young man thought about why the empress had called him and became very interested in what she was going to talk about. Giselle warned the young man not to worry so much, because this conversation means nothing special. My mother just admitted that she was a little annoyed, because the young man didn't say a word. And she decided for herself who would be his partner at the gala ball in honor of his birthday. Giselle was sure that he did not choose his official mistress, but shamelessly offered to become a partner to another girl. And such behavior is unworthy of an imperial prince, so the empress was indignant at her little son's stupid actions. She told the young man that he knew very well what the appearance of his partner at the ball meant, to which respectable social nobility and the highest ranks of society would attend. And the lady who accompanies him will now have to become the official wife. Adrien replied that he knows perfectly well what others think about everything, but he wants to be honest before it's too late. He admitted that the prince had previously avoided Lady Argentrose and tried to stay away from the main villain. Until recently, he had not been interested in Miss Yvonne at all, but suddenly everything changed dramatically in Adrien's thoughts. The young man understood that he was behaving very stupidly now, so he decided to tell his mother the whole truth about his feelings. Adrien admitted that he really regretted his behavior, but he realized too late how he really felt. And now he finally understood. He had always cared about the princess, whom he liked incredibly, but with Lady Yvonne, he behaved incredibly stupidly. Giselle replied that nothing has any effect on Adrien, and if his feeling is truly sincere, she would be delighted to help her son find worthy happiness in life. Mother was sure that she could always use her power and do whatever she wanted. And even such an ignorant villain as Miss Argentrose could not resist the charm of her beloved son. So the Empress asked her subject to urgently send a golden invitation, an address for Lady Yvonne. Adrian did not expect the Empress to act so quickly and was very surprised and excited at the same time. The festive invitation and the luxurious dress were sent in the name of Empress Giselle, leader of high society. After the official invitation was sent, Giselle happily announced that now she and her son can only wait for Lady Yvonne to take the bait. After the conversation with his mother, Adrian wondered what the Duke of Yale's reaction would be when he found out everything. He was sure that he would easily win the trust and heart of the young lady, and finally show the Duke where his place was, taking away the dearest thing he had. Adrian was very glad that his mother helped him deal with a problem that he himself would hardly have solved. He walked slowly down a dark corridor when he saw the silhouette of a girl in the distance and realized that Cordelia was approaching him. The prince would not like to meet Cordelia now because she would start crying and beg him again, and yet Adrian thought he owed the lady an apology, and she was probably very upset when she found out about his sympathy for Miss Argentrose. Every time Cordelia had seen Adrian before, she had happily run up to him, but this time the girl didn't even look in the direction of the young prince. Cordelia passed by without a word, but that was even better for Adrian because he wouldn't have to apologize. The girl entered her room and closed the door, trying to understand what had just happened between her and the Empress. Cordelia's heart had been filled with darkness for a long time, and thoughts about recent events couldn't leave her mind. The worst thing is that Cordelia found out today that all this was planned from the very beginning. Both her relationship with the Empress and her meeting with the prince, and her whole life in general. Cordelia never suspected that she was being used, because she trusted the Empress like her own mother. Surely Giselle thought she could control everyone and everything, but Cordelia wanted to be the strongest and punish all offenders, so she was now experiencing severe mental pain. Tears of disappointment ran down the girl's cheeks, but rage and anger were reflected in her eyes, and she couldn't believe that the Empress allowed herself to be used in such a blatant way. And she only had one option left, to turn everything upside down and show what she is capable of. The war against the monsters was still ongoing, and the Duke of Gels traveled again to the cold north to confront the monsters. The knight informed the Duke that the investigation was complete, and the young man asked to put the investigation results in order and report all information to the palace. This time, Rodney quickly dealt with all the monsters and sent a message that he still had important things to do, so he had to hurry. The knight said that in the morning some merchants came and asked to pay for the goods. The young man was not warned about the purchase of crystals and assumed that the merchants turned out to be scammers, and they rejected the deal. The Duke admitted that, in fact, it was he who bought the magic crystals, and the merchants came to him. Therefore, he asked to quickly pay these people and bring the goods they were carrying. Rodnane was approaching his estate and stopped for a moment before the castle gates, seeing a large crowd of people. There was a large number of people standing at the gates of the duchy, and Rod wondered where this crowd had come from. People stood in front of the gate, who immediately turned around when they saw the Duke approaching in the distance. A variety of thoughts swirled in Rod's head, but he did not understand at all the reason for the arrival of a large number of people. Well, to his surprise, he saw the joyful faces of people who were happy just seeing the young man. One of the men shared that people heard the news that the Duke had finally returned to the duchy, so they came to him because they were worried while Rodney was in the capital. Someone in the crowd shouted that the young man followed no orders because no one had given him the right to speak first. The Duke asked why all these people came here and probably had some kind of request. The people looked at each other and realized that they barely had one request they wanted to make. In fact, all the inhabitants of the duchy were simply happy that the venerable Duke returned in a good mood. In health, upon arrival, the Duke immediately went to his office, on whose desk he saw a huge pile of unread letters. Rod's former nanny, named Marion, said that while the young man was away, many marriage proposals were sent in his name. As the Duke had a date, rumors about it quickly spread, so the other ladies began sending requests for a meeting, and those around him decided that the Duke was ready to bring his wife to the duchy. Therefore, as soon as the girls heard about Rodney's sudden arrival, they immediately came to the Gels castle and wanted to introduce themselves to the respected Duke in person at least once. The young man asked why the ladies didn't even allow themselves to think that everything would turn out well with Miss Argentrose. Marian was silent for a moment, giving the Duke a look of surprise, so the young man asked what kind of strange pause had occurred in communication. The lady asked if the Duke had really succeeded with Miss Yvonne, or if he simply planned to continue communicating with her. The young man admitted that everything was going well with them, so he plans to continue communicating. And at that moment, the lady was incredibly happy, because no one could imagine that Rodney would finally find a worthy mistress. At first, everyone thought it was just a formal meeting, and that the young man would return to the duchy very soon. But the Duke was sincere the whole time, and his nanny smiled with happiness at the news. She considered the Duke simply ideal, and the young gentleman probably immediately won the heart of the sweet lady. The nanny asked if she and Miss Yvonne had met after the official date, and how their relationship had progressed. Rodney said that he asked Miss Yvonne for a personal meeting, but she is very busy, so she hasn't answered yet, even though they saw each other several times after the official date, and even held hands. Marin feared that the Duke would really suffer from unrequited love, and the young man asked if he really had no chance, because Miss Yvonne offered to be his partner at the ball. The lady admitted that if at least 1 point out of 3 matches, then the possibility of unrequited love is still possible. The first point was the refusal to meet, and the Duke immediately remembered how Yvonne asked him if it would be better for him to appear in the capital with a brighter person, and kinder than her. The second point stated, if there is sympathy between people, lovers often look into each other's eyes when they are alone. And the Duke understood that there were slight doubts. The last point, according to the nanny, was very important, and the lady should tell him much more about herself, because this is the best way to get to know each other better. The nanny talked about the 3 most important points and asked if at least one matched. The Duke recalled all the situations that passed between him and Miss Yvonne, and at that moment, he realized something important. None of these 3 points matched, and the lady suggested that perhaps Miss Argentrose was one of those who does not show much attention to the object of her desire. And since the Duke will be the partner at the gala ball, this could be a great opportunity for the man and the lady to unite. At that moment, Rod thought he really wanted to kiss Yvonne, but immediately tried to push those thoughts away from himself. The conversation with the nanny influenced the young man, who decided that he needed to urgently return to the capital and begin preparations for the ball, because there was absolutely no time to delay. Everything was going well at the Argentrose estate, and Lady Yvonne decided to go with Liana and bring her something. She asked if the girl was in the room, but no one answered her, so the lady decided to open the office door. Yvonne was sure that Liana was in her office, and at that moment should be performing the duties of a secretary. The lady checked her room and bathroom, but Liana was not in either of them, and where she had gone was very strange. This morning, the rhodia herb was sent to the estate, and Ivan intended to test it in action to understand to what extent the plant helps fight skin diseases. The heroine checked other rooms, suggesting that perhaps Liana might be in the courtyard of the estate. She decided to look for her outside, but at that moment, Barden asked where his sister was in such a hurry. The lady asked. The young man probably remembers his new secretary Liana. The girl is nowhere to be found, so she is very worried and has been looking for her all over the estate for a long time. Barden suddenly happily announced that Liana was in his room and was deeply asleep at that moment. And this was the very news that made Miss Yvonne's eyes open to incredible sizes in a second. The sister grabbed her brother by the shoulders and loudly asked why Liana was sleeping in his room. But the young man insisted that he had his own reasons. While trying to shake off all her brother's stupidity, the culprit of what happened appeared in front of her. Liana admitted that she was ready to explain everything and tell what happened to her recently. A few hours ago, Liana was working in her office as usual, sorting important papers. The office was quite stuffy due to the hot weather. The window was open, but the wind did not blow or cool at all. So, Liana decided to take a short walk in the garden to get some air and, as usual, she went out onto the street in clothes that covered her entire body. The girl felt uncomfortable while working, especially since she did not want other people to see her like this. The lady went out into the garden for fresh air, putting on a hat and a bandage on her face. Liana had always dreamed of going out in clothes that did not cover her whole body and allowed her to dress like a common girl. But when Liana opened her eyes, she found herself in the master's room and did not remember at all what happened to her. Liana's story sounded quite strange, and Barden was indignant at the too brief explanation of the situation. Liana said that it seemed she overheated and lost consciousness. Mr. Barden was nearby at the right time and helped her. Liana began to remember during the walk. She felt very dizzy, and the girl was too hot. She felt unwell and collapsed in the courtyard, in front of courtiers and servants. Liana only managed to ask for help before losing consciousness, but the girl remembered nothing else. She only heard voices. Someone was talking about how the lady fainted, but she had some kind of contagious skin disease. Liana expected someone from the court to help her, but people were afraid to even touch her, because for everyone she remained an ugly and feared monster. She was sure that no one would help her, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a young man. It was Barden who scolded the courtiers for their stupidity, because if this disease were contagious, Yvonne and all the residents of the Argentrose estate would also have been infected long ago. Barden reacted at lightning speed and realized that he needed to take the girl to the doctor as quickly as possible, and he asked everyone to disperse so he could do it himself. Liana woke up already in the young master's room and saw a magical blue magic ball appear in his hands. As soon as Liana came to her senses, the young man asked if the lady had woken up and warned her not to get out of bed so quickly, otherwise she might get dizzy again. Barden said that the girl is in his room and does not have to worry about anything, because now she is completely safe. Liana apologized for bothering him and was about to go to her room, but the young master was sure that it was terribly hot in his room, and even the doctor told the lady to rest in a cool place. Barden was the first person who sincerely helped Liana, so the lady did not know how to thank the young man for his care, and she was even afraid to stay in his bed. Suddenly, she realized that she was dressed in completely different clothes, but the young man said that he in no way touched the girl and that everything was done by the doctor who examined her. The young man did not want to disturb Liana and was going to leave so that the girl could rest in peace. The lady thanked him for his help and suddenly asked if Barden really hated her. These words sounded strange, and the young man asked why Liana came to such conclusions. The young man replied, "It's hard to believe, but this is also a misunderstanding," and he was not feeling well that day. And she really thought that he was one of those people who judge other people by their appearance. And even if he were like that and hated Liana, she now works in the Argentrose house, and naturally, the young master must take care of her. Therefore, the young man said confidently that the lady should not be embarrassed or afraid, and that she can rest a little in his room and then go to hers. Yvonne thought, in that case, it would be necessary to install a cooling artifact in Liana's room. The young man was indignant. Yvonne could have thought of this in advance, and the brother and sister were incredibly similar while arguing. Good news arrived at the estate, and they finally brought a sample of medicine from the rodeo herb. Liana admitted that she no longer expected anything, but the lady wanted to quickly test the cosmetic product and asked the maid to prepare a bath for her with a new remedy. She handed Udella a beautiful porcelain jar, and the maid happily went to prepare everything for carrying out therapeutic bathing procedures for her sister Liana. Yvonne perfectly understood that perhaps it was better not to expect anything, because no one could predict the effect of the medicine, but she knew that the medicine from the healing herb rhodia could only cure one disease. And if this is not the disease described in the novel, the remedy most likely will not help. And Yvonne was very afraid of how she would look her in the eyes after this. In case of failure, one can only rely on Yvonne's unique magical abilities. And even if everyone says that no magic or medicine can cure her disease, perhaps the great mage Yvonne will succeed. The heroine opened the box with the bracelet donated by the Duke, saw the crystals, and thought it's probably worth eating to restore some magical powers. But who knows, maybe it will help her grasp a thread of hope. However, this bracelet was the Duke's first gift, and for some reason Yvonne could not do it now. Soon, Udella prepared the bath. Liana sat in the warm water, and her sister wiped her skin with a towel soaked in a new medicine from the rhodia herb. Suddenly, Udella shouted loudly and asked the lady to come to the bathroom urgently. And Lady Yvonne, without hesitation, ran at the maid's call. The maid asked to look at her sister's skin, and what she saw was truly incredible. The lady continued to stare at Liana for a long time, who in an instant had transformed beyond recognition. The huge red spots on the girl's skin gradually became pale, and Liana could not believe her luck. The girl stood up and looked at her hands, on which only invisible traces of red spots remained. Liana admitted that this remedy is completely different from the sun source. Her skin really becomes cleaner, and allergic reactions disappear. Udella could not hold back tears of joy, so she sat down on the floor and began to sob loudly. With tears of joy in her eyes, she hugged her sister and said, "Everything will be fine now." Because noble Liana had to endure an incredible amount of hardship throughout her life. While the girls rejoiced at the success of the overcome illness, a white dove flew to the windowsill with a note hanging around its neck. Yvonne approached the window, took the note, and unfolded it, reading the contents of the unexpected message. Before that, she sent Carol to the Information Guild to find out several addresses. But so far, Yvonne has not been able to find all the information, but she just received part of it. The girl showed the note to Liana and asked her to read it, and it seemed that it was written about the vitamins she was taking. Liana said she didn't know anything about this medicine. It just made the girl feel a little better. So she took the unknown medicine every day, not thinking about the consequences. The medicine was sent by the Cardin family, and to tell the truth, such guardianship over a girl from a bankrupt aristocratic family seems suspicious. Yvonne diligently tried to find out about these vitamins and learned something interesting. They contain an ingredient that weakens the skin, so severe allergic reactions are likely to occur. At first, it may seem that the product is helping, but then the skin weakens so much that wounds appear from any exposure. And it was these vitamins that turned out to be the main reason why the girl's skin lost its protective functions. Liana was surprised that these vitamins were actually the cause of her long and terrible illness, but she didn't understand why Cardin could do this to her, because she hadn't done absolutely anything to anyone. Miss Argentrose suggested that this was the perfect time for the skin disease to appear, and Cardin would try to obtain the title of Viscount. Carol also sent evidence indicating the credibility of her investigation. And according to the documents, Arthur Rognall and the Cardin family are colluding. Liana read the documents, in which Carol listed all the reliable facts, and she couldn't believe that people could do this to her. The person who supplied Liana with vitamins, as well as the person who was with Rognall, are the same person, and this is the mistress of Duke Cardin. Liana realized with horror that Lady Alentia was at the head of all these actions, the true mistress who controls the Cardin family. This girl was an aunt, she always supported Liana, and when the sisters almost ended up on the street, she took them in. Yvonne tried diligently to find out about these vitamins and learned something interesting. That day, Liana's father suddenly died. The sisters were overwhelmed by grief, and it was very difficult for their mother and her sister. And by the way, it was then that the aunt suggested she relax and go to the hot springs. After this trip, Liana suddenly developed the first symptoms of a skin disease that quickly turned into huge allergic reactions and red spots on the skin. Everything that was happening seemed somehow unreal to Liana, because the culprit now turned out to be her beloved aunt. The sisters listened attentively to all the information Yvonne was providing them, and Udella could not hold back bitter tears. But now the sisters knew the whole truth. Their aunt had cruelly orchestrated all this to make the young man a viscount and obtain a worthy status for her family. Udella admitted that she saw that Arthur and Aunt Alentia were constantly meeting in secret. This was in childhood, but the girl immediately realized that there was some kind of special relationship between them. And that's why the lady dared to do this to her family. The maid spoke of her memories, trembling completely, and Liana saw how worried her sister was. Suddenly, the maid got up and headed for the exit, and Yvonne asked where she was in such a hurry. The lady said she could not remain in the place after the cruel truth she had learned, and that her aunt would still regret her treacherous act. Yvonne asked the maid to stop and asked what she could do now to make sure the lady would not start threatening her aunt, who should pay for her crime. Miss Argentrose was sure that the girl would easily be arrested right there for slander, and if they found out that Liana had recovered, none of them would stand idly by and would do anything to prevent the girl from returning to a normal life. And therefore, her family might be in great danger, and Udella must not rush to conclusions and hasty actions. The girl asked if Mrs. Argentrose was really suggesting that they shouldn't do anything in such a critical situation. Just because her sister was healthy and everyone was still alive, the lady cried and shouted bitterly. She couldn't leave everything like this because everything inside her seemed to have collapsed. Liana confirmed that the lady is right, and they cannot act based on emotions now, since not only her family, but the entire Argent Rose family might suffer. But from now on they will live happily, forget everything, and try to start a new life. Yvonne had a different opinion. And this situation is definitely not something that can just be left and forgot. And now, all together, they just have to wait for the right moment and then hit the target. Yvonne said that the girls must keep in mind that she is not one to tolerate insults. The same applies to people close to her, for whom she is ready to defend honor to the end. The lady promised that these vile people would pay double for their crimes, and still regret what they did. And of course, the determined Yvonne could do anything when it came to her close ones. Late at night, the girl reread the letters that Carol had sent to her room, and realized that this was a big problem, not only for Liana and Eudelia. If the rhodia herb helped Liana, then the skin disease, which will soon be enough for everyone, is similar to her case, and it turns out that the disease described in the novel is related to these vitamins. Arthur and Alentia deliberately spread the disease so that Liana would not stand in their way. Now was the time when Yvonne could make a lot of money if she started an epidemic. But she could not understand what benefit it would be for these people to do this to her beloved Liana. And when the heroine finds this out, she will be able to control the changes in the sale of the remedy, as well as catch the culprits and punish them. She suggested that it was probably worth meeting with Cordelia, because she had already realized that she was no longer interested in the prince. And she had no reason to refuse, because Ms. Argentrose had recently agreed to go to the gala ball with Rod. Yvonne eagerly awaited every minute that moment when she and the Duke would be together again. It was raining heavily outside the window, and it was already very late at night when dark magic seeped through the girl's window. And that night, Yvonne was more helpless than ever. She was sleeping soundly in her room when the magical entity was very close. While sleeping, the girl felt strange sensations and instantly opened her eyes and lay down on a warm bed. In dreams, the girl only heard the sound of rain, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a black cloud of dark energy staring directly at her. The lady woke up quickly and saw something approaching her bed rapidly, and shouted loudly in fear. Yvonne grabbed the first thing she could get and threw a pillow at the strange creature. The fragile lady threw the pillow at the magical creature with all her might, fearing that the demon might attack. And now she was interested in the main question: what was it? The creature looked like a black spirit, but Yvonne was surprised at how much power was in the pillow. That made the dark entity stop in a single blow. It was strange, but at that moment she felt something and realized it looked like very weak magic. But it was definitely hers. This means that the girl's magical power returned, and right in front of her, on the floor, sat a strange purple creature that sighed deeply and looked at the lady with sad eyes. Yvonne approached the magical creature, which clearly did not expect to be defeated so quickly. The militant held a pillow in her hands, with which she had managed to defeat the dark energy itself a few minutes ago. And she was incredibly happy that with the help of the bracelet the Duke gave her, she restored her magical abilities. The next day was incredibly happy for Lady Argentrose, and this morning was really good. The lady felt very well and looked out the window and saw how beautiful the day was. Since today, Yvonne has felt a huge amount of energy bubbling inside her, and she clearly feels revitalized. So the lady thought it was a great day for interrogations and was in a very good mood to find out what happened last night. In front of her, there was a small dish, from which a dissatisfied voice came out because the lady shamelessly dared to put someone in such a strange place. The lady cheerfully asked if the magical entity had forgotten what happened yesterday, and this creature is really trying to threaten again and wants to test the abilities of the strong Lady Argentrose. Gentrose, Pember replied that he remembered perfectly what happened yesterday, and there was absolutely no need to remind him. Yvonne took a covered dish to another room and became cautious when the entity under the lid suddenly stopped talking and fell silent. Probably the lid could already be opened to see who was inside. The heroine slowly opened the lid and saw a fat pink hamster with a long tail on the plate and horns tenderly devouring a delicious cookie. The lady was surprised. Yesterday the entity looked completely different, and she asked why it looked so cute now. She threateningly asked the little animal if he was really a service demon following someone's orders. The pink hamster opened its red eyes and squeaked, "I am the great service demon Pember." The little demon looked incredibly cute, and Yvonne finally managed to find out his name. She skillfully grabbed Pember with one hand, and the pink demon even squeaked in surprise. The lady smiled sweetly and said that they could start the interrogation, holding the little demon in her hands. The first thing Yvonne wanted to know who sent him, she advised him to answer the truth, because yesterday he himself was convinced of what the girl could do to him if he did not comply with her conditions. Pembert squeaked softly that he actually didn't know who sent him to the estate. He remembered that someone sent him to the estate, but then the contract was interrupted, and the demonic entity lost its memory. And yesterday, it was just trying to hide from the torrential rain in the girl's room. Yvonne argued that if the demon lost its memory and the contract ended, he had to return to where he lived before. But for some reason, Pembert still wanders the human world. The child admitted that he could not return there and had already tried several times, but something seemed to prevent him from returning home. The lady warned that if the demon lies, he will be responsible for his consequences himself. But Pamber himself was sick, and if he meets the owner, he will immediately know what happened. But unfortunately, the demon does not remember at all who hired him. Yvonne asked why the terrifying demonic entity suddenly looked like a small hamster. Because last night, he clearly resembled other sinister demons. Pambert admitted that this is his real appearance, and usually on Earth they should not appear in their own form. So the demon himself does not know how this happened. The lady looked again at the pink animal, and this incredibly cute and chubby one was indeed a real demon. She put him back under the lid, and the baby was indignant that the lady put him in such a cramped place again. Yvonne could not trust his words, and speculated that the demon might be plotting something, in which case she could use Pambert as bait to find out who was behind this. After talking with the cute pink demon, Yvonne called the maid Udella, and the maid immediately responded to her mistress's voice. The maid quickly approached Miss Yvonne, and the lady announced that she had just thought of a name for her remedy. She suggested calling it Monin Pambert, and was sure that when the demon's owner heard this name, he would come to her, but Udella shouted, "Now this is not the main problem, and the lady needs to urgently go to the living room." The excited Ms. Argentrose did not understand what was happening, but when she entered the hall, her mood instantly changed. Because near the window stood the venerable Duke in an elegant suit, upon whom the sun's rays fell temptingly. Yvonne had never expected to see Rod here, so his appearance caused her great surprise and excitement. Duke Rodnine was admired by everyone who saw him. Tall, majestic, he always exuded aristocratic charm and a confidence that accompanied him every step, and his neatly combed black hair emphasized his strict facial features, and his eyes shone like the purest sapphires, and the young man tenderly said that he missed her very much. Everything that happened next seemed like a magical dream to the girl, in which she was the main character. The Duke said he had come in person to invite Yvonne to go to the workshop together and choose outfits, but the girl understood that if her brother Barden found out about this, he would be very scared. Barden will not be able to immediately believe that the Duke has the most sincere feelings and warm ones for her, so for this it is necessary for some time to pass. And the brother convinces himself of the sincerity of the Duke's feelings. The lady noticed that the Duke did not take his eyes off her and asked which studio they would go to. Because the ball would be held very soon, and probably all the masters were already busy, Rodney asked if Ms. Argentrose had a favorite designer, and Yvonne admitted that she liked one that was trendy at the time, and that he had many unusual outfits. They walked quietly down the street, and those around them noticed how charming Lady Argentrose looked, and how wonderful they looked with the respected Duke. The heroine herself did not notice how she practically listed all the shops that Yvonne had in her head. But recently, she herself admitted that she would no longer lead a luxurious life, and that this was just a waste of money. And now she probably looks strange, trying to enter the most expensive studios in the empire. The young man said that they could go to all the listed studios, and if the girls liked them. In any case, he would like it too. These shops were very popular, and they might have to wait a long time. But the Duke assured that the lady should not bother herself with unnecessary thoughts or worry about it. They stopped near a studio, and Lady Yvonne was surprised. Today it was quite empty, and there were no people, because normally there were queues around the entrance. Rod admitted that he wanted to choose the outfits only with the lady, so he rented a studio in advance, and they could enter happily. The lady held out her hand to the young gentleman, wondering how much money this young man has, since he can afford to rent all the most expensive and prestigious studios in the empire. The heroine noticed that the young man, as always, was well prepared, which made Yvonne incredibly happy. At the entrance to the studio, they were politely greeted by the girls, who informed them that they would be happy to accompany the distinguished guests inside. A nice studio employee said that they have prepared different outfit designs, according to the latest fashion. The Duke asked if the girl liked anything at first glance, and Yvonne didn't even know what to answer. She liked absolutely everything, and the tailoring masters did their best to create such incredible images. The girl's attention was focused on the elegant suit, with an elongated jacket worn by the male mannequin. The lady imagined that if Rod wore these clothes, he would look very seductive in them. Then Yvonne saw a suit that perfectly emphasized the back line, and imagined that it would also look beautiful on the Duke. The girl carefully examined every outfit and stopped near a white suit, which was very similar to a wedding one. The Duke smiled and joked that the girl really liked the men's suit, but that if she wanted, she would be happy to try it on. The sociable ladies working in the studio noted the excellent taste of Miss Argentrose, and they were sure that the luxurious outfits would suit both of them very well. Yvonne and the Duke went to the fitting, and when they came out, the girls' admiring glances could not be contained. Rod's jacket hugged his shoulders very well, emphasizing masculinity and strength. The sleeves were decorated with fine embroidery that sparkled with every movement, like a starry sky, and Rod could not help but enjoy looking at his reflection in the large mirror, because every element of the suit perfectly complemented his personality, emphasizing the grace and confidence that the Duke always showed in life. The ladies congratulated the handsome Duke with admiration, whose snow-white suit suited him perfectly. Afterward, Yvonne was also ready to present her outfit and slowly walked out of the fitting room. The dress hugged her like a cloud, flowed smoothly over her body, emphasizing all the advantages of her figure. The dress not only sat on her, but seemed to create a new look. Adding even more grace and femininity, the round neckline emphasized her delicate neck, and the light sleeves added a touch of romance. The Duke was truly delighted with the girl's charming beauty, and in this dress she was very seductive. The girl wondered if she should try on another dress, but Rod asked her to wait. He confidently said that this dress suits her very well, and Yvonne can trust his best choice. The young man approached the sweet girl and whispered that this dress was originally his, because it perfectly fits her figure. He stood in front of the lady, taking her hands, and Yvonne also appreciated the gentleman's luxurious suit. The ladies working in the workshop were sure that this couple would surely shine at the festive ball. At that moment, the studio doors suddenly opened, and an imperial knight entered, holding a huge box in his hands. The young man knelt before the lady. He presented the box to her and said that the package was personally for Lady Yvonne Argentrose. He handed the girl a huge festive box, on whose lid was an invitation from Her Majesty, Empress Giselle, and this was the most unpleasant event that could happen at that moment. The invitation read, "Lady Yvonne is invited to Prince Adrian Rudenverben's birthday ball," and it was sent personally in the name of the Empress, and she had high hopes that Miss Argentrose would honor the imperial palace with her presence on such a solemn day. Yvonne, with a sad face, held a box with a dress sent by the Empress herself in her hands. She perfectly understood that there was a dress that could only be worn by the partner of an imperial family member. The girl seemed very annoyed and rudely said, "This dress looks completely childish." The Duke asked what the lady had just said, and Yvonne feared she had expressed her thoughts out loud. The lady said that if she needed to be there only as the prince's partner, under no circumstances would she go to the ball under these conditions. The Duke replied that this was an invitation from the Empress herself, and if the girl did not come, the Argentrose family could have serious problems. For example, all family members could be banned from attending social events, and this was the best-case scenario. But there is also a more unpleasant side in the worst-case scenario. The imperial family can deprive the girl of the ducal title, and she can instantly become a commoner. And current, Rodnan said that if the lady does not want to, he will try to find a way to solve the problem and deal with the Empress, and the Duke was ready to do anything so that the imperial family would not harm Miss Yvonne. After this incident at the studio, people began to say that Her Majesty, the Empress, had named Miss Argentrose as the crown princess. But if you remember, the other day, His Highness the Prince personally invited the girl to a gala banquet. But today, Yvonne visited the most expensive studio with the Duke of Wales, and this story became more and more confusing. People started talking about a love triangle. Many ladies did not understand what this girl was doing to attract the attention of two of the most respected young men and enviable in the empire. Barden suddenly approached the girls and asked if the two young ladies had gone too far by saying such things. The girls apologized for their careless discussion about other people on the street and quickly tried to hide from Barden's sight. The young man was incredibly annoyed because people were spreading false rumors, but he perfectly understood that his sister was really communicating with the Duke, and this would definitely cause different conversations among the Soviet society. Barden speculated that it might be because Yvonne had no friends as a child, and just by looking at her, he can quickly assess the current situation. He was sure that Duke Rodney was an insensitive person who could make anyone cry. His candidacy was completely unsuccessful for a girl, so Barden wanted to do everything possible to make Yvonne stop contacting him, because the Duke was not the best match for her, and he could not understand one thing. Why did His Majesty, the Empress, suddenly show genuine interest in his sister? Once, Yvonne almost killed Princess Cordelia, and that day the Empress forgave the girl, since she was the Duke's only daughter, but warned that she could not tolerate such treatment towards her family. For the sake of the Empire, the imperial family and Argentros hoped that such unpleasant incidents would never happen to Lady Yvonne again. Although Giselle did not say it directly, Barden was sure that the Empress was furious that day. In the morning, Yvonne went to her father with a letter to notify him of the Empress's invitation to the gala ball on the occasion of Prince Adrian's birthday. Yvonne's father, reading the invitation, immediately changed his face, and it became clear that the man was very cautious. The daughter said that she was obliged to be at this banquet as the partner of His Highness, the Crown Prince. The girl's father said that if she did not want to, she did not have to be there, and her father could take care of everything. Lady Argentros perfectly understood that her father could help her, but she wanted to solve her problems on her own. And if she ignores the invitation, it is possible that a punishment will be imposed not only on her, but on the entire Argentros family. The lady admitted that she did not want her father or brother to suffer because of her, or even lose their title. Therefore, the girl invited her brother to her father's house to attend the banquet with His Highness, the Crown Prince. Having proposed this option, Yvonne left her father's office, and the young people were left alone to discuss the current situation. Barden thought that at the moment the girl received the invitation, she clearly didn't think about the probability of being chosen as Crown Princess. But Barden had a bad feeling when he carefully read Empress Giselle's invitation. The royal family had already shown interest in Yvonne, and this meant they would not leave the girl alone. Every time Yvonne's brother thought of Princess Cordelia, unpleasant feelings invaded him because of that incident. And the father perfectly understood his son and knew what he was thinking about. But if Yvonne hasn't forgotten the Crown Prince yet, this could be a great opportunity for her. Barden said that he had recently heard an interesting rumor, and as far as he understood, His Highness had already personally presented Yvonne with an invitation to become his partner at the official ball. And as far as Barden knew, the sister accepted the Duke's invitation. And many people are already talking about this. The father did not understand. Before, the girl had clearly rejected him, and now she decided to make an unexpected decision. And probably he was also plotting something. And wouldn't it be better to force her to refuse the Crown Prince's invitation so that neither her sister nor her family would have problems? The father admitted, as Yvonne said, that if they refused, they would be going against the wishes of Empress Giselle herself. And then big problems could start for the whole family. That day, the Duke carefully studied the documents that the assistant aunt had provided him early in the morning. He studied the current code of the Empire, and there is no higher law that could justify refusing His Majesty's invitation. There were also documents related to traditions passed down to the imperial family, and the young man did not understand how the problem could be solved now. The Duke knew that everyone had a habit of drawing hasty conclusions, but it wasn't a good habit. But Aunt had confidence. The Duke has a habit of persistently digging everywhere to find the truth. And even if the young man finds some clue, if the current imperial family does not follow this tradition, then there is nothing to talk about. Roth reread the official documents, and to be honest, the assistant was right. Roth could not believe that it was completely impossible to refuse the Empress's invitation without consequences. He said that he had recently found what he needed, but the search would not end there. The young man held some papers in his hands, and after showing them to the assistant, he asked if the Duke was really willing to take such a big risk. Based on this, the young man admitted that he should discuss this with Ivan because the matter concerns her. And the family, he was very afraid of getting involved with the Empress, but the Duke was sure that no one would dare to destroy his family. When the Duke was about to leave the office, he saw the butler in front of him, who was heading straight towards him. The man said that letters had arrived for the Duke and handed him a stack of sealed envelopes. The messages said that the appearance of monsters had become more frequent recently, and people want to report that, for the time being, it is not possible to get reinforcements. These letters were sent from the mine where the crystals were extracted. Most were reports, but people write that mining is difficult due to the invasion of sinister monsters. Ant noticed that the mine is located in a mountainous area on the western border of the empire. Since the mines were located nearby, monsters constantly attack the mines. And the people, the Duke suggested that if he saw it, he could now return in 5 days, and he had already bought everything that was in the mine. Ant supposed that the amount he bought was very small. He was sure that the young man had no idea how insufficient it was, but this is the maximum they can fulfill now. The Duke had been thinking for a long time about how to rectify the situation, and this time he told Antu that he had a way. Before the banquet, the young man plans to present magic crystals and a mine and ask for company. The Duke suggested a comma and would wear the scent dress and go to the ceremonial ball of Crown Prince Adrian. Seeing the girl, the young man asks her if it was really difficult for her to accept his invitation, and apparently, the Empress personally helped the young man achieve the desired and adored Ivan. The lady will have to endure the vile prince for a while, but at that second the young man will appear and take the girl by the hand. The Duke will whisper to the lady to urgently pretend that everything was planned this way. Then he will ask Ivan to accompany him to explain everything, and Her Majesty the Empress will in no way punish her, because today the Duke was going to announce this in front of all secular society. And it was at the gala ball that Rod would tell everyone that he and Lady Argentrose had decided to officially become a couple. But Ant did not understand what the point of this was, and this was not at all what he expected to hear from the gentleman. The Duke thought about it, and he was sure that his companion would understand him better than anyone. But for some reason, the young man reacted completely differently. Anyway, the Duke could not use anything against the prince, and he assumed that this official statement had nothing to do with refusing an invitation from the Empress. Rod could not tell us all the details yet, but he said that he had a great plan that he was going to realize. He listened attentively to the master's words, but he did not want this situation to cause a conflict with the imperial family. Several days had passed since the medicinal baths, and Lady Liana was feeling excellent. She stood near the door of the room, but hesitated a little before knocking. Liana mustered up courage and knocked on the door, and Barden asked to enter in a calm voice. The lady apologized and asked for permission to enter the young man's room. The girl said that she had come to deliver a monster map to the young master, which she had created according to the princess's instructions. Barden carefully studied the map and was surprised that everything was done much more carefully than what they usually delivered to him. Liana admitted that she created and wrote this map herself, and that this was her first decent job. Barden looked at the girl with surprised eyes, holding a map in his hands on which everything was described down to the smallest detail. The young man shouted. It was really Liana, Ivan's employee, and the girl said that she and the lady worked quite well together. She apologized because she didn't know, because he was sure that Liana was his sister's maid. The girl explained that the young man was probably mistaken, and that her younger sister, Udella, worked as a maid. Now everything was clear to Barden, and he asked if the young lady was feeling well. The girl admitted that, thanks to the gentleman's help, she felt much better, and Bardet even noticed that the girl's face was also starting to look healthy. Liana felt a little embarrassed by the pleasant words, and hurried out of the room so he wouldn't notice her embarrassment. But at that moment, the girl's cheeks lit up with a bright blush, and Liana tried to compose herself. The young man decided to carefully study the map, and realized that it indicated the monsters that had lived here for the last 100 years. But everything was quite strange. Initially, sinister monsters roamed throughout the empire, but now they somehow reached the border of the country. And around this time, the cycle of large-scale battles with monsters began to decline. If you think about it, the last battle with the monsters was 10 years ago, and their number was uncontrollably increasing, rapidly spreading throughout the border area. Small countries near the border, the police suffered huge losses, and the empire saved them and took them in. Things were particularly serious in the kingdom of Mare, and the empire personally sent support there. It was at that time that the empress found the orphaned Princess Cordelia wandering the streets there, and this was around the same time. Barden knew that it could not be a coincidence, but everything seemed very confusing. 10 years ago, after Empress Giselle found Cordelia, she stayed with the royal family. 3 years later, Cordelia went abroad to study in the empire, but until that moment, there was nothing remarkable. However, after studying abroad, she quickly distinguished herself in healing magic, and she decided to take part in the battle against the monsters that was taking place at that time. And the crown prince, who had reached the level of sword master at that time, decided to go into battle for the first time. If everything goes on like this, the letters will be revealed, and everything is quite suspicious, so Barden wanted to know more. It was raining heavily outside, and Lady Yvonne was sitting in her room, lost in thought. She wondered if the Duke could find a way to refuse the invitation from Her Majesty, the Empress. And even if he doesn't find a way, the girl will have to go to the banquet. Yvonne was very sad about these thoughts, but she couldn't help it, and decided that she would simply have to accept her fate. But suddenly, the girl saw a magical glow coming from the drawer of her desk. It was the diary that she couldn't open last time, and the magical light came directly from it. The lady took the diary, but suddenly felt a strange magical power. Yvonne remembered it very well. She could not open this book, and now she held it in her hands again. To the girl's great surprise, the second after thinking about it, the book suddenly opened by itself in her hands. She tried to read the entries, and it was Yvonne's diary before she became obsessed with her. And suddenly, she saw an entry about a banquet 2 years ago. But unfortunately, Yvonne could not read all the notes because she lacked magical power. She tried to understand the symbols for some time, but only understood part of what was written. Suddenly, Pambert, who was sitting on the girl's desk, asked if the lady seemed to have a problem, and surely he could help her with something. The pink demon said that just by opening the diary, it is impossible to just pick it up and read it. He said he could help the girl, and maybe she could read the magical symbols in the book. If the girl had the power to read, she wouldn't need help. But maybe this way, she could find out the day Yvonne fell ill after visiting the imperial palace. While thinking about how to read the diary, at that moment, a cheerful Carol entered the room and told the girl that she had arrived from a long journey. The girls were very happy to see each other, and the lady with a happy smile hurried to hug her dear friend. She said it must have been very difficult for Carol to get the information the girl sent after researching a lot, in addition to what the lady asked for. Carol admitted that she planned to provide more information, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she arrived a little late. But someone sent a request to the Information Guild to locate the herb trader Rhodia. Yvonne did not expect to hear this information. Carol said that it turned out that she was the dealer of Rhodia's herb because she asked her aunt to take care of her. And now, the client received a report that the dealer could not be tracked. She also explained the sun source, and first of all, the maid focused on its ingredients and its effectiveness. The result turned out to be the same ingredients as the dietary supplements she had previously researched. Carol provided documentation to support her claim, which meant that the sun source could also cause skin conditions. But since the amount of additives in the sun source is double the normal amount with constant use, this product can cause various skin diseases and allergic reactions. Aunt Carol could not get more information from her, but she also learned that the sun source was created in the imperial palace. This means that the emperor's family has a direct connection to this, and the sun source was probably created by them. And this popular product that supposedly helps your skin look better is poison for the body. Yvonne was eager to read the diary, so Pamber was at that moment feasting on the sweets he had requested as a reward for his help. She was sure that this diary would definitely contain something that the heroine learned in the imperial palace. After Pamber ate a large amount of sweets, the lady reminded him of his promise because the demon could easily read the diary. She handed the diary to the little demon, and he laughed. Yvonne is a mage who cannot read magic diaries. Pamber thought that the lady was a mage if she could talk to him, but he said that he felt black magic on her body. The girl was sure that this could not be, and the little demon was probably making fun of her. Pambert asked to be handed the diary so that he could read it quickly and continue enjoying the delicacies. Little demon Rosa carefully scanned the lines with his gaze to understand what was written in the diary. Suddenly, with a serious look, he raised his eyes, looking up from the book, and said threateningly, something is wrong here. The demon claimed that this was a very bad text, and that the lady probably should have done it herself to read it, and she could very well have done it herself. But the girl admitted that she really didn't know what was written there. Pambert began to read the entry about how, in the banquet hall in honor of the crown prince's birthday, Yvonne, unable to stand the congestion, decided to go out for some fresh air. There she saw a beautiful glass greenhouse and decided to take a closer look. The greenhouse was really very large, but suddenly, Yvonne saw someone's huge eye among the leaves near the bush. The greenhouse was guarded by something that should not be there, and that day the lady encountered a terrible entity. She somehow managed to escape from there, but suddenly the girl's mind became very clouded, and she stopped understanding what was happening and where she was. Pambert was trembling with his little paws, and the demon was very creepy, but he didn't read everything, since he had no idea what was written next. The lady did not believe that the demon was lying, but it would be terrifying if that was all the information she could read. And that was the end. And now it was not entirely clear what Yvonne saw that day and what the greenhouse was protecting. And maybe this creature was protecting the sun source. The heroine became incredibly nervous. At that moment, Liana entered her office and asked what was happening to the princess. The girl quickly closed the diary and said that nothing could happen to her and that everything was fine. Liana said that today she was walking and found a newspaper, and that Yvonne should take a look at it. She pointed out the article to the girl and asked her to carefully read what was written there. Strange things have been happening among noble ladies lately. Skin diseases are spreading, and several elite shops that noble ladies frequent have been closed so as not to arouse suspicion. And it seems we're talking about the same skin disease that Miss Liana recently suffered from. On this dark and rainy afternoon, one of the noble and venerable ladies who often used the sun source. After bathing, she was horrified to see the state of her skin. She believed that the folk remedy would help her, but every time the girl bathed, she got worse and did not get better. The lady had already used 3 bottles of the famous remedy, but it didn't help her at all. The girl looked with horror at her hands, which were completely covered with red allergic spots, and caused her intense pain due to the irritation. At that moment, her mother entered the room and excitedly asked how the girl was feeling and what had happened. The lady asked her mother to look at her skin with horror and did not understand how she could go out into society with such a terrible body. She asked her own mother to do something, but to her surprise, the mother withdrew her hand from her daughter for fear of contracting a terrible unknown disease. And this day was the most terrible for the lady, because at the most difficult moment, her own mother simply turned her back on her and refused to help her. But since they used this sun source together, red spots also began to appear on the mother's skin. The ladies immediately called a doctor to explain what strange illness they had contracted. The doctor tried to treat the red spots on the lady's skin, but she screamed from the unbearable pain she felt at any contact. Her father said that everyone had already been checked, but that it was a serious skin disease. No one can specifically say what it is called, how it is treated, and where it comes from. The doctor said that a cure has not yet been found, and that it is an extremely rare disease, and the cause of its appearance is still unknown. The lady screamed what she should do now, because the crown prince's birthday banquet was just around the corner, and with such an illness, she couldn't even go out anywhere, let alone attend the banquet. The father asked his daughter to calm down, and he had already sent a request to the guild to search for a doctor, and promised that a cure would soon be found. After some time, a man from the guild came to the master, and he was going to tell him the information he requested. The girl's father no longer had any hope, but he was sure that good news had reached them. A young man with a scar on his face entered and greeted the count, telling him that he was leading a luxurious life, and that it seemed his arms business was succeeding. The man asked the young man to stop talking off topic, because there was a good reason why he was called. The young man smiled and said he just wanted to congratulate the man and be eloquent. He pulled out a turquoise bottle from his bag. According to his guild's research, this bath salt is called Pambas tears, and this remedy helps with various skin diseases. The count was indignant that this was a disease that even the famous sun source could not cure, and most likely, ordinary bath salts could not help with such a severe illness. The young man said that he was not a salesman in the market, but an elite informant of the guild, and that if the lady didn't believe him, then she should probably leave his pleasant company. The lady was willing to try anything, so she asked the young man to give her a bottle of medicine, and she was sure that now was not the time to choose something. The main thing was that the remedy would at least help somehow. The guild was an ultra-secret organization, but after a while, they began to approach them for a different reason. The products that Ivan had created were now on the guild shelves, and all the girls were interested in them. Carol asked her friends in the guild to buy all the ingredients they could get. This was all Carol's initiative, and the aunt gladly helped the lady buy all the necessary ingredients. A few days ago, the first meeting of people dedicated to treating a rapidly spreading skin disease took place. The noble ladies were saddened by their appearance, and each of them had already tried everything. But nothing helped anyone, and there was really no way to recover from the terrible illness. But unexpectedly, Lady Melavie came to the meeting and confidently declared that the disease was curable. She spoke of a bath salt called Pamber's Tears, and if the girls use it, they will see results immediately. The girl took off her cape and said that from now on the ladies could easily regain their clear skin. The noble ladies looked at Melavie with surprise, who also suffered from terrible allergic reactions. But her skin looked completely young and healthy, and the distressed girls rushed to her, asking where they could buy this miraculous remedy. A couple of days passed after this incident, and rumors about the healing bath salts spread throughout the empire. Now, in the guild where bath salts were sold, there was a queue of a large number of people who wanted to acquire this product. Cordelia also received news about the appearance of a popular medicine that helps against a terrible disease. After rumors about the healing bath salts spread, Yvonne could not keep up with her financial calculations. In just a few days of sales, she managed to earn 5.5 billion, and that was a lot of money. Carol and Udella were incredibly happy, and the girls knew that the princess would succeed, because she achieved great success in her first business, given the huge profits in just a few days of sales. Liana entered Ivan's office and wanted to ask the princess a question that interested her. She asked how the lady came up with such a business, because what happened was truly incredible. She supposed that Yvonne was vaguely aware of the disease that had spread throughout the empire, even if it was a terrible tragedy. However, if the disease had not spread so widely, these bath salts would not have been so successful, and Yvonne could not have known about the spread of the skin disease in advance. Lady Argentros smiled and looked at Liana, and of course, she knew everything in advance. And in reality, this is the world of the novel, and she was a fan of it. And thanks to her knowledge of the plot, she was able to start a business and get rich, so Yvonne didn't know what to answer her now. She somehow never thought of such a situation, but now she couldn't find the right words. Liana also reported that Yvonne miraculously solved the mystery of this disease and cured all the women who suffered from it. Since the sun source became popular, Yvonne suspected something, and it seemed strange to her how a folk remedy could cure any skin disease. Udella said that although it served as research, the lady managed to save all the victims. And now 3 girls were next to Miss Argentros, praising the incredible merits of her lover. Yvonne decided to pretend that everything was like that, because there was no need to look for other excuses. Since everything turned out well, Udella asked what the lady was going to do now, and if she had plans to open another business. Yvonne's plans were grand. She was going to cure magical amnesia and also enjoy her rich life. And luxurious, which she had been fighting for so long. Bloodthirsty monsters that appeared from magic portals attacked the Empire's border again, and the only one who could fight heroically against them was the ruthless Duke Rodney. There were cries of alarm and sounds of battles everywhere, but his heart beat calmly and evenly. He knew that today he would face a horror that no one could defeat, monsters that terrorized their lands. They ravaged villages and took lives, leaving nothing but fear. The sound of metal echoed in the air as the sword made contact with the monster's scales and killed the last monster. Ant informed the Duke that the slain monster was the last one and that the cleanup had been completely finished. And the Duke asked about the state of the mine now. Everything was fine with the mine, and as soon as the remaining monsters were destroyed, the workers could immediately start extracting. And in any case, they can finally exhale, because this hadn't happened for a long time. The Duke said he urgently needed to return to the capital, because he wanted to tell Ivan everything quickly. The young man took a magic crystal, extracted from a deep mine, and realized that he was now ready to tell her the whole truth. Outside, the weather was beautiful and warm, and people in the Empire were enjoying the sunny days and walking with their children. A mischievous boy with an ice cream in his hands started running, shouting with joy, and suddenly bumped into a stranger. The boy looked up with frightened eyes, staining all his clothes with sweet ice cream. He saw Lady Yvonne in front of him, who was rumored to be an incredible villainess, and she could punish anyone. There was a trace of ice cream on the girl's dress, and the child's frightened parents ran toward the princess. His mother became very nervous and apologized to her mistress for the absurd act committed by a very small child. People started whispering that maybe everything would be fine, although many had heard about Miss Argentrose's character, that an angry lady could get angry at any moment. The baby burst into tears, but the next second felt a gentle touch on his hair. The lady apologized to the child because due to her long skirt, he could never eat his delicious ice cream. Yvonne was holding a bag of coins and offered to buy the boy up to 108 scoops of ice cream to make sure he was full, and she gave the bag of money to the boy. The child's parents couldn't find words, and for some time they silently watched the princess walking away. And at that moment, Yvonne felt incredible pride in herself and her actions. Yvonne's business turned out to be successful and profitable, so the first thing the girl did was go to the workshop to buy any outfit she wanted. She pointed out the dresses she liked and told the studio staff that she would pay for everything at once. Carol was frightened. The princess shouldn't wear so many clothes because one outfit is enough. The lady asked if the maids really didn't like these outfits and asked them to choose whichever they liked best. She wanted to reward the maids for their work and asked them to choose any attire. But for now, she decided to go take care of some matters. Yvonne left the studio and realized that she had always wanted to do this when she became rich. And today was the day her wish came true. And thanks to the healing bath salts, she could finally achieve her goal on her own. Now, Yvonne could calmly enjoy a comfortable life, as the profits from her business were simply huge. She went to a store, but the young man said that the warehouse had run out of magic crystals. The lady was surprised the last time they had a delivery, and according to her calculations, there should be more than enough magic crystals in stock. The young man said that the crystals ran out quickly, and as soon as a new delivery arrives, they will not necessarily inform the girl. She couldn't believe someone had bought a magic crystal and asked him where it was extracted from. The young man said that the mine is run by Duke Gels, and that he keeps all the magic crystals extracted in the mine. And they say he buys not only raw materials, but also the mines themselves with deposits of magic crystals. Yvonne couldn't believe what she heard and didn't understand why the Duke needed these stones. The merchant did not know the details, but it was rumored that it was used to repair magic pillars. Despite this, they recently provided the imperial family with a magic pillar for repair. But the magic crystal is not the only magic stone. There are many other magic stones, and now it is rare to find a stone with as high a concentration of power as magic tiles. Saddened, Yvonne left the store, not expecting that Duke Rodney, for some reason, had taken all the stones. At that moment, the lady clearly felt that her plan was not destined to come true, and a strange void appeared in her soul. She perfectly understood that she needed a magic stone, but she couldn't even buy one, and she couldn't give an explanation as to why the young Duke was buying up all the mines. And mines. Yvonne cried and didn't understand if she had the right to know about this now. But now, she clearly felt like she knew absolutely nothing about the person who had been with her for a long time. And now, she didn't understand at all what she could like about the Duke, and how he differed from the real heroine of the novel. Yvonne, the lady seemed as if everything she had done was a complete failure, and now there was no way out. Lost in thought, the distressed Yvonne walked down the street and didn't notice at all how the Duke appeared next to her. The young man dismounted from his horse and was very happy to find the lady in such a beautiful place, and he considered it a pleasant coincidence. He and his assistant were driving down the street when they saw Princess Argentrose in the distance. The lady heard the young man greet her even though she did not turn towards him, and she thought the young man was a real villain. The Duke approached the girl and wanted to take her hand, but the infuriated lady pushed his hand away with all her might. She didn't want to see the deceitful rod again and started fleeing from him down the rainy street. The Duke didn't understand what happened to the girl and asked Yvonne to wait to talk. Aunt closely observed what was happening and understood that no matter how tired the Duke was after 5 days and nights of suppressing monsters, he possessed enormous power. The young man probably couldn't stop a person, and Aunt watched as the lady quickly fled from the sword master. Her in heels, Aunt became very sad seeing all this, but in any case, he would always support the Duke in his actions. The rain began to fall even more intensely, and bright thunder appeared in the dark sky. and lightning and the assistant remained with the Duke's horse, waiting for his master. Cold drops ran down the girl's face, and Yvonne thought she must have gone crazy, and she cursed at herself for having met the Duke in her life. The girl ran in the rain, as if she didn't understand anything, but suddenly stopped upon hearing her name. She knew the Duke was chasing her, and she heard the young man loudly begging her forgiveness. But Yvonne kept running, crying, and didn't want the young man to catch up with her, since she couldn't see him at all now, after everything she had learned. Suddenly, the girl's heel broke. Yvonne tripped on the wet ground and almost fell down the stairs. Running along the narrow sidewalk, the girl suddenly lost her balance, her legs slipped, and about to fall, she screamed. But at that moment, the Duke grabbed her by the waist. As if preparing for this moment, he lunged forward to catch her. Their bodies met, and Yvonne felt herself in his arms as water droplets ran down their faces, and clothes falling from the sky like heavenly tears. After everything that had happened, the Duke, along with Lady Yvonne, went to the Argenthrow's estate to change into dry clothes after being caught in the pouring rain. Rod experienced unpleasant and sad feelings about the conversation that took place between him and the girl. When the Duke grabbed Yvonne to prevent her from falling, he immediately asked her if everything was all right with her, and if the girl was hurt. But for some reason, the lady couldn't look the Duke in the eyes, and only slowly asked quietly why. The rain continued to fall and intensified, and Yvonne asked the Duke why he was so distracted. She specifically ran away from him because she didn't want to see his face, but now she wanted to know why the Duke was still following her. And insisting on talking, Rodney gently touched Yvonne's wet hair and said that he was now deeply sorry for everything that had just happened between them. The young man admitted that this was not what he really wanted to see, and he asked the girl to tell him the reason for such abrupt behavior. And unexpected, Yvonne asked if Rod really didn't understand what was happening, since she had previously made it clear to him what she needed. The lady cried bitterly and wanted to know why Rod didn't leave any of the Till's crystals that she needed so much. Rodney perfectly understood the girl's anger and said he was very sorry, but that an explanatory dialogue must take place between him and Yvonne so that no one holds a grudge. Therefore, the young man asked to be given at least a chance to explain everything to her and put him in his place. Moments of this conversation passed through the young man's head. He was thoughtful and upset, but the most important thing is that they arrived together at the Argenthrow's estate, and now they will be able to talk in a calm environment. After the Duke and Yvonne changed into dry clothes, they sat down at the table to discuss the questions and accumulated problems. First of all, Rodney sincerely and without regret apologized for having scared the girl with such harsh behavior. The young man admitted that he in no way intended to complicate the girl's life, but rather, on the contrary, he wanted to make her happier, so that the lady would not worry about anything and need nothing. He said that he still planned to give the girl a gift today, and that this gift was all the Till's magic crystal extracted in the mine. The Duke also said that he even found a way not to respond to the invitation of Her Majesty, the Empress, and he thought that Yvonne would be there if he gave her everything together. From the expression of surprise on the lady's face, it could be understood that she clearly did not expect to hear the Duke's thank you speech. As soon as she realized that it was a magic crystal that the young man was going to give her, Yvonne shouted loudly in surprise. Rodney admitted that he felt incredibly unhappy, thinking that his selfishness could cause her pain or mental suffering to the girl. Excited, Yvonne asked if the Duke had really collected all the crystals from the Empire just to give them to his girlfriend. But if the Duke had told everything in advance, there would have been no great surprise. So the young man asked how he could help the lady feel better. All the words the Duke had just uttered were similar to a speech of gratitude and indicated that young Master Rodney had definitely liked the girl for a long time. Yvonne was sure that she was only thinking about this assumption, but it turned out that she had just loudly said everything that was in her head, and she had just admitted out loud that the Duke liked her. So out of embarrassment, she tried to clarify that this was not at all what she meant. The Duke's scattered feelings and thoughts mixed into a huge pile, and he couldn't even find the right words to express his emotions. Yvonne tried to explain to him that by liking, she meant liking him as a person, and this was probably obvious. But the young man didn't understand if the girl still didn't know that he really liked her. The Duke was very surprised by the young lady's behavior and said that she seemed not to understand at all what Yvonne was still thinking about. At that moment, Yvonne's father and brother entered the room, and were informed that Yvonne had gotten wet in the rain, and that something had happened to her. To their surprise, they saw a lady sitting with a duke, who definitely should not have been there. Ivan's father and brother exclaimed the duke's name loudly, and yet, they were stunned by his appearance. Mr. Argentros asked if the duke had found a way to refuse the empress's invitation, and the young man confirmed all his words. Yvonne, at that moment, was sitting with an incredibly happy face, and her father was surprised at how quickly the duke resolved all the problems his daughter had. Barden suddenly noticed that the duke was sitting dressed and did not hesitate to ask him such a strange question. The duke was wearing Barden's shirt on his body, and he couldn't stop looking at the young master, who strangely ended up wearing his clothes. The girl laughed and asked what the young men were thinking, because she simply lent the duke a shirt and pants as he was completely soaked by the torrential rain. The father wanted to know what method the duke had found, and the young man tried to explain everything to him, starting with the law that applied to this invitation. The law stated that if a person refused an official invitation from the empress, the head of the social circle, that person's family would probably be punished. Yvonne's father was sure that the law was somewhat exaggerated, and punishing the entire family, for it was completely useless. The duke said that while studying the empire's laws on this matter, he found a document explaining the origin of this strange law. Upon hearing the word origin, the entire Argentros family was incredibly surprised, and the duke noted that good looks are inherited. This law was passed by the third empress, who was originally a common commoner, and ordinary people who did not accept the empress's origin refused to participate adequately in the royal events organized for Her Majesty. Only thanks to this law, after some time, the third empress was able to establish herself as the matriarch of the empire and firmly strengthen her position in secular society. However, this law was only passed for one person when Her Majesty the Empress passed away. The emperor added a clause to prevent the law from being abused in the empire's traditional legislation. The father listened attentively to the young man's speech and again asked what that point was. The duke warned that an invitation could only be issued with the emperor's permission, and otherwise it could be revoked by the emperor or his official representative. And the representatives indicated here are the direct official heirs of the emperor in a straight line. From that moment on, many things became clear to Mr. Arentroffs. Since His Majesty, the emperor was bedridden with an incurable illness and could not issue an official permit, Yvonne became noticeably sad and asked if this was not a big problem and serious for them. After all, this would be the same as directly opposing His Majesty, and the Crown Prince, as a representative, would never oppose her. Barton suggested that, in fact, there is another legal representative, about whom for some reason no one speaks. And these representatives are the third Crown Prince, who is also a member of the imperial family. But absolutely nobody knows about him. Mr. Argentros was sure that this young man would never speak, and as his daughter said, it was the same as confronting the empress directly, and most likely it would be impossible to do so. But even without this, the girl stated that she is against it and no longer wants anyone to find themselves in a difficult situation or dangerous solely because of her, and that she just has to cooperate with His Highness, the Crown Prince once. And surely this is the only solution to the problem, and she is not at all against this outcome. The girl's father and brother couldn't believe that Ivan really said this, and none of those present were happy with this solution to the problem. Therefore, they continued to look suspiciously at the lady who had just said she agreed to cooperate with the vile Prince Adrian, who had been cleaning his feet for many years. The Duke listened to Yvonne's opinion and confidently stated that he was not at all happy with this situation, and that it was necessary to find another option to solve this problem. And if this had happened at any other time, he would have respected the lady's opinion. But this time, it is an exception, and now everything is completely different. If Yvonne becomes the crown princess and is Adrian's partner at the ball, there will be no turning back, and her life will change drastically. The lady asked what the Duke meant when he spoke of the official status of the crown princess. The girl wondered if her partner at this banquet would definitely have to become the crown princess in the future and marry Prince Adrian. The father said that this fact has not yet been confirmed, but he is more than sure that Ivan will have to marry the prince. Barden also heard this information and did not fully realize it, because he thought the lady would have trouble with the boy's whims. All this surprising news stunned Ivan, who suddenly felt confused, and completely confused in her thoughts. And the first ball with the crown prince on his birthday means that the lady will have to spend her whole life with him. It was definitely like a Cinderella competition. The crown prince is one thing, but the royal family is also suspicious. And living with them is like being thrown alive into a tiger's den. And the most important thing that worried the girl was that she hadn't even managed to confess her sincere feelings for the Duke to him yet. The very next second, Yvonne completely stopped understanding what was happening here, and only saw the surprised expression on the faces of the young people staring at her. At first, she didn't understand why everyone was reacting this way, but it turned out that the girl unknowingly burst into tears over such injustice, and in her opinion, it was a terrible sight. None of the young people wanted to see the girl cry, so the Duke suggested going to the third prince's crown right away. And Ivan's father asked them to proceed immediately to save the third prince. The girl didn't understand why they were behaving this way, as they had provided her with completely different information before. In Ivan's theater of imagination, she imagined the Empress approaching her, and the Duke at a gala ball, and asking them if she hadn't invited her to be the crown prince's partner. Next, the girl was going to intimidate the Empress with an article, and according to royal tradition, a gold invitation issued without the Emperor's approval is invalid. And even the third prince, who never participates in external events, can confirm this. And at this moment, the third prince should come out with his weighty word. Yvonne quickly reviewed all the situations that could happen in her head, and she said with delight that they really looked like true villains that everyone should be careful of. Rodnine supposed that the lady might think that anyway, but what was wrong? Was wrong. It is true that the crown prince was rude, and it is wrong to support this decision. But for some reason, the Duke's beauty quickly convinced the lady of the truth of his words, and she assumed that Her Majesty the Empress must understand her intentions. Positions. The father asked if this option was possible, but how could they convince the third prince, since meeting him is not the easiest task? The Duke only had one method, that he was going to tell the Argentro's family in its entirety. But the young man admitted that he would need the help of Ivan's father, who is an important link in this chain. The young people did not postpone the execution of their plan, so that very night they visited the third prince. Felix was incredibly frightened by the uninvited guests who secretly entered his home. The strangers were allowed in by the prince's mother, who suffers from a mental illness. The Duke told the young man his intentions, but Felix insisted that he could not help them in any way, and asked the strangers to leave his house. Rod tried to persuade Felix to listen to the conditions they had prepared, but the young man shouted that, regardless of the conditions, under no circumstances would he do what they asked. His mother had a severe mental illness, and in tears, she asked Felix if he was angry because she allowed strangers to enter their cozy home. Mr. Argentro's said that almost 20 years have passed since His Majesty became like this, and contracted a mental illness. The prince's mother had been acting like a small child for many years, and the young man gently stroked her head, trying to find out what the guests meant by these words. The Duke asked if Felix really wanted to cure his dear and beloved mother, and these words struck the young man as hard as if lightning had pierced his entire body. Felix was sure that the uninvited guests were going to trick him, since he had been looking for a cure for many years and, desperately, he had tried every possible treatment for his mental disorder, and he confidently stated that, after many years of suffering and torment, he realized that there is not a single way in this world to cure this mental illness. The Duke said that the third prince has been imprisoned in this deep-sea palace for a long time, and it would be difficult to obtain information, so finding the right treatment is incredibly difficult. Felix listened to the young men's proposal, but it turned out that the young man did not fully understand what they meant. The Duke took out of his pocket a glass bottle with pink liquid and said, as it is hard to believe, here and now he can start treating his mother, and if she didn't show signs of improvement now, he would gladly and undoubtedly with pride bow his head and offer his life for insulting the royal family. After talking with the family and the Duke, Yvonne felt very tense, and Pember advised the lady to go out and get some fresh air, which quickly made the lady feel much better. Staying in the room gave her no peace, and the girl couldn't find a place for herself. So, seeing the mistress's saddened face, Pember asked if something had happened to her. Yvonne remembered that moment when the Duke and his family looked at her with such concern, and acted as if they were willing to do anything for her, just so the girl wouldn't get angry and never cry again. The lady clearly felt that she had become dear to someone, but unfortunately understood that she was not the real heroine of Yvonne Argentrose's novel. And if the family finds out about this, they will probably want to find the real Lady Yvonne. Who is her blood relative? Even if the expressions of her father and brother were uncomfortable, the lady definitely felt that these people loved her incredibly. And Ivan was a sister and a daughter to them, for whose sake the brave young men, and brave, were willing to do anything. Suddenly, she heard a strange voice, asking what was wrong with Duke Rodney, who is also a close person to the girl. Yvonne got very scared when she heard a strange, sinister voice, and, turning around, she saw a mysterious purple glow near her. She saw the magical silhouette of a girl in front of her, and Pambert asked why the lady suddenly became cautious. A dark figure of a young woman appeared in front of the girl, who smiled sinisterly, and said that she came to take back her body. The mysterious figure of a stranger approached Yvonne sinisterly, and when she heard the words about taking back the body, she was greatly surprised. The magical entity in the form of a girl said that the lady should have guessed that sooner, or later that day would come anyway, and she would have to return everything that did not belong to her in this world. The sinister phantom asked for her place back and the love she was supposed to receive. And while Yvonne listened to the phantom's speech, a deadly attack was already being prepared for her from behind. But the killer did not foresee that a small pink demon was sitting on the girl's shoulder. He immediately saw the attacker and the sharp blade of the dagger, which in a second was supposed to pierce the girl's neck. Pambert shouted loudly and was able to use magical powers to deflect the attacker's blow. And at that moment, Yvonne realized that she was being attacked. The man who tried to kill her fell to the ground with a crash and could never land the killing blow. At that moment, the sinister girl's silhouette disappeared, and a mysterious stranger lay near the heroine. Yvonne turned around horrified and saw that there was a person lying behind her, and judging by the long hair, it was definitely a girl. The lady sat on the floor and tried to say something while the infuriated Ivan looked at the man who had just tried to stab her with a knife. The mysterious stranger got up from the floor, and unfortunately, Ivan saw a painfully familiar face. She recognized the young woman, and it was Lady Cordelia herself, whom she had known for quite some time. And it really was Cordelia, and she turned her gaze, not with a sinister look, towards her attacker. Suddenly, Pambert shrieked that she definitely knew this woman, and that her face looked familiar. While Cordelia slowly got up from the floor, Pambert declared that it was this lady who sent him to the mansion that night. The girls were face to face, and Ivan, more than ever, wanted an explanation from the lady with whom they seemed to have a good relationship. And today it turned out that the one who constantly sent dark magic and failures to the lady was Lady Cordelia, and the girl could not expect this, let alone believe it. Cordelia said in a soft voice, it had been a long time since they last met at the Argentrose estate when she came to visit the girl. She looked at the pink demon and smiled, because she did not recognize Pambert in such a cute appearance. And the demon asked her if the mistress had really come to pick him up. Cordelia said, because Pambert was very precious to her, and she held out her hand to him. Yvonne screamed, wondering how the sweetest girl, whom nobody would have thought, turned out to be a real dark mage who sent sinister monsters to people. The lady noticed that Yvonne seemed confused, and the girl was indeed surprised to see her old friend. In the original story, Cordelia was a heroine who fought against cruel dark mages and saved people until the end. And this girl was like an angel to everyone. Yvonne closed her eyes and realized that the heroine of the novel, who used to save people, had turned into a cruel villain, and this was practically the destruction of the novel's main character. Cordelia said that it was quite strange, but she thought Madame Argentrose had already guessed everything, and that's why she called her especially. She talked about soaking rhodia grass, but Ivan did not immediately understand what Cordelia was referring to. It turned out in the end that the culprit was a miracle drug, which Yvonne specifically called it that, and she even dragged Pambert into it, so Cordelia thought it was an open threat. And the demon was taken hostage. It was true, and Ivan was trying to find the dark mage behind this. But given her current state, it was too dangerous to confront her directly, so the lady simply tried to find out the identity through the Information Guild. And it was completely incomprehensible how the girl realized that Pambert had been with Lady Argentrose all this time. Cordelia asked if the demon really didn't tell her who her master was and why they sent him here. But Pambert really didn't remember, and only remembered everything after seeing his master's true face. Cordelia smiled, and asked if the demon really didn't remember that she personally ordered Lady Yvonne to be killed and secretly sneak onto the property while she slept. Now Yvonne was waiting for an explanation from the pink demon, and Pember insisted that he remembered absolutely nothing, and that it was the first time he heard about the murder. Cordelia smiled. It seemed that the lady's assassination attempt had failed, but it was not scary, and, thanks to the demon staying here, she could wait until the lady was alone. Pember was sure that the girl was talking nonsense, and Ivan threateningly asked why Cordelia decided to send dark forces after her. She was trying to find out why she couldn't leave her alone without causing her pain and harm. Cordelia admitted that she did not expect the lady to ask such a question, but she was willing to explain everything to her here. And now, after Yvonne took away Her Highness the Crown Prince and ruined all her plans, the girl supposedly had no choice but to deal with the hated Ivan, who was interfering with her happiness. Cordelia claimed that the girl had ruined all her plans that she had been pursuing for many years. And now she was pretending not to know anything and doing nothing. She hadn't realized all this time that Cordelia was a dark mage and was trying to recruit nobles by using a skin disease that had spread among Soviet ladies. Otherwise, how could Lady Yvonne choose the right time to buy rhodia grass and get rid of her acquaintances so easily? The lady did not want to believe a single word of what Cordelia said, and only wanted to punish the cruel lady who had caused terrible suffering to many people. Yvonne assumed that Cordelia was the only culprit all this time, and that meant she was also the mastermind behind the incident with the popular sun fountain. Cordelia said that no matter what Lady Yvonne said about all this, because it didn't matter anymore, because once she got rid of her, the girl would never be able to interfere in her affairs again. Cordelia drew a magic circle with her hands, and Ivan didn't understand why everything turned out this way in an instant, and if she had changed what was happening too quickly. In that second, when the lady was on the verge of life and death, for some reason the Duke's face appeared in her mind. And it was strange why the girl remembered the young man at such a terrible moment. Life flashed before the girl's eyes. She saw her father and brother, and at that moment she remembered the first family she had in a past life. It seemed that Cordelia was not going to stop, and was preparing to send dark magic to Miss Argentrose. That could destroy the girl in a second. Cordelia created a magic circle with mysterious symbols and said that her soul was sincere, and that Lady Argentrose should be like that too. But the lady's dark soul had long since turned numb and had long forgotten what love were, kindness and sincere feelings. Miss Argentrose asked if Cordelia hadn't come here to kill her or find Pember, and when she realized that the girl was no longer going to kill her, she couldn't name the reason why she was here now, and continued to create dark magic. That very night, the Empress stood near the gates of a huge castle, above whose gates a demonic symbol burned with red fire. Giselle looked at the gate with feelings of ecstasy and was eagerly awaiting, because the magical ceremony was about to take place very soon. Soon the gates of liberation will open, and then despair will fall upon the world with the keys of the sun, and the moon soaked in darkness. It is at this moment that the gates of hell should open, and the innocent Cordelia will be killed with a sharp dagger in the heart. Only then will the justice that Giselle has long desired finally be done, and the great darkness will be released and set free. The Empress fervently wished that all living beings on earth would be enslaved by darkness, and that great justice would come to the world. Giselle happily stated that it took her a long time to decipher these lines, and the lady behind her confirmed that the Empress had really gone through a lot to achieve success. The Empress answered her partner. Alencia did an excellent job and fulfilled the conditions that the Empress set. Alencia noticed that the plan to make the crown princess completely failed, but Empress Giselle turned out to be quite a thoughtful lady who always looks ahead. They planned that when Lady Yvonne entered the ballroom with His Highness, the crown prince would collapse on the floor, and the Empress would shout, it would surely be the work of the dark mage. They wanted to disgrace the girl at the gala ball, accusing her of murdering the crown prince, because except for Lady Yvonne, supposedly no one could do this, because she was clearly taking revenge that His Highness once rejected her sincere feelings. And at this moment, the innocent Princess Cordelia will appear, who with healing magic should cure young Master Adrian of his tragic death in front of all secular society. Their plans were for Cordelia to defeat the evil dark mage, Yvonne Argentrose, and save everyone present from the most important villain in the empire. Alencia said that, after this, Princess Cordelia would easily gain the support of the nobles and unconditionally become the next crown princess, and it was indeed a great plan. The empress asked what they were going to do with Cordelia, because maybe she wouldn't agree. So Alentia suggested that Giselle make some efforts and cast a dark spell on the girl. Giselle liked this idea very much and immediately asked to bring the lady here to put the plan into action. A purple magic vortex appeared next to the empress, and she expected the princess to appear in the next second. Alentia approached her, and the empress asked her if the lady had appeared on the estate. But Alentia screamed in fear because the princess had suddenly disappeared, and she couldn't call her. There was a silent pause between the girls, and the empress couldn't believe that Cordelia had really disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lady Yvonne was trying to figure out why Princess Cordelia came to her and is now performing dark magic. The lady replied with nothing and only remained silent, continuing to do what she had in mind. She admitted that if she were Lady Argentrose, she wouldn't think like that, because everything she does is obvious and extremely clear. But for Yvonne, all the dark deeds committed by the Heartless One were terrifying, and she couldn't find a reason to justify the cruel acts she committed. Pambert loudly asked why Yvonne didn't use magic, and the girl thought Cordelia said she came for the demon's sake, but she didn't seem worried about his safety at all. Yvonne said it didn't seem like Cordelia was trying to hit her, and like before, she subtly adjusted her aim so that the magic would fail slightly. But it's quite obvious that she's faking and deliberately mocking, or she just wants to show the level of her dark magic skill, so that in the future, the girl will be afraid of her. Cordelia laughed and said Yvonne didn't even flinch when she was attacked by the dark mage, and her death was closer than ever. She decided to speak directly, and Lady Argentrose expected an explanation from the sinister criminal. The next words Cordelia said were completely unexpected, because the girl had just asked her to kill her. Yvonne asked what she meant, because her request sounded quite terrifying. Cordelia repeated once more, as if she had said everything directly, saying that she would not resist, and that the girl just needed to do it. Yvonne asked why she should kill the princess. The girl replied, she attacked Miss Argentrose and is a dark mage, and aren't these facts enough to bring her to justice? She saw that Yvonne was clearly not ready to do this, so she decided to intimidate her. If the girl doesn't kill her now, the people she loves may be in danger, and she no longer has time to give explanations. And if Yvonne doesn't do it, if you want to kill her, then let her kill Pamber. But if she doesn't, Cordelia will die. The pink demon rushed forward and shrieked. Her former mistress had gone completely crazy and didn't understand what she was doing. Yvonne took the cute little demon in her arms, while Cordelia closely watched her actions. The lady declared loudly. She accepted the terms and would do whatever the princess wanted. And the next second she grabbed little Pamber in her hand while he loudly called for help. The demon screamed loudly in fear and asked not to kill him, because he had helped her in many ways, and no longer commits evil acts. Cordelia watched what was happening and saw that Yvonne was determined to kill the pink demon, who once served her right away. Yvonne squeezed the little demon tighter in her hand, and after a couple of minutes, she closed her eyes and seemed to stop breathing. And Cordelia, in that second, was preparing for her inevitable death. The girl closed her eyes and prepared to die at any moment, but she opened her eyes and realized that absolutely nothing was happening to her, and she was still alive and kicking. The very next second, Yvonne opened her hand, and Pambert, cheerfully, asked if she had done a good job in her role. After which, Yvonne asked Cordelia if she really wished so much to die because of the vile crown Prince Adrian. Yvonne asked if the lady really thought she would do what the girl wanted if she suddenly asked her to commit suicide. The girl said she wouldn't do anything until the princess answered all her questions and explained the reasons for her actions. She loudly ordered little Pambert to stop the princess's dark magic, because it was completely unknown what the lady was going to do next. They imprisoned the girl with a red magic chain and chained her to a tree, and Cordelia asked her to ask all the questions quickly, because there was absolutely no time left. Yvonne didn't understand why the lady kept talking about time, or if it was her way of asking for a favor. The first thing Yvonne wanted to do was immediately find out about the black figure that appeared in front of her, because the princess probably created it on purpose. She said that this is dark magic that materializes internal anxieties, and an illusion that can only be seen by the one upon whom the dark spell is cast. The next question was about the skin disease, because Cordelia had cruelly tried to gain the trust of the nobles by using the skin disease. and was probably also involved in its spread. Cordelia didn't know how much Ivan knew, but as far as the skin disease was concerned, she could say it was just a small step to make her the crown princess. And a strange young man suggested she use it, and she agreed. Although Cordelia had a romantic relationship with the crown prince, her low status and background were an obstacle to becoming the official crown princess. According to Archero's plan, if the princess spread a skin disease and then distributed medicine to all those in need, she could easily gain the support of the nobility. And in the end, the terrible disease would be cured anyway, so there shouldn't have been any problem. Ivan whispered angrily, "This is not something that can be dismissed so easily." And the princess probably doesn't even realize how many people have suffered because of her. Cordelia didn't care at all, but Ivan couldn't understand how someone could say something like that after the girl single-handedly ruined someone's life. And nothing could be more important than that. The princess suddenly said, "The people Ivan loves so much are now in danger, and not just those around her. And at this rate, no one will be safe." The girl spoke of the gates of liberation, and when they open, the world will fall prey to a catastrophe. That is why Artrignil addressed her. Cordelia argued that, when a disaster occurs, everything on the surface of the earth will die, or live a life worse than the most brutal death. And now, there is absolutely no other way to stop the destructive force before it's too late. After these words, Cordelia drew a teleportation circle and stood in the middle of it. She shouted there was really no time left, and soon the dark magic would take over, and justice would be served. The princess said that they are looking for her right now, and in her hand is a bracelet that temporarily hid her. But it is at its limit, and if the princess dies now, they will not be able to open the door for at least several decades. And this is precisely why Cordelia asked to kill her right now, so that the doors could never open again. The Duke and Monsieur Argentros left the property of the third Prince Felix, having completed the most important task for which they came here. Ivan's father declared that he would never do such a thing again, and the Duke thanked the man for the great help he had provided. The man said he was going to the mansion to report the situation and asked the Duke if he would like to accompany him. The young man said he would follow a little later, because he now needs to go to Yell's house. Soon the Duke arrived at his estate and asked his subjects to bring all the tiles, and Anta to collect all documents related to the mine in his office, and the extraction of magic crystals. The assistant was surprised and even asked the Duke not to say that he was really going to propose marriage to the girl. Rodney confidently stated he was not joking at all, asking his subjects to be as careful as possible and pack everything well. Ant still didn't understand that the ball would be tomorrow, but for some reason, the Duke decided to confess today. And surely the plan to cancel the Empress's invitation was progressing successfully. The Duke warned that everything was going well, but it was worth preparing for a possible intervention from the royal family. And after that, Anne was incredibly worried about how the Empress would understand the charm of love. Gells's house would now come to a complete end. The Empress continued looking for Cordelia, and her maid reported that the lady was probably sleeping in her room. Although it was already time for her to wake up, Giselle burst into the lady's room with loud shouts, being sure that she was there. Fortunately, the girl was in her room and was sitting near the window with a thoughtful expression on her face. Reading a book, she saw the room door open and asked Her Majesty, the Empress, what brought her here at such an early hour. Giselle said she had urgent matters with Cordelia and that she could accompany her for a minute. The girl reported, but she had just woken up and asked permission to tidy up and arrange herself first. The Empress agreed and warned that she would wait for the princess in the greenhouse, where she would have to come. After Empress Giselle left the room, sweet Cordelia instantly transformed into a somber lady. She was in her room, now only because she and Lady Yvonne had agreed on something last night. When the princess asked her to kill her, Yvonne said she couldn't immediately believe her story, and that she couldn't kill her either. Cordelia insisted that the girl still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. But even if it were true, nothing could be fixed. Yvonne tried to convince the princess, and if she tried to bear everything alone, it would only get worse. But she was sure that arguing with Yvonne here was just a waste of time. Cordelia asked Yvonne to allow her to prove that there was no other way, and she threw her bracelet onto the floor, which had hidden her location all this time. After taking off the bracelet, the princess immediately found herself on the estate, and now she looked at her hand, in which until recently there was a mysterious amulet. On this sunny day, Yvonne walked around the estate courtyard, holding in her hands the bracelet that Princess Cordelia left her. It turned out to be completely different from the one she knew as the novel's heroine, and rather her destiny was the same as the real Yvonne's. Perhaps this is a hidden part of the original story, or fate really completely changed in an instant, or Yvonne was able to change the future completely, and now the novel's characters were completely different people, and they had different qualities. Perhaps if the heroine had not possessed Lady Argentrose and had not changed the story, Cordelia wouldn't have changed so much, and everything would have remained the same. But the magical vision she showed her about the embodiment of her inner anxieties did not leave Yvonne's head, although she tried not to pay attention to it. The feeling of guilt for stealing the heroine's life has not disappeared anywhere. It only hides deep inside her and torments the girl every second. Yvonne clutched her head and became nervous because she didn't choose for this to happen, and all the characters changed character and life. As the girl calmed her furious emotions, she felt a man's hand gently touch her shoulder. And finally, she saw the sweet face of the Duke, who was very afraid that he might scare the girl with his unexpected appearance. Barden met her father, who returned from a trip with the third prince and was outraged at being away for so long, and, if he had been late, he would have burst into the palace. The father said that circumstances had developed, and everything turned out much more complicated than expected. And Barden only wanted to know if the third prince agreed to his conditions. Monsieur Argentrose thought for a moment and began to tell the story of how he and the Duke went to see the third prince. After the Duke offered to heal Felix's mother, he said that if His Majesty showed signs of improvement, he would offer his life for insulting the royal family. Felix understood everything perfectly, but he didn't understand one thing: why put so much effort and strive so much for this, because the Duke knows that he does not have the courage to go that far. Felix at that moment grabbed his head and said, since the Duke had gone so far, this time he agreed to leave the treatment of his mother in their hands. However, if there are no improvements, there will be no negotiations, and afterwards the guests will have to leave immediately and never return again. Felix's mother was lying in bed, her son sitting next to her, while the Duke opened a bottle of unknown violet liquid to cure mental illnesses. Rodney gave the lady a little medicine to drink, while Duke Argentrose used his magical powers to draw a blue magic circle over the lady's body. The magical power began to spread throughout Felix's mother's body, penetrating to the remotest corners of the body and consciousness. Felix really hoped that this could help his mother recover, but his hopes for recovery had long since faded. After some time, the knight reported that something was wrong and that perhaps something had gone wrong. He reported that the treatment was successful, but he noticed something strange when he performed the magical ritual. The symptoms exhibited by His Majesty were actually caused by something more than simple poisoning. Felix asked what the man meant, because he had no idea what he was talking about. The Duke also didn't understand what the problem was, and waited for more detailed explanations from the Empire's head mage. He said that during the treatment he used his magic, but this time he felt a strange energy. It was an evil force, as if it wanted to interrupt the treatment. Felix asked if it was an evil force, but the man wasn't entirely sure. But he definitely recognized something similar and clearly perceived the dark energy. After much thought, the knight said that it was a dark magic curse that someone cast on Felix's mother, which is why the mental illness appeared. Felix was outraged at who dared and how they could do such a thing, and the Duke asked if Felix had any suspicions, because there was probably a strong dark mage in the royal family. This could not have happened, except that the poison his mother drank was the medicine that the Empress herself had once given her. Rodnine promised to conduct a more detailed investigation in the future, because today they found out that a dark mage could be hidden in the royal family. Felix went to his mother's bed because he was very worried about whether everything was all right for her, and Evelyn suddenly called him her dear son. The lady burst into tears because, as she should, she could not protect her own son from the imperial family. She admitted that she greatly regretted that the young man found himself in such a difficult situation because of her, and was forced to take care of her for many years. Felix felt that the lady really no longer suffered from the illness, but in the next second the lady closed her eyes and seemed to lose consciousness, and when she opened them again, her voice, facial expressions, and movements were completely different. Felix didn't understand if his mother really hadn't recovered, because a moment ago she had reasoned properly. Mr. Argentrose stated that it seemed an evil force had prevented a complete recovery, but he was confident that with a few more attempts, he could cure her completely. Felix didn't believe his words at first, but Rhodes stated that, as expected, Mr. Argentros is indeed the greatest mage in the Empire. Only a great mage of the Empire could exorcise the powerful dark magic curse, and at the same time cure the illness. The Duke said that in exchange for the continued treatment of His Majesty, they would like Prince Felix to accept their proposal, which they originally discussed. Felix understood everything perfectly, but he didn't understand one thing: why put so much effort and strive so much for this. After all, it is a great honor for any family to receive a royal invitation, because a lady can become part of the royal family and even the crown princess. The Duke and the Master answered at the same time. They decided to do this because neither of them wants Yvonne to become crown princess and get involved with the royal family. And now Felix felt a little curious to know who this woman was who successfully enjoyed the attention and the favor of both dukes and the crown prince. Felix asked if he could add another condition to the deal, and to the Duke's surprise, he admitted that he would like to meet Lady Yvonne in person. The father told Barden the whole story in detail, and the young man was outraged to learn if the third prince really wanted to meet his sister. Barden couldn't understand why Felix would do this, and it seems the third prince is not nearly as meek as they thought. Felix admitted in the conversation that everyone knew better than him about his position in the royal palace, and if he occupied a prominent position in favor of the lady, he would be on bad terms with both the crown prince and the empress herself. And then his life would hang by a thread and his days of peace would end. And this means that at least he must know what kind of person she is. Barden was surprised if they really had to bring her to the palace, but his father assured him that it was not necessary, and that the third prince himself would come out to meet her. The young man was sure that Felix was in captivity, but it seems the third prince was not nearly as tame as they thought. In the prelude to today's birthday banquet for Crown Prince Adrian, he said he would go sneakily to meet Miss Yvonne, but this information was ultra-secret even for the girl, and Barden asked how they could hide it from her. The father said that Felix wants to see her real, just as she is, and that's why he is willing to sneak into a private meeting. Barden asked how the Duke of Jails reacted to this, and if he had known. He would clearly have insisted that Yvonne's meeting with the third prince was completely unacceptable. It seems the Duke was a little dissatisfied, but when the third prince accepted the terms, he just let it go calmly. Now that Barden mentioned it, he seemed a little worried even after leaving the palace. The young man noticed that his father is sometimes very indifferent, but in reality, he simply hides his strong feelings. The Duke walked with Lady Yvonne in the estate courtyard, and the girl didn't even know that such a place existed in this mansion. And it was surprising how Rod knew about it. The young man had long wanted to ask Yvonne something, and the lady with a happy smile asked the Duke to ask him everything that came to his mind, and that he shouldn't be shy. Rod saw a small pink hamster on her shoulder and asked when this animal appeared, and the girl said she found him about a week ago. The young man smiled incredibly happily and said, "This animal is very interesting, and he really wants to support you." Pember, seeing the young master, realized that this was the young man who immediately sensed his presence. Like a ghost, Yvonne allowed him to touch the little animal, and she really hoped that the Duke would not understand that there was a real pink demon sitting on her shoulder. Pember didn't much like being touched by strangers, so he quickly hid behind the girl's hair so that the Duke wouldn't touch him, and asked how their first meeting happened. But Lady Yvonne knew for sure that the Duke shouldn't find out the truth. Scenes from last night, when she met Miss Cordelia and the dark magic, flashed through her mind, and she knew for sure that she wasn't going to tell the Duke anything about what happened yesterday. She changed the subject and said that the cute hamster was teething and had recently bitten off part of her clothes. The cute pink domain had to play the role of a hamster, so he bit the girl's clothes to prove that the lady was telling the truth. But she couldn't accept that Pambert had stooped to acting like a real hamster. The lady really wanted to know if the Duke managed to get any information, because he met with the third prince, and she still didn't know how everything went. The young man thought for a moment and replied, in any case he had to tell her this too, and it seemed that the Duke had a few more secrets. He said that fortunately, His Highness the third prince accepted his request, which was great news. He took the girl by the hand and told her confidently that she would no longer have to go to the ball with the prince, and that she shouldn't worry about it. This meant that Rod would invite the lady to go with him again, and finally her dream would come true. But for some reason, the Duke mysteriously fell silent at that moment, and Ivan wondered if she was guessing correctly. The young man admitted that he fell silent because he was nervous, and in fact, everything is fine. And they will definitely go to the gala ball together. He admitted that he wanted to show the girl something, and the lady wondered if the young man really wanted to propose to her. He asked the girl to close her eyes for a moment, and the lady obediently fulfilled his request. And probably somewhere deep in her soul, she hoped for the first kiss. But everything turned out not as she had imagined, and the Duke, gently taking her hand, asked her to follow him slowly. Slowly, after a while, they reached the place, and Ivan can now open her eyes and see what the Duke has prepared for her. When the heroine opened her eyes, a bright magical light blinded her gaze, and she saw a large number of magic crystals on the table. Indeed, there was a huge pile of tile crystals in front of her, and Ivan couldn't even imagine such a large amount that the Duke had given her. The young man confesses that he wanted to give it to her before, but it took time to clean it, because unclean tiles have no market value. The lady was surprised if he had really collected magic crystals just for her, and the young man smiled, because previously he had caused her misunderstandings due to his inattentiveness. The Duke meant that his heart had been impatient all this time, and all because he really wanted to give the girl a good impression. Yvonne asked why the young man wanted to impress her, and at that moment, the Duke caught the tender gaze of a young woman looking at him sincerely. They exchanged glances full of tenderness and understanding, and at that moment, the world around them seemed to stop when the Duke admitted that he liked the girl for a long time and a lot. Rodney slowly reached into his jacket pocket and said, "Do you want to be the one the girl can always trust, and who will always support her?" After these words, he took a precious box out of his pocket and opened it in front of Ivan's eyes. The young man smiled, his eyes met hers, and at that moment both understood. This day had become something more, and it was the beginning of something new, refreshing, like raindrops piercing their souls. The Duke opened the box containing the precious ring and asked if Ivan was ready to go out with him. And the girl was incredibly moved by Rod's words. Her heart beat faster, and her eyes filled with tears of happiness, and she knew that this proposal was sincere, because Duke Rod truly loved her, and now she knew that she loved him too. And from now on, no one could interfere with their happiness.